Chapter 1263. Lu Zhan was entangled. The 5 members of the sturdy team were also entangled. Sha Zhu pretended to be entangled. His attention was on the blood pool. As for little Mei, she pretended to be forced to retreat by the blood devil. She retreated into a small alley and then disappeared. Huang Fuye was entangled by the power of 2 blood demons. The pure blood flowed around her body and her heart sank. She didn't expect the ghost, masked man's target to be her. The space-time gate was released just to protect Luo Tian. Now she was hit by the blood demons. Coupled with overloading the space-time bloodline, Huang Fuye's spiritual power and vitality were on the verge of collapse. There was no way to resist the blood demons released by the ghost masked man. Ha ha ha! Cloud Mist College is a bunch of trash. I thought Cloud Mist College was strong. What #1 college in the central continent? I think it's bullshit. Trash like you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Blood demons. You're courting death. The ghost masked man laughed excitedly. These people were no match for him at all. Not only did he want to obtain the 4 divine beasts' bloodline, but he also wanted to obtain the space-time bloodline. If these 2 bloodlines were used to refine demons, the scene would make people's blood boil. Huang Fuye's face was pale. She tried her best to resist the devouring power of the blood demons. She said loudly, "If you dare to touch us, your 7 fiend demon sect will be razed to the ground by Cloud Mist College in less than a day. I advise you to let us go quickly. When my father arrives, you'll be dead." Huang Fuye was very calm. She wanted to use this to scare the ghost masked man. The 7 fiend demon sect wasn't strong. Among the demon sects, it was at most a second-rate force. Not to mention Cloud Mist College. Even a branch of Cloud Mist College could easily deal with it. In the past, the 7 fiend demon sect would never dare to invade 4C City. But this time, the bandit Ma Han Sen suddenly broke in and created a good opportunity for the ghost masked man. In less than a few days, he killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in 4C City. His great art of demon refining also rose a level. What if he was scared? He was really afraid of Cloud Mist College. After all, there were countless experts in Cloud Mist College. If he offended the Cloud Mist College and sent some experts to kill him, he would have a hard time in the future. However, Ghost Face laughed coldly and said, "Your mission is to eliminate the bandit Ma Hansen. If you die, this crime will only fall on Ma Hansen's head. As for me, ha ha ha, I have nothing to do with this matter. As for your father, little girl, you look like an inexperienced child. Do you think you can fool me with such words? If I kill all of you today, who will know that I did it? Even if your father doesn't have any evidence, he wouldn't dare to touch me. The 7 fiend demon sect is the orthodox path of the devil. If Huang Fuju wants to touch me, he would have to think twice, not to mention that he's only a vice principal." The demon masked man said as if he had seen through everything. He was a veteran. How could he be fooled by such a trick? Huang Fuye's eyes darkened. Without waiting for her to speak, Ghostface smiled and said, "All right, cut the crap. Save your energy for the journey." In the void. "Elder you, do you want to make a move? If you don't, the young miss will be in danger. Wait a little longer." Yu Tian kept staring at the blood pool. The blood pool was still rolling, and a powerful force began to spread out from the depths of the blood pool. He knew that it was Luo Tian. However, he didn't know what Luo Tian was doing. He didn't want Luo Tian to know that he was secretly protecting him. After the previous contact, he believed that Luo Tian wouldn't die so easily. So, he decided to wait a little longer. Silly Zhu was the same. In his world, there was only Luo Tian. As long as Luo Tian didn't die, he didn't have to worry. As for the others, he didn't care, because this was a matter of Cloud Mist College. As a member of the Azure Dragon clan, it wasn't appropriate for him to intervene. He didn't need to intervene. Death and life had nothing to do with him at all. So, he didn't make a move. His mind was also closely staring at the blood pool. Strong force was suppressed. Strong force was suppressed. Lu Zhan was suppressed. They couldn't get away at all. Seeing the two blood fiends on Huang Fuya's body getting closer and closer, Huang Fuya was almost suffocating. Her body was also flickering with halos, bloodline halos. Huang Fu, you couldn't hold on any longer. The ghost masked man laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, space-time bloodline, it's mine, I can already feel it beckoning to me, ha ha ha." His expression became more and more excited. His hands moved. Two streams of pure blood, fiendish power, shot out from his palms again. Two blood swords rushed towards Huang Fuya in the air with a swoosh. These two blood swords merged into the blood fiends. Huang Fuya's space-time bloodline would definitely be extracted, and she would instantly become a cripple. Ha ha ha, come on, space-time bloodline, strip it out for me. The ghost masked man looked at the pale Huang Fuya. He knew that the space-time bloodline was about to be stripped out and merged into the blood fiends, becoming his possession. With this bloodline, who would be able to kill him at this time? His eyes widened as he watched the two blood swords piercing towards Huang Fuya. 5 meters for meters, 3 meters. It's here. Suddenly, his eyes flashed somewhat erratic. He rubbed his eyes with all his might and thought to himself, could it be that I'm tired and my eyes are playing tricks on me? He rubbed his eyes and looked again seriously. The ghost masked man's body sank slightly and his expression instantly changed. You actually didn't die. You actually managed to break out of the devil cultivator's cage. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if your talent is strong, your cultivation is only at the 2nd level of Taiyin. It's impossible for you to break out of the devil cultivator's cage. His eyes were filled with shock because Luo Tian suddenly stood in front of Huang Fuya, blocking her. His entire body looked as if he had crawled out of a pool of blood. The corners of his clothes were still dripping with blood, and the tip of his hair was still dripping with blood. He looked extremely ferocious, like a demon. What made the ghost masked man even more terrified was that the two blood swords were directly shattered by him. They were shattered into pieces. This was absolutely impossible. Even a Saint Spirit Realm expert would not be able to easily shatter his blood swords, unless his pure strength had reached an extremely high level. That's right. Luo Tian's current physical body had already reached the 3rd level. The pure strength it contained could already reach the Saint Spirit Realm, and the nemesis of this kind of blood fiend was a pure physical attack. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth lifted, and he faintly smiled. Sorry for making you wait. Chapter 1264. Level 3. Fleshly Body. Strengthening Success. The moment he succeeded, Luo Tian woke up. He could feel everything that was happening around him. The anger in his heart spontaneously rose. Seeing Huang Fuya using her life to protect him, he was secretly moved. When he saw the ghost masked man release the two blood swords, he could no longer hold it in. Originally, his body could still absorb a large wave of pressure from the blood pool, allowing his body to become a little stronger, but he couldn't wait. If Huang Fuya was injured because of his greed, he wouldn't forgive himself. Luo Tian, boss. Ha ha ha. In the darkness of the alley, little May's eyes turned sinister. Her eyes were incomparably gloomy, and she said in a low voice, "He really didn't die. This ghost-faced blood fiend is really trash. I never thought that he would be so useless. He couldn't even kill a small Luo Tian." Luo Tian was safe and sound. She was very angry. Moreover, the aura on Luo Tian's body was even stronger than yesterday, and he was able to directly use pure strength to shatter the blood sword. He was even more unhappy in his heart. However, the Black Widow's little May immediately changed back to an innocent face and was forced to retreat from the small alley by the devil cultivator. She even purposely left a few wounds on her body, which made people feel extremely sorry for her. Seeing Luo Tian, she immediately shouted happily, "Big brother Luo Tian, you're really alive. Little May was worried to death." As he spoke, he staggered a few more times, looking as if he was in danger. In the air. You Tianhai heaved a sigh of relief. You brat, my old bones are about to have a heart attack because of you. Elder you, how can you be so sure that Luo Tian will come out? Just now I wanted to rush down, but Miss can't be injured. Before I could do anything, Luo Tian appeared, and I didn't even see how he appeared. Yu Tianhai smiled slightly and said, because he is Luo Tian. It was that simple. The one who took it for granted was silly Zhu. Luo Tian's appearance didn't change his expression at all. If he couldn't do this, then he wouldn't have been chosen by the azure dragon ancestor, the white tiger ancestor, the vermilion bird ancestor, and he wouldn't have known that he had to protect himself. The possessors of the 4 sacred beasts' bloodlines had to go through countless trials and tribulations before they could unleash the true power of the 4 sacred beasts' bloodlines. This was also the reason why Zhu didn't make a move. Luo Tian had a death god smile on his face as he looked at the ghost-masked man and said, Are you shocked? Even in your dreams, you didn't think that those blood devils wouldn't be able to suppress me, right? You want to devour my 4 divine beasts' bloodline? I think you're really sleeping on the floor, next to the latrine. You're not far from death. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian turned around slightly, looked at the blood essence on Huang Fuya's body, frowned, and said, Close your eyes, it'll be fine in a moment. Huang Fuya looked at Luo Tian, and her eyes couldn't help but flow down. She couldn't help but cry and scolded, Where did you go? Where did you go? Why do you always make people worry? Do you know how worried I was about you just now? Do you know, whoa, that kind of tears? Luo Tian's heart was about to break. Luo Tian gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks and said gently, I promise you it won't happen again. Now close your eyes. I'll remove the blood fiend qi from your body. Good girl. Huang Fuya's heart was filled with sweetness, and like a little woman, she obediently closed her eyes. At this moment, buzz! A burst of energy shot out from Luo Tian's body and gathered in his hand. The power of the 3rd level body was extraordinary. He grabbed onto the blood essence flowing on Huang Fuya's body and exerted force with his palm, shouting in his heart, Break for me! At the same time, the ghost-masked man's face was sinister as he stared at Luo Tian's back, gritted his teeth, and said, You dog, you dare to ruin my good fortune! Go to hell! Great magic of refining demons! Devil Cultivator King, come out! Kill him! Very angry, unusually angry. He was just a little bit away from waiting for the time and space blood vein, but Luo Tian's sudden appearance had completely caused him to lose all hope. As long as Luo Tian was still alive, his blood fiend qi would not be able to absorb Huang Fu Ya's blood vein, because the nemesis of the blood fiend was pure strength. It did not contain any aura of vitality. It was just the power of the physical body. He didn't know why Luo Tian had such power, but he only had one thing on his mind right now. Luo Tian was dead. Devil Cultivator King was his strongest move. It was refined from the blood of hundreds of thousands of civilians in 4C City. It was extremely powerful. The moment the Devil Cultivator King came out, the entire 4C City was shaken. A gigantic, blood-colored demon looked down from above. It was over 10 meters tall and gave off a boundless aura of power. All sorts of wails were constantly emitted from its body, which sounded like the weeping of ghosts. It was soul-stirring. Huff! Devil Cultivator King sucked in a deep breath. The energy stripes that could be seen with the naked eye sucked all the surrounding blood Devil Cultivator into his body. His body became even stronger. Boss, be careful! Luo Tian, be careful. This Devil Cultivator King's aura is too strong. Quickly dodge! Everyone's hearts tightened. The distance between Luo Tian and the Devil Cultivator King was too close. He was so close that he could reach out and touch it. At this time, even silly Zhu couldn't help but become nervous. The azure dragon's power that was suppressed in his body began to stir, And no matter what, he couldn't let Luo Tian die. At the very least, he had to wait until the elders of the 4 great families personally verified it. Yu Tianhai, who was in the air, also became nervous. The ghost masked man roared sinisterly. So what if you have a divine grade talent? Go to hell. Devil Cultivator King, kill him. The idea moved, and Devil Cultivator King slapped down with his palm. It was as if it was cutting through the void. Space was distorting. This kind of power was extremely powerful. Huang Fuya looked at the gigantic palm on Luo Tian's back and couldn't help but tremble in fear. Behind Luo Tian! Behind you! She was so scared that she couldn't speak. However, Luo Tian was still calm and collected, without a trace of fear. With a shake of his fists, he shattered the blood essence on Huang Fuya's body. Looking at her frightened expression, he said softly, "Don't be afraid. Everything is up to me." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian suddenly turned around and flew into a rage. It was as if his anger was burning the heavens. His eyes were sinister as he roared, F***CK, your ancestor, you scared my woman. God explosion. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power in his body began to spin crazily. His arms moved. The power of the 3rd level, fleshly body burst forth. Moonlit step. Whoosh! In an instant, he soared into the sky and directly stood above the Devil Cultivator King's head. He punched down cleanly and roared out, "Scaring my woman to tears. Even if you have 10,000 lives, it won't be enough to kill you." Bam! Devil Cultivator King's body sank. Not waiting for it to make a move, Luo Tian punched down again. Continued to be arrogant for lousy. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Another heavy punch landed on him. Devil Cultivator King was unable to react at all. His body sank, and the bluestone tiles beneath his feet shattered into powder, revealing a deep crater beneath his feet. Continue to be arrogant. Bam. Continue to be arrogant. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A torrential rain of fists, crazily crushing down. Every punch landed on flesh, and that feeling was extremely satisfying. Devil Cultivator King's body continued to sink, and sink. His legs were smashed into the ground, his thighs were smashed into the ground, followed by his waist, stomach, chest, shoulders, and then half of his head. A huge crater appeared in 4C City. Half of the Red Skull was left behind. Luo Tian raised his right fist and looked coldly at the dumbfounded ghost face. With a sinister look between his eyebrows, his right fist shook and heavily smashed down. Die! Bam! Rumble. A burst of power shot out from his fist. The shockwave of energy directly covered 4C City. The surrounding buildings instantly collapsed and turned into ruins. And the Devil Cultivator King under Luo Tian's fist also died in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Devil Cultivator King, obtaining 180,000 experience points, 20,000 essence chi points. Only experience and essence chi. Nothing dropped from the explosion. However, this experience and essence chi was already quite rich. Dead. Luo Tian walked out of the pit step by step and walked towards the direction of the ghost masked man. It was as if he was a person who had walked out of hell, accompanied by the god of death. This feeling gave him an incomparably powerful sense of oppression. The surrounding silence was terrifying. Jian Ting was extremely shocked. He looked down on those martial artists with extraordinary talent. He believed hard work could surpass everything. He cultivated martial arts with all his might and fought with all his might. With his own abilities, even some super talented warriors of the same realm were not his match. He believed that hard work could make up for it. So what if he had super talent? So what if he had divine grade talent? He didn't put them in his eyes, but now he was convinced. He was completely convinced. Luo Tian was a complete freak, a super freak. Not only him. His teammates were the same. That kind of shock could not be described with words. Lu Zhan grinned. Huang Fu, Yu was crying and laughing. Little Mei had a smile on her face, but she was secretly frowning in her heart. This power is too strong. If I were to fight him one-on-one, I would have no chance of winning at all. No wonder he would become the man second only to Huang Fu Ju on the Haijia's bounty list, with a bounty of 80 million, profound coin. Silly Zhu laughed foolishly and thought to himself, this is the person that the Azure Dragon ancestor would choose, ha ha ha. The ghost-masked man watched as Luo Tian walked over step by step. His body secretly trembled as he said with a trembling voice, You, what do you want to do? I am a member of the Seven Fiend Demon Sect. If you kill me, do you want to start a war between the righteous and demonic paths? Luo Tian, I think you should be tactful. You can't bear the infamy of starting a war. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hey, why are you still walking over? It was also at this moment. Yu Tianhai suddenly sent a sound transmission to Luo Tian and said, Luo Tian, don't act recklessly. He was also worried. Luo Tian pretended not to hear anything and laughed coldly. You said before no one will know if we die. Then who will know if you die? Die. Chapter 1265. The ghost-masked man had already touched Luo Tian's bottom line. He had to die today. He couldn't be bothered to think about starting a so-called war. If the ghost face could kill the people of Cloud Mist College, then why couldn't he kill him? Yu Tianhai's heart sank as he secretly shouted, Not good! Elder Yu, should we stop Luo Tian? If an elder of the Seven Fiends sect were to be killed, if this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause the Devil Path to be dissatisfied. It might really cause a war. It's too late. Yu Tianhai revealed a bitter smile. Ghostface, oh Ghostface, you could have provoked anyone, but you had to provoke Luo Tian. Aren't you courting death? He abhors evil. Not to mention that you actually made a move against Huang Fuya. Now, even if the gods came, they wouldn't be able to save you. I only hope that no one else will find out about this, or else. Sigh. Huang Fuya cried. Her tears were the reason why Luo Tian went berserk. So, he would not care about anything. Today, even if he had to risk it all, he would kill the ghost face. Luo Tian was incomparably berserk. He took a step forward, and the power on his body became invincible. He instantly landed in front of the ghost face, revealing a grim smile like that of a death god, and said, It doesn't matter if you touch me, but you can't touch my people. Finished. Luo Tian's right fist sank, and he punched out with his strongest strength. Bam! One punch directly sent the ghost face flying. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A building was smashed into smithereens. The ghost-masked man crawled up from the ruins and said, Luo Tian, you won't have a good time even if you kill me. The Seven Fiends Demon Sect will definitely not let you go. The entire demon sect will not let you go. You better be clear about this. I am Elder Shuaisha of the Seven Fiends Demon Sect. If you kill me, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian's figure blurred in the air, and in the blink of an eye he landed on the ground and punched out again, shouting, You still dare to be arrogant in front of Laozi. Do you have the qualifications to be arrogant? Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He punched out again. The ghost-masked man spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Those two punches had nearly taken his life. It was too unbearable. Logically speaking, his cultivation was not stronger than Luo Tian's. Ghostface should not have been crushed by Luo Tian. However, after 1 day and night of exhausting his essence and refining the Crimson Demon, Ghostface was in a state of extreme exhaustion. In addition, he had used up what little essence he had left to refine the Demon King. Right now, Ghostface did not have any essence left in his dantian. He could only wait to be slaughtered, unable to retaliate. His body flew into the air. Luo Tian stopped in an instant. He grabbed Ghostface's collar and sneered, "Show me your arrogance one more time." Ghostface's face was pale as he trembled and said, "Luo Tian, spare me, I won't dare to do it again. I beg you, give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Isn't your Cloud Mist College's motto benevolence and kindness? Let me go this time. I will definitely not be an enemy of Cloud Mist College again. I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Even if you want me to join Cloud Mist College, I only beg you to spare my life." Scared. He was really scared. In the face of death, anyone would be scared. Even the elders of the Seven Fiend Demon sect were no exception. For someone who could kill hundreds of thousands of poor people in 4C City in a few days, who could believe the words of such a person, even if what he said was true, Luo Tian would not let him go. This was because Luo Tian was in dire need of experience and essence. If he did not obtain 100,000 essence by tomorrow, the ancient tree would not be able to absorb it. If that was the case, the ancient tree that he had painstakingly cultivated would shrink by a lot, making it even more difficult to cultivate. So, it was impossible for Luo Tian to let him go. Then, Luo Tian sneered and said, "Now you know how to be afraid? You know how to beg for mercy?" The ghost masked man immediately said, "I was wrong, I was really wrong. I beg you to give me a chance. I will immediately leave the Seven Fiend Demon sect and will never do anything bad again." "You want to repent? What a pity! Too late!" After he finished speaking, Luo Tian was too lazy to listen to the ghost-masked man's nonsense. His right fist suddenly struck out, sending him flying once again. His body bounced up again, flying into the air. Aiming at the ghost-masked man's body, he kicked down with his leg whip. Rumble! Rumble! The ghost-masked man was blasted down, lying in the ruins on the verge of death. His eyes flashed with hatred as he gritted his teeth and said, "Luo Tian, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Luo Tian laughed. "Become a ghost? You don't even have the qualifications to be a ghost." As he spoke, his body fell down like heavy thunder. It was also at this moment. In the other direction of 4C City, a black cloud floated over. "Brett, stop right there. Stop! If you dare to touch him, this old man will tear you into pieces." A few deep voices came out from the black cloud. Before he finished speaking, the black cloud dissipated, and more than 10 figures descended from the sky like thunder. Their eyes were cold as they stared straight at Luo Tian. In less than half a second, behind them, a large number of disciples of the Seven Fiend Demon sect charged forward, directly surrounding the 4C City. They waved their flags and shouted. The war drums shook the sky, and a powerful dark aura enveloped the surrounding hundreds of miles. "The people from the Seven Fiend Demon sect are here. This is bad. This place is still thousands of kilometers away from the Seven Fiends Mountain. Why would they come? And even the sect master, Heaven Fiend King, has come. There's no reason for this. Could it be that they knew beforehand?" Jian Ting and the others lowered their heads and whispered to each other. He was puzzled by the sudden appearance of the Seven Fiend Demon sect. Even if they knew that Ghostface was in danger, it was impossible for them to come over so quickly. Even if there were reinforcements, it was impossible for so many experts to appear together, not to mention that the sect master had personally come. This was very unusual, but he could not understand why. In another place, a sinister smile appeared on Xiao Mei's face as she said in her heart, "They're finally here!" At this moment, Yu Tianhai did not care so much and directly descended from the sky. He smiled and said, "Seven Fiend Sect Master, it's been a long time." The Heaven Fiend King looked at Yu Tianhai and was secretly shocked. He did not expect Yu Tianhai to appear here. He said, "Yu Tianhai, I didn't expect you to come too. It seems that all of this was premeditated." Yu Tianhai said, "Premeditated? 4C City is originally the territory of the sect. Your people killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city, not waiting for him to finish. The Heaven Fiend King said directly, "You saw it with your own eyes." "I saw with my own eyes that the people of the Cloud Mist College are attacking my 7 fiend demon sect people." While they were talking, the Heaven Fiend King stared coldly at Luo Tian and released his killing intent. "Brat, if you touch him again, I'll take your dog life." The ghost-faced man laughed excitedly and said, "Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, if you have the guts, kill me." "Ha ha ha, my people are here if you dare to touch me." He did not finish his words. Luo Tian raised his fist and punched towards his head. Chapter 1266. Who would have thought? Even Ghostface himself did not expect this. In front of so many 7 fiend demon sect experts, Luo Tian actually dared to make a move? Wasn't he afraid of death? At this moment, Yu Tianhai frowned and suddenly ordered, "Prepare for battle!" Luo Tian would definitely smash him down. He could not tolerate the ghost-masked man. If he was not arrogant, perhaps Luo Tian would let him off. But since he dared to provoke him, he could only die. Ghostface's pupils constricted as he roared, "Luo Tian, how dare you!" Heaven Fiend King also roared, "Brat, you're courting death!" As soon as his voice fell, his body had already disappeared from the spot, and an incomparably dense killing intent rushed forward. At the same time, Yu Tianhai also disappeared. Luo Tian did not even look at Heaven Fiend King, nor did he care as he punched towards Ghostface's head. Rumble. Bam! His head exploded like a watermelon. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ghostface for obtaining 200,000 experience, 20,000 essence chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Blood Fiend Force. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding. Sin points plus 1 inch. The system sounded out a few notifications. It was also at this moment that, above Luo Tian's head, 2 forces collided heavily. Rumble. 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 His voice shook the heavens as power exploded out, causing the entire 4C city to tremble. Streaks of power shot out, and the hearts of the surrounding people sank. They were forced back step by this power. It was simply too powerful. Holy Spirit Realm against Holy Spirit Realm. One could imagine the sound of the explosion from the collision of power. Yu Tianhai took a small step back, while Heaven Fiend King took more than 10 steps back. His face was slightly pale. Luo Tian raised his eyes and was secretly shocked. If it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to block this move of the Heaven Emanation Sovereign. Yu Tianhai immediately sent a voice transmission to Luo Tian. "Take Huang Fuya and the others and leave immediately." Luo Tian was stunned. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign frowned. He stared at Yu Tianhai and said, "Let's fight. Kill all of them. Leave no one alive." Suddenly, the disciples of the 7 fiend demon sect rushed over from all directions. The elders of the 7 fiend demon sect also quickly surrounded them. Yu Tianhai was inwardly shocked. Although the 7 fiend demon sect was only a second-rate force among the demon sects, they still had 3 Holy Spirit Realm experts. Furthermore, the Heaven Fiend King's cultivation was not any weaker than his. Although it looked like he had one in the previous exchange, he was already injured internally. In this way, at most he could fight to a draw with the Heaven Fiend Sovereign. But what about the other 2 Saint Spirit Realm experts? There was simply no way to block it. Then, Yu Tianhai did not think at all and immediately said, "Luo Tian, take them and retreat towards the east gate, quick, quick!" While they were talking, the disciples of the Devil Sect had already charged forward. Thousands of Devil Sect disciples were killed. Their forces were not strong. But Jian Ting was injured, his teammates were also injured, Huang Fuya was injured, Lu Zhan was also injured. The only ones who were not injured were Sha Zhu and Xiao Mei. But these 2 people, he couldn't control them at all. Yu Tianhai only hoped that Sha Zhu would not make a move on Luo Tian at this time. Otherwise, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to save him. He was too careless with this protection mission. He thought that bringing a disciple of the Myriad Illusions realm would be enough, but he didn't expect to provoke the 7 fiend demon sect. And they were out in full force. This was something that no one would have thought of. Rumble, don't let any of them go. They all have to die. The sounds of killing shook the sky. The encirclement of Luo Tian and the others was getting smaller and smaller. There was no way he could withstand it alone. Suddenly, Yu Tianhai bellowed, "Heaven Blade!" A huge blade descended from the sky. Yu Tianhai roared out, "I've cleared a path for you, run!" Finished. Kill! The aura of the Holy Spirit realm burst forth, and the huge blade suddenly soared into the sky, forming an incomparably huge blade chi. It heavily slashed down, cutting the disciples of the 7 fiend demon sect into pieces, instantly creating a path. Huang Fuye anxiously shouted, "Uncle Yu, what are you going to do?" Yu Tianhai said, "Don't worry about me, I'll be fine." Luo Tian hugged Huang Fuye with one hand, took a step forward, and said to Jian Ting and the others, "Run!" If they didn't run now, they would all die here. He couldn't let Fei Yu Tianhai create an opportunity for them. Jian Ting shouted, "Brothers, kill your way out!" Sha Zhu suddenly became exceptionally brave. He directly rushed to the front and tore apart the Devil's Sect disciples that rushed out. They were getting closer and closer to the city gate. At the same time, the Devil's Sect disciples at the city gate were also getting denser and denser. Little Mei, who was in the crowd, wanted to sneak attack Luo Tian several times, but there was only one chance. She did not want to miss it, nor did she want to fail. If she failed, her consequences would be the same as Ghostface's. So she was extremely careful. Moreover, she deliberately slowed down the pace. Several times he deliberately let the Devil's Sect disciple surround him, and Lu Zhan rushed forward to save him. Luo Tian's heart was filled with hatred. However, this matter still needed to be resolved by the fatty himself. It wouldn't be good for outsiders to resolve it. Suddenly, one of the members of the Jian Ting squad was surrounded by the Devil's Sect disciples. That person shouted, "Big brother, I'll be your brother in the next life. I'll be leaving first. Primordial spirit, split. Explode for me." Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dozens of people were sent flying. It also slowed down the speed of the Devil's Sect disciples. However, this was far from enough. Jian Ting's heart ached as he shouted, "Yuan Fei!" With a furious roar, the sword in his hand became even sharper. The sword Qi wreaked havoc as it continuously swept across. It was because of little Mei's delay that Yuan Fei was surrounded. "Jian Ting, stay calm. We have to rush out of the city, or else we will all die here." Luo Tian roared loudly. Their current forces could not hold on for long, and the disciples of the 7 fiend demon sect continued to charge forward. If this continued, none of them would be able to leave the city. Bam! Little Mei suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. "Big brother Lu Zhan, save me." Lu Zhan's face darkened as he looked at the Devil's Sect disciples behind little Mei. He did not even think about the consequences as he directly pounced forward. The rainbow bow in his hand shot out continuously as he said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Bang, 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 Lu Zhan was continuously attacked. Damn it! Luo Tian really couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned around and moved. He took a step forward. "Azure Dragon, come out!" Roar! The image of the Azure Dragon immediately appeared, shaking off the legs of a few disciples. It grabbed the fatty's arm and threw him to the front, saying, "Let's go!" Then, looking at little Mei, who was slowly crawling up, looking extremely weak, little Mei said pitifully, "Big brother Luo Tian, save me!" "Save you!" Luo Tian raised his head and looked at the fatty in the distance. His eyebrows twitched, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile as he said, "Save? Of course I have to save you. How can I not save such a cute girl? Moreover, you are the woman that the fatty likes, so I have no choice but to save my brother's woman." While they were talking, Luo Tian grabbed Little May's hand. At this moment, Little May's eyes suddenly moved, and under her palm, a dagger that had been hidden long ago suddenly pierced out. This was an excellent opportunity. It was also the best opportunity. He absolutely could not miss it. This was an opportunity for Little May. Similarly, to Luo Tian it was also an opportunity. Give her a chance if she could obediently follow him. Then Luo Tian would not do anything to her, but Little May made a move. Luo Tian smiled slightly. "You finally revealed your foxtail? Are you in such a hurry to take my life? What a pity. You're still too inexperienced." Finished. Luo Tian moved his right palm, his body fiercely tilted to the side, and directly grabbed Little May's arm. Without waiting for her to make a move, he fiercely threw her out and directly threw her into the crowd of devil sect disciples. He laughed coldly and said, "Are you happy now?" Just a little bit, and she had succeeded. However, he didn't expect to be seen through. Luo Tian was extremely careful every time he came into contact with Little May. This time was no exception. Little May was thrown into the crowd of devil sect disciples by Luo Tian and was quickly surrounded by them. In the distance, Lu Zhan stared at Luo Tian with his mouth agape. He had no idea what was going on. He was completely dumbfounded. Luo Tian's heart also sank. The thing that he didn't want to see the most still happened. He quickly rushed up, grabbed Lu Zhan's arm, and said, "Let's leave the city first. I'll explain it to you." Lu Zhan laughed bitterly. Explain? Luo Tian looked at his appearance and felt even more upset. After all, this was the fatty's first love. Although it hadn't been 3 days, this was extremely important to the fatty. If it wasn't for the fact that more people would die because of Little May's delay, Luo Tian really wouldn't have done anything to her. He hoped that the fatty would see through everything himself. But if he didn't make a move just now, he might have died under Little May's sneak attack. Even if he had to explain, Luo Tian didn't know how to explain it. He was the only one who knew all of this. Lu Zhan's expression was very sluggish, looking at the group of devil sect disciples crazily attacking Little May in the distance. His heart was in extreme pain. He wanted to break free from Luo Tian's grasp, but Luo Tian's grip was very tight. He couldn't break free at all. Huang Fuye was also stunned and asked, "Luo Tian, what happened? Why did you throw her back?" Luo Tian frowned. He didn't know what to say. However, he didn't regret it at all. He even hated himself for not making a move earlier. Otherwise Yuan Fei wouldn't have died. The most important thing now was to leave the city. Luo Tian then said to Lu Zhan, "Let's leave the city first. Once we're out, I'll explain it clearly." Lu Zhan suddenly sneered. "Luo Tian, from now on, we're no longer brothers. From now on, you walk your path and I'll walk mine. Sooner or later, I, Lu Zhan, will challenge you." New week, Old Cow begs for monthly votes, recommendation votes. Chapter 1267. The misunderstanding was created just like that. If it was Luo Tian, he would be the same as Lu Zhan. After all, it was his first love. What was the difference between throwing Little May into the encirclement of the 7 fiend demon sect disciples in front of him and killing her? However, he didn't regret it, not at all. It was better to be hated by his brothers than to be killed by a woman. Out of the 10 people in the team, only 7 people escaped from the city. In addition to Jian Ting and Yoda, there was also a heavily injured member who was on the verge of death. If he wasn't treated soon, he would most likely die. On Luo Tian's side, except for Little May, the other 4 had all escaped from the city. Just that there was something wrong with the atmosphere between them. Even Huangfu, you couldn't help but ask. Little May was so worried about you at the beginning. She is the one who is most worried about you among us. Luo Tian, How could you do such a thing? He was puzzled. Lu Zhan was also puzzled. Silly Zhu didn't have any expression. He firmly took care of his own team members. He also saw the scene just now, but he believed in Luo Tian. After all, this was a matter of the pretty girl squad, so he couldn't intervene. Luo Tian glanced at Lu Zhan's cold face and knew that he hated him. He took a deep breath and said, "Hurry up and leave this place. If the disciples of the 7 Fiend Demon sect come out, we really won't be able to escape." He didn't want to explain. It was useless to explain. Immediately, Luo Tian said, "Silly Zhu, explore the way ahead. We must return to the Cloud Mist College as soon as possible and report the situation here to the college. Everyone, hurry up. Don't let the time that Elder you bought for us go to waste." Silly Zhu said naively, "I'll go now." As he said that, Luo Tian walked to Jian Ting's side and cast the regeneration technique. His injuries were reduced a lot, but it could not completely heal him. He said, "For the time being, his life is saved, but he needs to be treated as soon as possible. Otherwise, his life will be in danger." Jian Ting was a man in his 30s. There were some words that he wouldn't say easily, such as the word, "thank you." However, this time he solemnly said to Luo Tian, "Thank you." If not for Luo Tian, they would have died in 4C City. Luo Tian smiled and said, "We're all from the same academy and you're even my senior. There's no need to be so polite with your junior. Hurry back to the academy." Jian Ting carried his brother on his back and said to Nyoda, "Let's go." The group of 7 quickly rushed towards the teleportation point. Teleportation array. He could only teleport once and return once. Once per team. This was a teleportation array refined by a master of space. The teleportation array was a few hundred kilometers away from 4C City. They arrived there in 2 hours. Along the way, Lu Zhan didn't say a word. Luo Tian didn't explain anything either. Huang Fuye and Silly Zhu walked into the teleportation array. Luo Tian also walked in, and finally Lu Zhan. On the other side, Jian Ting cupped his hands towards Luo Tian. "Brother Luo, see you at the academy." As soon as he finished, the teleportation array flashed with white light, and the 3 of them instantly disappeared. There was no more teleportation space at the location of the teleportation array. Luo Tian smiled faintly, then said to Huang Fuye, "Activate the teleportation." Huang Fuye's idea and the teleportation array were linked together, and Huang Fuye said softly, "Activate." Light flashed. Suddenly, Luo Tian moved his feet and instantly rushed out. There was another person who came out with him. Lu Zhan, Huang Fuye, and Silly Zhu were dumbfounded, but it was already too late to rush out of the teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. Luo Tian was slightly startled. He did not expect Lu Zhan to come out. The 2 of them looked at each other. Luo Tian said calmly, "I know you hate me now, but I, Luo Tian, will definitely not do anything to let my brother down, and will definitely not let anyone hurt my brother. You will definitely not believe what I say now, but since you're staying, then follow behind me. Don't come out until I tell you to. I believe you will find a result." Lu Zhan's face was still cold. The reason he rushed out of the teleportation array was to go back to the 4C City to see how little Mei was doing. If she died, he would collect her body. Then, he would also leave Cloud Mist College and find a place to cultivate quietly. When he becomes strong enough one day, he would appear again. Although he knew in his heart that even if he cultivated for another 1,000 years, he might not be Luo Tian's opponent. However, he just couldn't swallow this anger. Lu Zhan looked at Luo Tian and did not speak. Since Luo Tian accompanied him through life and death, Luo Tian had regarded him as a brother. Now that there was a misunderstanding, he would try his best to explain it clearly. Immediately, Luo Tian said again, "Please believe me for the last time." Lu Zhan slightly said, "All right." Luo Tian's heart relaxed slightly, and he thought to himself, "If I didn't guess wrongly, little Mei should be from Haijia." The reason why the seven fiend demon sect suddenly came out in full force must be because someone informed them in advance. Even if this person isn't Little May, he must be from Haijia. If that's the case, Little May will definitely be fine. As long as she announces her identity, the people from the seven fiend demon sect won't do anything to her. Now, as long as Lu Zhan sees Little May with the people from the seven fiend demon sect, all the misunderstandings will be resolved. Thinking of this, Luo Tian secretly said in his heart, I hope my guess is right, otherwise, if Little May was really killed by the people from the seven fiend demon sect, then his brotherhood with Fatty would probably come to an end. Fatty would definitely not forgive him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly rushed towards the Four Sea City. In another place, Four Sea City, the Heaven Fiend King was furious as he cursed towards the sky. You Tianhai, if you have the guts, don't run. Cloud Mist College is filled with a bunch of cowards. You Tianhai and another disciple ran away. He had bought enough time for Luo Tian and the others. If he continued to delay, it would be a waste of time. Furthermore, he had to report the situation in the Four Seas City to Huangfu Ju as soon as possible. There was definitely a conspiracy behind this matter. Sect leader, we caught a beautiful woman alive. In order to catch her, we lost many brothers. I didn't expect this bitch's cultivation to be so high, reaching the 5th level of myriad illusions. A disciple reported. The Heaven Fiend King's eyes moved as he said, excitedly, bring me back to the Devil Sect. I haven't enjoyed Cloud Mist College's ***** before. I will definitely enjoy it today. You guys are in a hurry. After I'm done, it will be your turn. Ha ha ha. Immediately, the Heaven Fiend King brought the disciples back to the seven fiend demon sect. He didn't chase after them. He knew the consequences of chasing after them. Once Cloud Mist College sent out 1 or 2 more experts, the Heaven Fiend King's days would come to an end. Not just a few minutes. Not a single person was left in the Four Seas City. It was like a dead city. At this moment, Luo Tian and the other person rushed over. Chapter 1268. It was a dead city. There was no aura in the entire city. Lu Zhan searched everywhere. Like a madman, he searched everywhere for Little May's corpse. After searching for almost 2 hours, almost every corpse was turned over, but Little May was still nowhere to be found. Luo Tian said faintly, if you can't find her corpse, it means that she's still alive. Lu Zhan asked, it's also possible that she was blasted into pieces. She's just a woman at the Grandian realm. How can she resist a Holy Spirit realm expert? After saying that, he smiled bitterly. His heart ached. Although it hadn't been 3 days since he fell in love with her, Lu Zhan cherished her very much. But now, the feeling of his heart being torn apart almost suffocated him. Luo Tian said, believe me, Lu Zhan paused and said, believe you? How do you want me to believe you? Did I see wrongly? Am I hallucinating? Luo Tian, I can't compare to you. You have divine talent. You have fireballs that can kill people instantly. You can even ignore Haijia and the Haijia Crown Prince, but I can't. You have Huangfuya. You have Yunmeng, so many beautiful seniors and juniors in the academy like you. But what about me? What do I have? I have nothing. It's not easy for a girl to like me, but yes. Little May is indeed a little willful. She has a bad temper and likes to play pranks, but you shouldn't have thrown her into the encirclement of the Devil's Sect disciples. The moment you threw her out, did you think about my feelings? Have you ever thought about me, your brother? How do you want me to believe you? The suppression he had been suppressing along the way finally exploded. Luo Tian was rendered speechless by Lu Zhan. At this time, any explanation was useless. From the beginning to the end, he never thought of explaining. Luo Tian looked at Lu Zhan and said, you don't have nothing. You have me. Ha ha ha! Lu Zhan suddenly roared with laughter. You're awesome. You've always been awesome, cool, and dazzling. I don't even exist beside you. No matter how hard I try, it's useless. Luo Tian, Suddenly, Lu Zhan frowned and said, I originally wanted to challenge you after I stepped into the Emperor realm, but I know that I might not be able to become an Emperor realm master in my lifetime, so I challenge you now, a life and death challenge. In an instant, Lu Zhan directly summoned the rainbow divine bow, nocked an arrow, and pulled the bowstring to a full moon. He directly locked onto Luo Tian's vital point and said coldly, Luo Tian, make your move! At this moment, Lu Zhan's rationality was already somewhat unclear. Under the immense pain, he lost his ability to judge things. Furthermore, little Mei was dead, and he also wanted to commit suicide. Luo Tian was stunned. He had never thought of this scene. He had never thought that Lu Zhan would aim an arrow at him. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, All right, since you want to fight, I will do my best. Make your move. As soon as he finished, Lu Zhan's index finger moved, and an arrow flew out. In that instant, he moved his feet and immediately retreated, wanting to distance himself from Luo Tian. He cultivated archery, and the further the distance, the more effective it was for him. However, at this moment, Luo Tian disappeared. Barbaric charge. Divine explosion. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A series of explosions sounded out in the air. The moment the arrow landed, Luo Tian suddenly appeared in front of Lu Zhan and punched him, shouting in a deep voice, Wake up! Lu Zhan's body swayed. His cheeks were red and swollen. After retreating a few steps, his body sank, his 5 fingers moved, and he shouted in a deep voice, 5 arrows at the same time! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! It directly sealed off all of his space. However, Luo Tian's figure directly landed in the sky, heavily crushing down. He punched down and said, It seems that you are still not clear. Bang! With that said, Luo Tian directly pushed Lu Zhan to the ground and punched him repeatedly. He shouted, Do you know who little Mei is? Do you know her background? Do you know that she has been using you all along? In the mission tower, she used you to snatch the mission from Jianting, which angered Jianting. At the same time, she also dragged me into the mess. She was laughing at me, did you see that? In 4C City. She cares about me the most, but do you know that she is sowing discord, dividing you all, and then finding an opportunity to make a move on Huangfu yet? Do you know that? When we were escaping, the members of Jianting's squad died twice because of her. If she continues to follow us, who knows how many of us will die. For the 2 teams, and also for you, I don't care if you hate me, I will throw her out. She is a time bomb, and if she stays with us, we will all be played to death by her. Do you know all this? Let me tell you one more thing. Little Mei is from Haijia. With every sentence, Luo Tian punched down. This was the first time he had attacked his own brother since he transmigrated. He was also angry. Being played in the palm of a woman's hand, he was abnormally angry. Seeing Lu Zhan so depressed, he was even more furious. Women were very important. However, in Luo Tian's heart, his brother would always be number 1. Lu Zhan lay on the ground motionlessly, allowing Luo Tian's fists to land on his body. Listening to Luo Tian's words, he was dumbfounded. Thinking about it carefully in the mission building, he was indeed the one who instigated him to accept the mission to clear out the bandits in 4C City. Thinking about everything that happened in 4C City, little Mei's actions were too abnormal, but Lu Zhan was still unwilling to believe that little Mei was lying to him. However, he had calmed down now. Luo Tian was struck by thunder, lying on the other side, gasping for air. What I did was indeed wrong, but I, Luo Tian, will never let my brother be threatened. Absolutely not. Lu Zhan's eyes were filled with tears, and he said with a choked voice, Boss, I. Luo Tian's heart relaxed. You finally understood. Do you understand now? Hearing the word boss, Luo Tian knew that the fatty wouldn't be like before. Lu Zhan muttered and said, The Lord doesn't hit the face, but you're too ruthless. It hurts so much. If I break the image and cause this young master to be unable to find a wife, will you be responsible? Huh. Luo Tian scratched his head. Damn, didn't I just hit you to wake you up? Then, Lu Zhan suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Luo Tian also laughed. Ha ha ha. As they laughed and laughed, their eyes became a little wet. Luo Tian thought in his heart, from today onwards, I will definitely not attack my own brother again. Lu Zhan said in his heart, from today onwards, I will not doubt the boss again. He woke up. He had also thought through everything. Regardless of whether it was like what Luo Tian said, if it was, then it would be too dangerous. He felt a lingering fear for himself. If Luo Tian was injured, if Huang Fuya was injured, he would definitely not forgive himself. From this moment on, Fatty's love life was no longer a blank scroll. Falling in love was like leveling up by killing monsters. The more you fall in love, the more you'll be able to control it. You'll become an expert in love. However, when you truly fall in love with a girl, any expert in love will become an idiot. Because of love, he was really too *ket up. After a long time, Luo Tian climbed up and looked at the setting sun. He was very happy that Lu Zhan was able to walk out. However, hatred was hatred, enmity was enmity, and that was that. He still had to take revenge. For Sea City's mission had changed. If Luo Tian didn't guess wrong, the reward for the 4-star mission was basically gone. However, he never made a losing deal. Since he was here, if he didn't level up a few times and fill up his essence, then he wouldn't be Luo Tian. Moreover, he had to get 100,000 essence before dawn. Otherwise, the ancient tree would probably go crazy. Not long later, Fatty tidied up his torn clothes and messy hair. He looked as if he had been *ked 10,000 times. He even looked a little flirtatious, causing Luo Tian to take a few steps back to keep a distance from him. Lu Zhan took out a small mirror and looked at himself. He said happily, luckily, my handsome face is not disfigured. I am still so charming, so cool, so unforgettable. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Lu Zhan kept the small mirror and looked at Luo Tian, who was holding onto the wall, and asked, Boss, what happened to you? Luo Tian waved his hand and said, It's too disgusting. I can't help but want to vomit. In the future, you should stay away from me. Otherwise, my fist won't be able to take it. Lu Zhan lifted the hair on his forehead and gently swung it, making a pose that he thought was very handsome. He smiled and said, Are you stunned by my handsomeness? Ugh, ugh. Luo Tian really regretted not knocking him out just now. They mocked each other a few times. Fatty returned to normal and said, Boss, let's go back. Go back? Luo Tian's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile, and said, If we go back like this, then this trip will be a huge loss. Lu Zhan was startled and said, Then what else do you want to do? Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. Kill my way to the 7 Fiend Demon Sect. I want the 7 Fiend Demon Sect to disappear from this world forever. Huh. *CK, are you crazy? Although the 7 Fiend Demon Sect is a second-rate demon sect, how can it be eliminated by you alone? Hey, what are you looking at me for? I don't want to die with you. Let go, let go. Lu Zhan was pulled by Luo Tian and directly rushed in the direction of the 7 Fiend Demon Sect. On the way, Luo Tian said, Do you know the kiting tactic? Lu Zhan shook his head and said, What is it? Luo Tian said, Seeing that you are accompanying me to the 7 Fiend Demon Sect, after this matter is over, I will impart a top-secret cultivation technique to you. I guarantee that it will allow you to increase your strength in a short period of time. *CK. As an archer, he didn't even know the basic kiting technique. How was he going to survive? Chapter 1269. It was a dark and windy night. 7 Fiend Demon Sect. At the foot of the mountain, 2 figures flashed and passed by. They easily flew under the noses of the demonic sect disciples guarding the mountain gate. They landed silently. His aura was restrained. It did not attract any attention. Whoosh! Whoosh! His figure flashed quickly in the forest, and in a few breaths of time, he arrived at the top of the mountain, outside the Seven Fiend Hall. At this moment, the hall was brightly lit and bustling with noise and excitement. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign raised his wine cup and said to an elder on the right side, "Elder Hai, this is all my fault. If I wasn't careless, I wouldn't have let that brat escape. However, don't worry. Since it is Elder Brother's task, I will do my best to complete it. Even if I didn't get rid of him this time, there will be a next time. The Four Seas City's matter will not end so quickly." Hai Yu, an ordinary elder in Haijia. He had arrived a day ago and brought Hai Tongtian's words to him. Heaven Fiend King had also come out in full force. However, he did not expect Yu Tianhai to be secretly protecting him. Although he was upset that he did not kill Luo Tian this time, this also made him see how important Luo Tian was to Huangfu. He actually sent a Saint Spirit realm expert to protect him. Hai Yu raised his wine cup as well, smiled, and said, "Heaven Fiend Sovereign's words are enough. I will also put in a few good words for you in front of the family head. I believe that your faction will soon expand to Misty Cloud City." He sneered in his heart, "A second-rate demon sect like you, if not for Luo Tian coming here, Haijia wouldn't even look at you. Now that the mission has failed, you still want to get benefits? You really know how to dream." Heaven Fiend King immediately smiled excitedly and said, "Then, thank you, brother." Then, the Heaven Fiend Monarch smiled apologetically as he apologized to the woman beside Hai Yu. "I'm really sorry. I didn't think that you're from the Hai family. Those who attacked you have all been punished. If you're not satisfied, I can hand them over to you for punishment." The woman was naturally Xiao Mei, the Black Widow on the Sea God list. Now, she was dressed in black and her face was cold. She was like a cold-blooded animal. She acted as if she did not hear Heaven Fiend King's words and did not even look at him. She hated Luo Tian to the core. She was just a little bit away from success. Just a little bit. She would be able to get Luo Tian's reward. When the Heaven Fiend Monarch saw that little Mei didn't respond, he drank the wine in his cup and didn't say anything. Although he was unhappy, he didn't dare to say anything in front of the Haijia Elder. The Haijia Elder could easily eradicate the Seven Fiend demon sect. Suddenly, a person walked into the hall. It was somewhat abrupt. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign shouted sternly, "Didn't I say that I am receiving an important guest and that no one is allowed to disturb me?" The man raised his head slightly. He didn't look at the Heaven Fiend Sovereign, but stared at Xiao Mei. He smiled and said, "It seems like I didn't guess wrong. You really are from the Fair Clan. Then I feel much better." The person who came wasn't anyone else. It was Luo Tian. Luo Tian. Luo Tian. Everyone was shocked. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign didn't recognize Luo Tian. When he saw Xiao Mei and Hai Yu suddenly stand up, he sized Luo Tian up seriously. The corners of his mouth curled up as he sneered and said, "You are Luo Tian?" He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He thought to himself, just a level 2 Tai-Yin trash. The Haijia can't even deal with such trash. What a joke! At this moment, an elder whispered in the Heaven Fiend Sovereign's ear, sect leader. He is the one from the Cloud Mist College who tested the bloodline of the 4 sacred beasts, the one with divine great talent, Luo Tian. At this moment, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign's eyes suddenly changed as he said excitedly, "For sacred beasts' bloodline, divine great talent, ha ha ha! Brat, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. You actually dare to come to my 7 Fiend demon sect. Don't even think about leaving today." Xiao Mei walked out with a cold smile on her face and said, "So what if you guessed correctly? Of all the things you shouldn't have done, you shouldn't have returned to the 7 Fiend demon sect. Luo Tian, you will die here today." Hai Yu also said in a deep voice, 7 Fiend sect leader, "Get rid of him and you will receive the support of the Haijia." You will rush into the top-tier devil sect and even enter the Cloud Mist City. Ha ha ha, brother, don't worry. I was worried that this brat would hide in the academy and not come out. Since he has come out now, then don't even think about returning alive. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign was extremely happy because this was a meat pie that fell from the sky. With the strong support of the Haijia, the Seven Fiend Demon Sect would definitely be able to enter the ranks of the top-tier devil sect. Then, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign shouted, "Men, here!" A large group of devil sect disciples immediately rushed out from the back of the hall. It was majestic. They quickly surrounded Luo Tian so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign laughed and said to Luo Tian, "Brat, do you have anything else to say before you die?" Luo Tian smiled faintly. "I want the Seven Fiend Demon Sect to disappear from this world. That's what I want to say." The Heaven Fiend Sovereign's face turned sinister as he shouted angrily, "Kill him for me!" Luo Tian did not move. He stood there motionless. Those guards rushed up and stabbed him into a sieve with their spears. He was instantly killed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign laughed arrogantly. The outcome of being arrogant in front of me is death. A trash like you dares to come to my Seven Fiend Demon Sect. What divine grade talent for divine beast bloodline. I think they are all bullshit. If a person like you has divine grade talent, I am still a god that dominates everything. Too excited, he was killed in an instant. Wasn't this a little too simple? The Tai Yen realm was the Tai Yen realm. No matter how strong you were still in the Tai Yen realm. It was useless. How could he resist his Seven Fiend Sovereign guards? One had to know that these guards were all stronger than Luo Tian. Xiao Mei and Hai Yu were stunned. Everything happened too quickly, and they couldn't react in time. What kind of situation was this? He actually died just like that? Impossible, right? It was also at this time. A disciple hurriedly ran into the main hall with his forehead full of sweat and said, reporting to Sect Master, the Black Fiend Martial Hall was destroyed by a big green guy. The Black Fiend Hall Master! Hee! The Heaven Fiend Sovereign's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "What happened to him?" "He's dead." His body was directly torn apart by that big green guy. Second brother. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign's expression changed drastically. The Black Fiend Sovereign's cultivation was at the peak of the illusionary realm. How could he be torn apart by a green guy? At the same time, another disciple quickly ran in and said anxiously, "Sect Master, something bad has happened. All the medicinal herbs in the medicine hall have been taken away, and the hall master has also been killed. The entire medicine hall is in a sea of fire." Hai Yu suddenly took a step forward and landed beside Luo Tian's corpse. His eyes turned sinister. Fake body. Chapter 1270. Of course, it was a fake body. A fake body summoned by the divine void mirror. It was exactly the same as Luo Tian's. His expression, tone, and even his aura were exactly the same. The only difference was he couldn't attack and couldn't release his cultivation techniques. However, that was enough. When the Heaven Fiend Sovereign killed Luo Tian's fake body, Luo Tian didn't hesitate to transform into Hulk and tear apart the Black Fiend Martial Hall. He killed over 200 disciples in the Martial Hall, not leaving a single one alive. Even the Black Fiend Sovereign was the same. His physical body was instantly torn into two. That wasn't all. Before Hulk's transformation ended, the medicine hall beside the martial hall was wiped out. After Luo Tian returned to his real body, he took all the spirit herbs in the medicine hall. He hadn't cultivated alchemy in the ancient world yet. It was time for him to improve his alchemy skills in case of emergencies. A moment later, another disciple covered in blood ran into the main hall and said, "Not good. The Earth Fiend Hall has been wiped out. The Cloud Fiend Hall is gone too. The Beast Fiend Hall is gone too. The Demon Fiend Hall is gone too." In less than a blink of an eye, the 5 fiends of the 7 Fiend Demon Sect, plus the Blood Fiend in the 4 Sea City, The 6 fiends had been annihilated in less than 10 minutes. This was simply too fast. Who exactly was it? The Heaven Fiend Sovereign even forgot about his anger as he was stunned. Could it be that an Emperor expert had arrived? Otherwise, who could destroy the 7 fiend sects, 5 fiends, in such a short time? These were the 7 fiend demon sects elites, and the 5 hall masters were all at the peak of the myriad illusion realm. With their high cultivation, even if a saint spirit expert came, they wouldn't die so quickly. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Ah, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign directly went berserk. With a roar, he took a step forward and landed next to the fake Luo Tian. He stomped on the fake Luo Tian's body and said, "I don't care who you are. Today, I will make you pay 100-fold." Haiyu glanced at Little May. Little May stepped forward and said coldly, "Luo Tian's transformation." The big green guy, the armored long-haired man with the lightning hammer, some otherworld creatures that we don't know about, and a Qilin mythical beast from another space-time. Little May's voice was trembling. She thought that Luo Tian was here to die, but she never would have thought that Luo Tian was here to turn the 7 fiend demon sect into a river of blood. He felt a chill in his heart. Everything that the 7 fiend demon sect did today made Luo Tian extremely angry, especially Little May. She almost made him and his brother fall out. This hatred, Luo Tian absolutely would not tolerate it. If there was a grudge, he would take revenge on the same day. The Heaven Fiend King said darkly, "I don't care about his transformation. He's just a piece of trash at the Taiyan realm. I don't believe that his power can reach the heavens. How can I not deal with him with my saint spirit realm cultivation?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign frowned, and a stream of baleful aura came out of his body and flew into the void. It was also at this moment. A fat figure walked out of the hall not far away. He had a self-mocking sneer on his face. Looking at Little May in the crowd, Lu Zhan didn't know what to feel. Was he heartbroken? No, because he had never loved her before. How could he have lost her? Was his heart aching? Not entirely, because after he heard Little May's voice, his heart went numb. There was no trace of pain at all. There was only self-mockery, regret, and a lingering fear. Without a doubt, what Luo Tian said was true. He had been used. Little May was from the Haijia. Originally, he still had some unwillingness to give up, but now he had completely given up. At this moment, it was as if he had been reborn. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. That feeling was indescribable. Lu Zhan walked out from the darkness and laughed coldly. "I trusted you so much, but I never expected that it would end up like this. Ha ha ha. However, I have to thank you. If you die, then I'll never forgive myself. Now, I only want to do one thing, and that is to kill you." Little May was already dead in his heart. Standing in front of him was the Haijia's Black Widow. The Black Widow revealed a disdainful sneer. "Do you think I would like a pig? No, you're even worse than a pig. From the beginning to the end, I've been using you, but I didn't expect that Luo Tian would see through it, but so what?" Counting the time, 15 minutes have already passed. His transformation technique should have been used up by now, right? Even if he has an instant kill flame, there are so many of us. Even if one of us dies, he won't be able to escape death. His words were cold. Fatty Lu's heart became even colder, the kind of coldness that made one suffocate. Looking at Little May's gorgeous face, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. It was also at this time. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A corpse fell from the sky and smashed in front of the Heaven Fiend King. Following that, a figure landed on the ground and stared at Black Widow with a smile. "Looks like you've done a lot of research on me. You actually know the casting time of my transformation skill. Just like you said, I used it 3 times just now, and each time it takes 5 minutes. However, how many transformation techniques do I have? Do you know?" Ha ha! Luo Tian flew down, patted the fatty's shoulder, and said, "Who hasn't fallen out of love before? Isn't it just a woman? If you want her body!" Ha ha! Luo Tian's eyes were filled with playfulness as he stared at the Black Widow and said, "How about it? Do you want to let my brother have a good time before you die? I promise that I will let you die peacefully and without any pain." Lu Zhan grinned and laughed. "Boss, this young master is still a virgin. Do you want her to take my virginity? This young master's virginity will be given to the woman I love the most. Who is she? I don't even know her anymore." The fatty instantly recovered. He had completely walked out of the pain. Luo Tian was startled and also laughed. The Black Widow's eyes were cold, and her entire body was trembling in anger. Being stared at by Luo Tian was not a good feeling, and she was an expert of the myriad illusions realm. But in Luo Tian's eyes she was nothing, and he did not put her in his eyes at all. Killing intent grew. Lu Zhan laughed. "Boss, don't waste time. Don't forget what we came here to do." Luo Tian laughed out loud and said, "That's true, a moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Are you going to die by yourselves? Or do you want me to send you on your way one by one?" The Heaven Fiend King's eyes turned sinister as he bellowed, "You dog! How dare you be so impudent? Today I want to see how many lives you have. Kill them." Dozens of elite guards quickly rushed out. Together they charged forward. God explosion! Luo Tian roared out, and the power in his body began to churn. At the same time, Lu Zhan's hands moved. Rainbow Divine, bow out! Black Widow, come out and accept your death! Challenge by name. For the mistake he had made today, he had to challenge the Black Widow. He wanted to make it up to her. The Black Widow glanced at Hai Yu. Hai Yu nodded. Then the Black Widow released the strength of the myriad illusions realm and said coldly, "With just a fat pig like you? You're trash who can't even make it onto the sea god's bounty board. In the past, I would feel insulted if I even looked at you, but today, I'm very happy to send you to hell. Because when I think about being with you, I feel disgusted." His words were extremely insulting. Lu Zhan stepped on the ground and flew out. The Devil's Sect guards did not chase after him. Their target was Luo Tian. The Black Widow took out a dagger and split it into two. Her body turned illusory and transformed into multiple figures. In the night, she was like a ghost. Her speed was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Myriad illusions, stage 5 cultivation. The fatty was only at the first stage of the Tai Yen stage. The difference in strength between the two of them was outrageous. Luo Tian asked via sound transmission, "Fatty, can you do it?" Lu Zhan replied very straightforwardly and said, "Boss, don't worry. I have been reborn today. I will let you see a new Lu Zhan." He was confident. This confidence was born on the way here. Luo Tian taught him the essentials of the kiting technique. It had to be said, Lu Zhan's comprehension of the bow and arrow was extremely strong. He was indeed worthy of being a person with a bow and arrow bloodline talent. However, Luo Tian was still a little worried. After all, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. However, when he saw the fatty shoot the first arrow, Luo Tian was completely relieved. Frost arrow! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk, it wasn't one arrow, but dozens of arrows. Lu Zhan was very clear in his heart that he could not catch the Black Widow's figure. The difference in cultivation levels could not be made up for, but he was sure that the Black Widow's figure was in this area. Thus, he did not hesitate to shoot out dozens of arrows that contained ice elemental energy. The first point of the kiting technique was to control the distance and slow down the enemy's movement speed. The Black Widow's speed slowed down. Lu Zhan drew his bow and nocked an arrow. His hand was like lightning as he shot out 5 arrows in a row. Each arrow carried a strong force, and each arrow hit its target. As expected, the Black Widow was hit by an arrow. The area she was moving in was completely covered, so she had nowhere to hide. However, She was after all a cultivator of the myriad illusions realm. Her body trembled with a chill, and her speed slowed down by half. However, this half of her speed was still very fast, and the few arrows on her body were not a big deal to her. She was not in a hurry to remove the arrows, and the dagger flashed with a dark green venom as she stared at Lu Zhan in the distance and coldly said, "Die!" The slowing time of the frost arrow was getting shorter and shorter. The Black Widow's speed was also getting faster and faster. At this moment, Lu Zhan did not dodge, nor did he jump away. He looked at the Black Widow who was rushing towards him, and the corner of his mouth suddenly hooked up coldly. He opened his 5 fingers and softly said, "Boom! Gravity arrow! Sink for me!" Pucci! For some reason, the Black Widow's body suddenly turned into a mountain, incomparably heavy. The earth had a strong suction force that directly sucked her in. His body slipped. He rolled several times on the ground and directly rolled in front of Lu Zhan. At this moment, Lu Zhan's arrow directly locked onto the Black Widow's forehead, and he smiled slightly. "Goodbye, my first love!" Begging for a monthly ticket. Chapter 1271. The arrow that shone with a cold light was aimed at the Black Widow. Lu Zhan revealed a pained expression as he looked at the face that he once thought was his true love. Without the slightest hesitation, his index finger moved slightly. The Black Widow was so scared that her face turned pale white. Her expression changed from the initial cold light to that spoiled Xiao Mei as she cried and begged, "Don't kill me, okay? This is what Haijia told me to do. I don't want to, but if I don't do it, they will kill me. In my heart, I actually have a good impression of you. Fat brother, don't!" Not waiting for her to finish, Lu Zhan sneered in disdain, loosened his fingers, and laughed. "Goodbye!" Whoosh! Pata! An arrow pierced through, nailing the Black Widow's head to the ground. Her eyes were wide open, protruding out as she stared at Lu Zhan. Before she died, she did not understand how she had died in the hands of this fatty at the early stage of the Taiyan realm. In the short span of a day, even if his cultivation had broken through again, he would not be a match for her myriad illusions level 5. Why was that? Actually, there was still time to thank her. Because of her intense stimulation, Fatty Lu's archery blood vein had improved. He could control the attributes of the arrow at will. This was the most powerful aspect of the archery blood vein. Adding to the fact that Luo Tian had taught him the kite tactic, he quickly grasped the key points. The frost technique slowed down the speed. He shot out several arrows in a row. As long as there was a heavy arrow, regardless of whether the Black Widow pulled out the arrowhead or not, the result would be the same. The energy in the arrow flowed into her body, and under the control of Lu Zhan's will, the energy hidden in her body suddenly changed. It directly turned into a gravity arrow. In the end, he lost his balance and rolled in front of Lu Zhan. One arrow killed him. It was so simple that it was a little too gorgeous. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded, especially Haiyu. He frowned as he looked at the Black Widow's corpse and said in disdain, "Something that doesn't exist." Then, the Heaven Fiend King was shocked. He retracted his gaze from the Black Widow and pulled out his sword. His body emitted a bit of killing intent as he shouted, "Kill!" The Devil Fiend guards moved out together. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth turned cold as he said, "Just a little bit more, and I'll be able to level up. After leveling up, my Yuan Qi will be fully recovered, and I won't have to worry about the problem of Yuan Qi consumption tomorrow." His eyes gently looked around. Looking at the dozen or so baleful devil guards closing in, Luo Tian smiled and said, "Good brother, it has been a long time since I summoned you." One of the guards moved his spear. Drawing a black spear flower, it turned into a fierce killing move, aiming at Luo Tian's glabella. Luo Tian did not move. He stared at the incoming spear and suddenly roared, "Fire, Kirin, attack!" Roar! A divine beast stepped out of the void, stepping on flames. His entire body carried an unshakable aura. He stepped out of the void and spat out a thick flame at the guard who was rushing towards him. Walala! Walala! The guard's face was charred black. The spear melted. The HP bar above his head had also dropped by half. Luo Tian's body rushed forward, and the heavenly sword in his hand moved. The head fell. Instant kill. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Baleful Devil Guard for obtaining 7,090 experience, 800 essence values. Ding! Sin value plus 1 inch current sin value, 1590. These disciples of the Devil Sect were also humans. As humans, they had lives, and when they killed people, they would have sin value. When the sin value reached a certain level, they would be able to summon all sorts of powerful creatures to fight. What was 1,000 points? What was 2,000 points? Luo Tian did not know. This kind of thing would only be known after the summoning. However, one thing was for sure: the higher the sin value, the more awesome the person that was summoned. One of the baleful devil guards was instantly killed, and the surrounding guards immediately charged forward. The Heaven Fiend King's eyes turned sinister as he looked at the fire Kirin that was filled with divine might. His heart sank. Heaven's chosen one, sorcerer. Hai Yu walked up and said, "Heavenly Fiend Sect Leader, please rest assured, this otherworldly creature is not an otherworldly demon summoned by a sorcerer, and he is also not a Heaven's chosen one. This seemingly powerful demon beast is actually not strong." While they were talking, Hai Yu's figure moved. In the distance, Lu Zhan suddenly reminded him, "Boss, Hai Yu wants to sneak attack the fire Kirin." Luo Tian was entangled by someone. He couldn't escape immediately. In an instant, Hai Yu landed beside the fire Kirin and struck down with his palm. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The fire Kirin's body trembled slightly, but it did not retreat a single step. In the past, it couldn't withstand such a powerful attack because its HP was too low. Its attacks were strong, but its defense was weak. However, after being struck by Hai Yu's palm, the fire Kirin didn't retreat a single step. Luo Tian looked at the HP bar above its head and secretly clicked his tongue. Holy *T, more than 30,000 HP. This HP bar is growing a little too fast. Hai Yu's attack only caused 5,000 points of damage. Not only did its HP increase, even its defense had increased by a lot. The fire Kirin was becoming more and more like a god beast. Luo Tian shouted, "Fire Kirin, spray him to death!" The fire Kirin was angered by Hai Yu's palm. It didn't care about the other baleful devil guards and directly charged towards Hai Yu, spitting out a few mouthfuls of flames. Hai Yu thought that he would be killed with one palm, but he didn't expect the fire Kirin to not only not die, but also attack him. Caught off guard, he was in a sorry state. His body was charred black. His clothes were also in tatters. The anger in his heart was boundless. Bastard! Scram! Hai Yu attacked continuously. Fire Cloud Hand. His hands were like fire as he released his Holy Spirit realm cultivation. His speed was very fast. The fire Kirin's speed was also very fast. The fire Kirin's HP continued to decrease, and so did the HP bar above Hai Yu's head. One man and one beast entered a state of exchanging blows. Seeing this scene, the Heaven Fiend King's heart grew colder and colder. Only otherworldly demons could block such attacks. Luo Tian, he was most likely a god's chosen one, a sorcerer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to summon otherworldly demons. However, the 7 Fiend Demon sect suffered heavy casualties. At this point, even if Luo Tian was the son of the Heavenly Dragon, he still had to kill him. The number of baleful devil guards decreased. His experience was increasing bit by bit, and his vitality was increasing. During this period, Luo Tian didn't use any cultivation techniques, nor did he consume any vitality. He was completely relying on the strength of his level 3 physical body to fight. Wounds would appear on his body from time to time, but these wounds were like tickles to a level 3 physical body. The Heaven Fiend King's face became colder and colder, and the baleful aura on his body became more and more intense. Suddenly, a thick and violent aura exploded from his body. His aura moved. His figure disappeared. The Heaven Fiend King descended. Luo Tian's entire body was bound by a powerful force. Chapter 1272. Suddenly, he wasn't alert at all. Although Luo Tian was on guard against the Heaven Fiend King from the start, he had experienced the 6 fiends of the 7 fiend demon sect. They were very strong, and each type of fiendish aura was different. The power was even more strange. 4. For the Heaven Fiend King, who was in the Saint Spirit realm, the Heaven Fiend King that he cultivated was the head of the 7 fiends. The power it contained was incomparable to the other 6 fiends. He could control the power of heaven and earth. He could refine this power and form the fiendish aura. This fiendish aura was extremely powerful. Luo Tian's body was bound. He frowned. The Heaven Fiend is indeed powerful. The Heaven Fiend King's figure rushed over from all directions. Facing the bound Luo Tian, he clasped his hands together and rotated them in front of his chest, forming 2 palms. A visible fiendish aura condensed on his palms. Heaven Fiend Divine Palm. Break for me. Boom! Boom! There were rumbling sounds of air exploding around his body, as if the surrounding power had been sucked out by him. This power rushed directly to Luo Tian's chest, then to his limbs, bones, tendons, meridians, acupoints, and even the hundreds of millions of pores all over his body. Every inch of his skin was splitting. His internal organs were rolling around in his body. His mind and sea of consciousness were in turmoil. It was very uncomfortable. Luo Tian flew out as well. He flew out a few hundred meters and landed heavily on the plaza outside the main hall. Half of the plaza was smashed into ruins. Boss! Roar! Lu Zhan rushed forward as if he was flying. The fire Kirin protected Luo Tian wholeheartedly. It heavily suppressed Hai Yu's heavy palm and crazily rushed towards Luo Tian. Ha ha ha! For divine beast's bloodline? Divine grade talent? So what? In front of me, the Heaven Fiend King. You are just an ant. I can do whatever I want. The Heaven Emanation's sovereign was extremely excited. He had vented a lot of anger in his heart. Looking at Luo Tian twitching in the ruins and the dark red blood flowing out from every pore, he couldn't help but smile proudly. After being hit by my Heaven Emanation's divine palm, everything in your body will be destroyed by the power of heaven and earth. Your body will crack inch by inch and turn into a pool of blood. Even your soul will perish. Ha ha ha. Hai Yu's expression was also extremely excited. Seeing that Luo Tian was in intense pain, he could not help but laugh out loud and said, "The Sky Fiend sect leader is indeed impressive. Ha ha ha." The Sky Fiend divine palm directly took away half of this brat's life. Not bad, not bad. Although more than half of the 7 fiend demon sect has been destroyed, if the Sky Fiend sect leader can get rid of him, Haijia will definitely support him. Not to mention the 7 fiend demon sect. At that time, even a first-rate demon sect will be trampled under your feet. You are very clear about the power of Haijia. In the entire central region, Haijia's power was undoubtedly the strongest. In addition to the influence of the Haijia Crown Prince, even a demon sect would not dare to do anything to Haijia. The Heaven Emanation's sovereign was very clear about this. Hearing Luo Tian's words, the Heaven Emanation's sovereign was even happier. He was secretly thanking Luo Tian in his heart. If Luo Tian did not appear, he might not have the chance to become a first-rate demon sect in his lifetime. Now that he had climbed up this towering tree, Haijia, his chance to rise had arrived. The Heaven Emanation's sovereign laughed out loud. I still have to rely on Elder Brother to put in a few good words in front of the Tong Tian family leader. As for this brat, his tone changed and became cold as he said, I can kill him with a single finger now. It was also at this moment Luo Tian suddenly stood up and flew out of the ruins with a step. He looked at the heaven emanation's sovereign and smiled. Is that so? Unharmed. There was no pain at all. Moreover, it seemed that Luo Tian had become stronger, and the aura released from his body had become even more stable and powerful. Why was this? The strength of his physical body. The power of the heaven emanation's divine palm was indeed strong. It could be said that it was stronger than the attacks of ordinary Holy Spirit realm rankers. For ordinary Tai Yen realm cultivators, they would not be able to withstand it at all, but Luo Tian had a level 3 body. He could withstand it. Moreover, his current physical body was approaching level 4. In other words, just as he was enduring that intense pain, his body was crazily becoming stronger. Luo Tian allowed the power of the heaven emanation's divine palm to wreak havoc in his body, with the goal of tempering his own body. There was still a long way to go before his body reached level 10. He had to raise it. He had to cultivate the dragon god forbidden technique. How are you fine? The heaven emanation's sovereign king was in disbelief. His expression was ugly as he coldly shouted, I want to see how many heaven emanations' divine palms you can withstand. While they were talking, the heaven emanation's sovereign king suddenly moved, causing the sky and earth to change color. The surrounding energy seemed to have been sucked dry as it once again attacked Luo Tian with an earth-shattering force. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth drew back as he sneered, This move again! It's no longer useful to me. However, just because I can withstand it doesn't mean that I will stand still and let you attack me. Tempering the body was indeed very painful. However, he would not allow himself to be trampled on. Seeing the heaven emanation's sovereign king's figure disappear, the surrounding energy all gathered in one place. Luo Tian immediately shouted, Southeast! Understood. Lu Zhan knocked an arrow on his bow, and with a clasp of his 5 fingers, 5 arrows shot out explosively as he shouted, Frost arrow! Whoosh, whoosh, the 5 arrows exploded in midair. The heaven emanation's sovereign king's body appeared, but his speed was not affected at all. This was because he was a Holy Spirit realm expert. A mere frost arrow was nothing to him. He coldly said, Do you think I am her? What can this frost skill do to me? As soon as his voice fell, the heaven emanation's sovereign king's palms moved, releasing the power of the heaven emanation's divine palms. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian smiled faintly. What can I do to you? Do you think I want to slow down your speed? Then you're wrong. My goal is just to make you appear. In an instant, Luo Tian activated a transformation card in his mind and shouted, Thor, transform! Rumble, rumble, rumble. There was the sound of thunder in the sky. The clouds in the 9 heavens rotated continuously. A hammer descended from the sky. The moment it landed, Luo Tian turned into Thor. He was wearing armor and a cape. His deep eyes stared directly at the heaven emanation's sovereign, and he smiled faintly. You're the arrogant one, right? Thor's hammer moved. It was raised in midair. Buzz, 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 buzz. There was a deafening buzzing sound. Immediately afterward, a bolt of lightning descended and connected to the mace of the thunder god. Thor moved. The thunder hammer drew the power of thunder and lightning and struck down fiercely. The entire scene was like the end of the world. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Heaven and earth raged. Even the cloud mist college that was tens of thousands of kilometers away was shocked. When Yu Tianhai found out that Luo Tian did not return, his expression turned anxious. Other than him, there was another person who was even more anxious. Silly Zhu. He had stayed behind to protect Luo Tian, but Luo Tian had gone missing. It was very likely that he had gone to the 7 Fiend Demon sect to take revenge. He knew how powerful Luo Tian was, but it must be understood that the 7 Fiends Demon sect had 3 saint-level experts. No matter how powerful Luo Tian was, with his current level of cultivation, he wasn't a match for them at all. If something were to happen to him, he would become a sinner of the 4 divine beasts clan. However, none of them could rush over in a short period of time. They could only worry. Huang Fu clasped her hands together and looked at the night sky as she prayed silently. No one had ever made her so worried before, and no guy had ever made her so worried. But right now, she was extremely worried about Luo Tian. Heaven emanations, divine palm. God, your sister. You dare to call yourself a divine palm in front of a god. Thor spat at the heaven emanations sovereign, then smashed his hammer towards the heaven emanations divine palm. The 2 powers intertwined. There was an intense collision. However, the heaven emanations divine palm was instantly destroyed. The lightning power on the lightning hammer shot out like a lightning spear. The heaven emanations sovereign quickly retreated. His face turned pale. Originally, he was not used to Luo Tian's sudden transformation and was quite frightened. If he summoned the lightning from the 9 heavens, he was even more terrified. The moment the heaven emanation's divine palm was instantly destroyed, he felt a sense of fear. This was the first time he had felt such fear. No matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than the lightning. Rumble, rumble, his body was charred black. Below his body was a huge pit. White smoke was coming out of the heaven emanation's sovereign's mouth, and his hair was charred. He stared at Thor, who was above him. His body couldn't help but tremble as he said, You, Big Brother Hayu, save me. This kid is crazy. Hayu ignored him. It wasn't that he didn't want to save the heaven emanation's sovereign, but he was not Thor's match. He was waiting for time. From the moment Luo Tian transformed, he was waiting for the transformation time to end. It was almost time. Seeing that Haijia did not react, the heaven emanation's sovereign directly scolded. There's no good thing in Haijia. If not for you, I would still be the sect leader of the 7 Fiends demon sect, and things would not be like this. Luo Tian, these are all Haijia. They were all instructed by Haijia. If you let me go today, from today onwards, my 7 Fiends demon sect will be your power to fight against Haijia. In order to live, he could give up anything, including his pride. The heaven emanations, sovereign's eyes were begging. However, there was no pity in Luo Tian's eyes, because the heaven emanation sovereign was a small boss. This kind of sect leader was definitely a boss, and he was an elite type. He would definitely drop a lot of things. Then, the corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he chuckled softly. I'm not interested in your 7 Fiend demon sect, but as for your life, I'm very interested in it, so you'd better die. Finished. Luo Tian smashed down with his hammer. The heaven emanation sovereign's pupils constricted as he screamed, Old ancestor, save me! Even the heavens can't save you. Explode for me. It was the end of the month. Those brothers who still had monthly votes, don't forget, Old Cow, thanks you very much. Chapter 1273. Rumble. Rumble. A series of loud noises came from the void. 2 phantoms appeared in a flash and landed in the sky above Luo Tian's head. An old man with white eyebrows and red robes shouted, Stop! The 2 grand elders of the 7 Fiend demon sect appeared. They were the Heaven Fiend King's martial uncle. One of them was the previous sect leader of the 7 Fiend sect. His cultivation was already at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. The other was also at the Holy Spirit realm. His cultivation was high. The Heaven Fiend King became excited as a ray of hope rose in his heart. He shouted for help. Old ancestor, save me, quickly save me. Luo Tian, if you dare to touch me, my martial uncle won't let you off. You better let me go, or else, without waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian's thunderhammer had already struck down as he spat on the Heaven Fiend King's face. Or else your sister, you still dare to threaten me when you are about to die. Boom. No. The Heaven Fiend King let out a pig-like howl as the thunder hammer struck down and his head shattered. He couldn't resist Thor's power at all. Even if he was at the Holy Spirit realm, the transformation card was still very useful against experts at the Holy Spirit realm. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Heaven Fiend King, for obtaining 390,000 experience points and 40,000 essence energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heaven Fiend Chi. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. Congratulations! A large wave of system notification sounded. It felt great. The moment the notification ended, the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the 7 Fiend Chi. Do you wish to fuse it? Huh. Luo Tian was slightly shocked. What was the 7 Fiend Chi? Even if it exploded out, he didn't understand. The aura was completely out of control. Luo Tian didn't dare to fuse it, but when he heard the voice notification, he hesitated for half a second and said, "Fuse!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The 7 streams of baleful aura instantly merged into one, in less than half a breath's time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing with Chaos Aura! What? In an instant, Luo Tian seemed to be petrified. His eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself, "Chaos! Chaos! Chaos Chi? What is this?" He had never thought that the fusion of the 7 evils Chi was actually the chaotic Chi. Could it be? Was it another power that was on par with the Chosen One? If that was the case, then it would be great. Luo Tian immediately opened the system to check. Item: Chaos Chi Attributes. Effect: one of the items to open the burial tomb. There was no other explanation. It didn't even say how to use it. Mission item: the item to open the burial tomb. Luo Tian was very shocked in his heart. He knew that the primal Chaos Chi was at least a very powerful force, but he didn't expect it to be one of the items to open the god burial tomb. This, he was a little disappointed. If he was an extremely powerful force, then he would have one more thing to rely on. At the same time, he was also a little happy in his heart because it was an item to open the god burial tomb. In other words, he was one step closer to opening the god burial tomb. The harder it was to open the god burial tomb, the more treasures it would definitely hide. Not to mention, after Luo Tian entered the ancient world, he truly discovered that the Hua Shan ancestor was awesome to the extreme. The treasures he left behind were naturally extremely awesome existences. The god burial tomb must be opened. Luo Tian's heart was set, and he was a little unhappy in his heart as he thought to himself, "Hua Shan ancestor, is this how you leave the treasure for me? What if I don't come to the 7 evils demon sect and don't get the Chaos Chi? Then can I still get the treasures in the god burial tomb?" He complained in his heart. It was also at this time. Luo Tian's heart sank once again, his brows knitted together, and he thought to himself in disbelief. Could it be that all of this is within his expectations? Hua Shan ancestor knew that I would come to the 7 evils demon sect? Damn, is this like the ruler of fate? Too powerful. Luo Tian was shocked to the point of being in a mess. He began to admire the Hua Shan ancestor even more. Heaven Fiend! You dog, give me back my disciple's life. The black robe ancestor made a statement. An earth-shattering power swept over. Without waiting for Luo Tian to react, the powerful energy condensed in the sky was like a flying sword that crushed down towards Luo Tian. Space began to distort, and the sharp, edgeless sword shot down. The cultivation of the Holy Spirit realm erupted. Hai Yu smiled slightly and said, "Luo Tian, your transformation time is about to end. Let's see how you're going to block this move. Ha ha ha, indeed." Thor's transformation card was running out of time. However, before it ended, Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, revealing a contemptuous sneer, and said, What can this kind of power do to me? I am Thor. As soon as his voice faded, he waved the hammer in his hand. The sword chi that filled the sky was torn apart by a burst of crazy lightning, disappearing without a trace. The black robe ancestor's face was cold as he stared at Luo Tian. With a flick of his sleeve, he shouted again, "Let's see how many times you can block it." Hai Yu said excitedly, "Two ancestors, Luo Tian's transformation time only has 20 seconds left. After 20 seconds, he will turn back into a useless Tai Yen realm. At that time, killing him will be as easy as crushing an ant." He had seen through everything about Luo Tian. The two ancestors glanced at each other. The other red robe ancestor also instantly sent down a sky full of sword chi. This time, the sword chi was even more powerful. Lu Zhan scolded loudly. "Shameless, two old monsters who have lived for thousands of years bullied a Tai Yen realm warrior and even schemed all the way. Can you be more shameless? You even want to be Haijia's servant. Haijia is really unscrupulous, but in front of my boss, when have you, Haijia, ever taken advantage of him? I advise you to leave as soon as possible, or else your little life will be left here." Hai Yu's face turned sinister. He was very unhappy, and said solemnly, 10 more seconds, Luo Tian. Your life only has 10 seconds left." Rumble, rumble, rumble. Loud noises kept coming from the sky. Thor was indeed strong. However, he had to deal with two Holy Spirit realm experts at the same time. He could only defend and not attack. This was the drawback of the transformation card. The Holy Spirit realm experts were already a little tired. If they met an Empyrean realm expert, they would not be a match for him at all. Time passed second by second. 10 seconds passed quickly. Time was up. Luo Tian returned to his original body. At this moment, Hai Yu became excited and said, "Brett, you're going to die." Chapter 1274. He destroyed the 7 fiend demon sect. A lot of time had passed. Luo Tian's cultivation alone was not enough. Obviously, he could only kill the 7 fiend demon sect's experts in such a short time by using the transformation card. Now that the transformation was over, could Luo Tian still transform? According to the information that Haijia had, Luo Tian did not have many transformations. Thor's transformation was his strongest transformation. Since he had used this transformation, it meant that he could no longer transform. Therefore, Hai Yu was excited. So what if Luo Tian could not transform and still had a divine fire? They now had 3 Holy Spirit realm experts. If one died, there would be 2 more. They could easily kill Luo Tian. So what if he had the bloodline of the 4 sacred beasts? So what if he had divine grade talent? Before he grew up, he was still a piece of trash that could be trampled on. Hai Yu laughed coldly and said, "If I were you, I would hide in the Cloud Mist Academy and not come out. I would definitely not run around like an idiot. Divine grade talent. Bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. What a pity. Ha ha ha. However, who told you to provoke Haijia? No one who offends Haijia can live in this world. You are no exception. Luo Tian, go to hell." As soon as his voice fell, Hai Yu attacked instantly. The arrogant power of the Holy Spirit realm burst forth. His murderous aura sword. His eyes were locked on Luo Tian. "You can't transform anymore, right? Ha ha ha. If you can't transform, then you are a piece of trash. Die." At this moment, Hai Yu was secretly happy. He felt that the heavens had thrown a meat pie at him. If he could kill Luo Tian, then his status in Haijia would rise and he would be valued by the family head. He would no longer be a marginal elder running errands outside. Thinking of this, the power under his palm became more ferocious. At the same time, the black-robed and red-robed ancestors also attacked at the same time. "Brat, give me your life. I will use your life and your head to accompany my disciple in death." For a moment, the 3 Holy Spirit realm experts charged over. Very powerful. It was very powerful. Luo Tian had never faced 3 Holy Spirit experts before. Seeing them attack him from 3 different directions, Luo Tian couldn't see their figures. They were too fast, and he couldn't sense their auras. The difference in cultivation was too great. At this moment, he was like a fish on a chopping board. They could only allow themselves to be slaughtered. There was no other way. Lu Zhan was extremely anxious. He continuously shot several frost arrows into the air, but it was completely useless. The difference in levels was too great. This kind of level gap was unshakable. No matter how strong you were, a level 1 newbie would never be a match for a level 20 player. This was the chasm. This was the gap between them. Lu Zhan shouted anxiously, "Boss, run!" While speaking, Lu Zhan rushed out with all his might. He wanted to use his body to block the attack for Luo Tian, even if it was just for a second. At this moment, Luo Tian smiled faintly. Standing in place like a fool, looking into the distance, he said indifferently, "Haijia really takes special care of me. You even know how many transformation techniques I have. But are you really sure? Do you really think I only have a few transformation techniques?" Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Luo Tian laughed arrogantly, facing the suppression of 3 Holy Spirit realm experts. He did not move, because the distance was not close enough. Facing a powerful monster, a boss-level monster, one would usually get a little closer and then beat it up. Luo Tian was a piece of fish. In his opinion, Hai Yu and the other 2 were fish. In that instant, a figure was imprinted in Luo Tian's eyes. Hai Yu's palm carried an incomparably heavy force as it attacked Luo Tian's life gate. The attacks of the other 2 ancestors of the 7 Fiend Demon sect arrived soon after. Huff! 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 Luo Tian let out a few heavy breaths, secretly clenched his fists, his eyes turned sinister, and his expression became extremely arrogant. He roared out, "I'll let you see a transformation technique that you Haijia don't know about. Primordial Tyrant Dragon, come out!" Bang, 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 roar in an instant. Luo Tian's body suddenly changed, directly becoming hundreds of meters tall. Every inch of his skin was like steel, and his body carried the aura of an overlord. Manic, extremely manic and ferocious power. Mamma mia! Lu Zhan was dumbfounded. Instantly stunned on the spot, he looked up at the sky. Everything in front of him could no longer be described with the word shocking. Lu Zhan held it in for a long time before saying, "Too damn handsome. Too handsome to the point of falling to the ground. I really hate myself for not being a woman. Otherwise, I would definitely rely on him. Too hateful." Shock. Unparalleled shock. The attacks of the 3 fell on the body of the primordial tyrant dragon, but it was completely like scratching an itch. Moreover, their palms were numb by the incomparably powerful physical defense, and their arms were about to break. What is this? What kind of monster is this? Is this the kid just now? Oh my God, this is not a monster from the ancient continent at all. What the hell is this? The 2 ancestors seemed to have gone crazy, and they said in horror. Hai Yu was even more dumbfounded. Shaking his head, he kept saying, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You can't have a transformation technique. You should have used up all your transformation techniques. The information collected by Haijia was always in the past." Why? Because Luo Tian could get a system reward when he reached a certain level. Haijia couldn't know how many transformation cards Luo Tian had. Awesome. Luo Tian was secretly excited. This kind of shock shocked even himself. Fantasy Fairy suddenly said, "This guy's physical defense has reached the 8th grade. This kind of physical body is the absolute king among the monster beasts of the ancient continent. Even a master at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm can't hurt it at all. However, its physical body is indeed strong, but if it encounters an Emperor Master, it can kill him in one move." Luo Tian's heart sank. Damn, as expected. The transformation technique is a hurdle in front of an Emperor Master. An 8th grade body can't even withstand one move from an Emperor Master. How terrifying is the cultivation of an Emperor Master? Hai Jia's Crown Prince has already broken through to the Emperor realm. In front of him, I'm afraid. Luo Tian suddenly felt the pressure in his heart double. The Emperor realm was too strong. It was so strong that Luo Tian couldn't shake it. He would have to face the Hai Jia's Crown Prince sooner or later. In less than a month, he would have to face him. But how could he face him? With the divine fire alone? It wasn't enough. If he couldn't kill him in one move, he would be the one to die immediately. Luo Tian gritted his teeth lightly. Level up, level up. I have to level up like crazy. I have to make up for the gap in levels. Also, the level of my physical body must be raised quickly. Cultivating the Dragon God Forbidden technique is the best way. Luo Tian's heart was set. The desire to become stronger excited him. So what if you're the Hai Jia's Crown Prince? So what if you're an Emperor Master? You're just a stepping stone for me, Luo Tian. Now, Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious. Looking at the 3 people who were quickly retreating under his feet, Luo Tian directly shouted, Overlords trample, die! Boom, boom, boom. He stomped down 3 times in a row. It was an instant kill. The 3 rankers of the Holy Spirit realm were trampled into meat paste. In front of the primordial tyrant dragon, they didn't even have the chance to resist. Lu Zhan raised his head and opened his mouth wide, saliva dripping down his mouth. Too cool, too cool, too cool, too cool. A Holy Spirit realm expert was crushed just like that. This was too abnormal. Ding, ding, ding. The system sounded out 3 times in a row. Quite a few things dropped. However, Luo Tian didn't even look at it. The 4th notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Tai Yin Stage 3. Huff! Luo Tian took a deep breath and said, I finally leveled up. This leveling speed is too slow if not for clearing out the 7 fiend demon sect today. I don't know when I would be able to level up. Indeed, ever since he stepped into the Tai Yin realm, leveling up had become extremely difficult. The amount of experience needed was too much. Right now, leveling up required more than 800 million experience. Looking at the long string of zeros, Luo Tian's scalp went numb. After leveling up, his condition was full, and his vitality was also full. Luo Tian also secretly relaxed in his heart. I don't have to worry about the ancient tree's absorption problem tomorrow. A few minutes later, Luo Tian returned to his original body. Lu Zhan excitedly walked forward and said, Boss, what are your plans next? Is it to go back or? Luo Tian did not think about it and directly said, I want to train for a while more. As for the mission of 1,000 points, while they were talking, Luo Tian took out a small book from his bosom. He had bought it from the stall at the Cloud Mist College's transmission array. There were all sorts of missions recorded inside, and some of them were extremely difficult, to the point that no one had completed them in 100 years. The mission points were even more terrifying. The highest point was 1,000 points. This was Luo Tian's goal. Furthermore, the Cloud Mist College was filled with Haijia's eyes and ears. Wherever he went, Haijia's assassins would follow him. He was not afraid. But what about the people around him? What about Huangfuya? Huangfuya was the target of Haijia's care. Lu Zhan was slightly shocked and said, These are the top 10 missions, and the reward for each mission is more than 100 points. The highest mission is even 1,000 points, boss. You don't know how to do it? He looked at Luo Tian in shock. Luo Tian nodded his head excitedly and said, My goal is the strongest mission, to explore the Pangu cave and find the body of the ancient king. When he saw this mission, Luo Tian himself was stunned. His master? The ancient king? The person who sent the sound transmission to him in the Tianxian continent. He didn't expect that this was the strongest mission in the Cloud Mist College's junior college. Master, I'm here to save you. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Thank you very much. Chapter 1275. 3 days had passed. The Cloud Mist College had gone crazy. Huangfu Ju sent out wave after wave of people to search for Luo Tian's whereabouts. However, Luo Tian seemed to have disappeared from this world. Silly Zhu was the same. He also searched all over the world, but he couldn't find him no matter what. Other than the Cloud Mist College, Haijia was the same. Haijia Hull. Hai Tongtian said to a Haijia elder, "You still haven't found Luo Tian's whereabouts?" No. There was a trace of fear in the elder's eyes as he immediately said, "The 7 fiend demon sect has been destroyed, and Luo Tian's whereabouts are unknown. Huangfu Ju is also doing his best to search for Luo Tian, but he still hasn't found him. Patriarch, maybe Luo Tian is already dead." This was just a guess. It wasn't impossible. However, Hai Tongtian's heart was still there. If he didn't see Luo Tian die with his own eyes, then his heart wouldn't disappear. He glared and said coldly, "If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Also, pay attention to Huangfu Ju's movements. As long as Luo Tian is not eliminated, he will definitely become a hidden danger in Haijia in the future. The elder immediately said, "Yes, I will increase my efforts and expand the search area." Then, the elder quickly retreated. Hai Tongtian's eyes turned slightly sinister as he coldly said, "Useless thing. You can't even find a person." "Patriarch, don't be angry. We didn't find him, and neither did Huangfu Ju. This is still good news for us. There's still more than 20 days before the exchange between Cloud Mist College and Abyss College. Cloud Mist College has sent out news that the team leader this time has already confirmed the candidate. It's Huangfu Ju, just like what we arranged." An elder smiled and said, "The elder we sent to the Abyss College last time should be back soon. The Devil Sect Master definitely wants to get rid of Luo Tian. If he dies, no matter how capable he is, he will not be able to escape death. Moreover, now that Luo Tian has disappeared, it is impossible for him to collect 1,000 points in 20 days. He will definitely not be able to participate in the new student selection, and he will not be able to go to the Abyss College. This will reduce our troubles, so the disappearance of Luo Tian is good news for us." Everything was going according to plan. Just this morning, the list of team leaders was confirmed. The overall leader was Huangfu Ju, and the vice leaders were Yu Tianhai, Hai Zhongkong, and Huang Zhanqing. 20 more days later, they were going to bring the top freshmen of Cloud Mist College to Cloud Mist College to participate in the annual exchange. At this time, the danger was unknown. If the Abyss College and Haijia really reached an agreement, then Huangfu Ju was afraid compared to Luo Tian. Hai Tongtian wanted to get rid of Huangfu Ju more, because Huangfu Ju was too strong. His space-time bloodline had already been cultivated to the Great Perfection Realm. Among the Emperor Realm powerhouses in the Central Region, he was an absolute powerhouse. Even the Haijia old ancestor could not kill him. However, Hai Tongtian was not worried about the power of the Devil Sect. One must know that the Abyss College had stood tall for tens of thousands of years. The Devil Sect had countless powerhouses. The current dean of the Abyss College had a bloodline that was not inferior to Huangfu Ju's. It could even be said that he had a little space-time bloodline. Once Huangfu Ju entered the Devil Sect's territory, what would the consequences be? Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At that time, a sharp light flashed in Hai Tongtian's eyes, and he laughed coldly. Back to Luo Tian. After Luo Tian killed everyone in the 7 Fiend Demon Sect, he also looted everything in the 7 Fiend Demon Sect. Immediately, without hesitation, he used the Superman transformation card and left the 7 Fiend Demon Sect with Lu Zhan, who weighed more than 200 kilograms. 5 minutes later, They were already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. This was also the reason why the Hijack College and Cloud Mist College could not find them. 3 days later, is this the Panga mountain range? Luo Tian looked up at the majestic mountain range in front of him. It was like a ferocious beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the void. That kind of shock surpassed the usual dangerous mountain range, and the mountain range emitted a thick aura of death. Panga Mountain Range. It spanned across the central region, Eurasia, and Shini continent. It was the largest mountain range in the ancient continent, and it was also the most dangerous mountain range. The central region also relied on the Panga mountain range to resist the invasion of the Eurasian Holy See several times. There were countless skeletons buried in the mountain range. Once, tens of thousands of years ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a war here. All the powerhouses in the ancient continent appeared. 108 emperor powerhouses chased after one person. The ancient king, it was rumored, he obtained a treasure, a rainbow divine stone. This stone was the legendary divine stone, mending heaven. It had a set of incomparably powerful cultivation techniques, and it also had a secret passage to the divine realm. It was also known as the number 1 divine weapon in the ancient continent, a treasure among treasures. However, that war did not kill the ancient king, but only sealed him in the Panga cave. As for the rainbow divine stone, its whereabouts were unknown. Time passed. Times changed. Slowly, not many people remembered the ancient king. The matter of him being sealed was also slowly forgotten. However, after the establishment of the Cloud Mist College, the first mission issued was to explore the Panga cave and find the ancient king. This was a mission issued by the first dean himself. The points had reached an unprecedented 1,000 points, and it was the mission with the highest points for both the junior and senior academies. Countless people had entered the Panga mountain range to search, but no one had succeeded. Most of the students had even died inside. This was because the Panga mountain range was simply too dangerous. The demonic beasts inside were completely different from those in other mountain ranges. They used to be a guardian clan. Every demonic beast had the bloodline of a guardian clan, and their physiques were incomparably strong. The demonic beasts inside were born at the 5th rank. Over time, fewer and fewer people accepted this mission, and fewer people ventured into the Panga mountain range. Many people began to forget that there were very few people who could remember the Panga mountain range and the ancient king. However, although there were very few, there were still people who would venture into the Panga mountain range to search for the ancient king and obtain the rainbow divine stone. These, Luo Tian was not too sure. His goal was very simple. After saving the ancient king and completing this mission, he would see if his master, who had helped him in the Tianqian continent, could give him any benefits. The ancient king's name was so frightening. If he could help him, his future days would be much better. Fatty Lu looked at the fog forest in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and said, "Boss, are you sure you want to go in?" Luo Tian nodded. "This is the only shortcut. If we can complete this mission, we can participate in the selection." Lu Zhan muttered, "The Death Forest is right in front of us. I heard that once someone enters, no one will be able to come out alive." Boss, at this time, Luo Tian had already walked out. Chapter 1276. Even if it was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, Luo Tian wouldn't even frown. The reason was simple. He had to go in and complete the mission. There was one more thing. The beasts in Panga mountain range were all rank 5 and above. Not for the demon nucleus, but for the countless experience points. Luo Tian had to go in. Hey. Boss, wait for me." Fatty Lu hurriedly chased after him. In another place, there was another person in Cloud Mist College who accepted this mission. The Saintess of Phoenix Sky Mountain. She was dressed in white like a fairy. She was holding a slender sword in her hand. A white sword, a sword made from the holy elephant's tooth. At this moment, there were 6 beasts in front of her. Each of them looked like a rough man as they stared at the saintess with a contemptuous smile. Suddenly, one of the beasts suddenly moved. Boom! In an instant, wood chips splashed everywhere and flew all over the sky. It roared and rushed towards the saintess. Its front claws swept fiercely. The sharp claws broke through the air and directly cut a few cracks on the surface of the space. This power was extremely powerful. In other places, a rank 5 beast wouldn't have such a heaven-defying power. A beast rushed out. The other 5 beasts moved at the same time, and all of them rushed forward in anger. The saintess didn't move. The aura on her body retracted, and her fluttering dress suddenly stopped. Time seemed to have stopped. The attack arrived in the blink of an eye. The saintess suddenly moved. Whoosh! Swish! She soared into the sky and descended from the sky. A sharp sound fell. The white sword in her hand pierced through the head of a beast and was pulled out. Boom! The demonic beast collapsed. Death! The saintess didn't even think about it. With a slight push of her toes, she jumped into the air again. Holy elephant swordsmanship! Swish! The white sword shone with a white light. Swish, swish, swish! The bodies of the 5 beasts instantly stopped and froze there. Half a second later, blood spurted out from their bodies. A small crack appeared on their huge bodies. With a light stroke, their bodies broke into 2. Blood gushed out wildly. The saintess's eyes were cold. There was no expression. This kind of strength was too strong. 6 fifth-order demonic beasts in 2 moves. Even a Holy Spirit realm expert wouldn't be able to accomplish such a magnificent feat. The holy maiden sheathed her sword, and her white dress swayed gently in the wind. She didn't even look at the demon beasts behind her, and stepped into the forest of death fog. In another place, bang! Luo Tian was sent flying. F***CK. Luo Tian slammed his palm on the ground. His temper flared up as he said, "This demonic beast's strength is a bit too strong." He was sent flying by a demonic beast. For a rank 5 monster to be able to send Luo Tian, who was in the Grand Yen realm, flying, one could imagine how powerful it was. Whoosh! I don't believe I can't take care of you. Luo Tian moved as if he was flying. The heavenly sword in his hand dragged on the ground, causing sparks to fly everywhere. His eyes locked onto the demon pig whose body was as hard as steel. He raised his long sword slightly and said, "Moonwalk, swish!" His body lightened, and he suddenly accelerated. He thrust out his sword. Crack! The sword pierced into the demon pig's body. Buddha's Fury Vajra. Charge! A burst of power suddenly erupted from the tip of the heavenly sword, and the power of the Vajra sword technique directly exploded from the demon pig's body. The demon pig roared, and its 2 long fangs aimed at Luo Tian and fiercely arched. Bastard! You still want to hurt me when you're about to die. 9 young divine art. Power of the sun. Burn for me. After the Vajra sword technique, the burning power of the 9 young divine art began to tear apart the demon pig's body. The demon pig, finally, couldn't hold on any longer. All the organs in its body were destroyed. Boom! With a loud sound, the demon pig died. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Demon Pig for obtaining 35,000 experience, 3,000 essence values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Demon Pig's Demon Core and releasing it. A Demon Core dropped. It was very rare for a 5th rank demonic beast to cultivate a demonic core. However, this demonic pig's demonic core was much denser than an ordinary 6th rank demonic beast's demonic core. Luo Tian could feel that this demonic core's energy was very vigorous, but killing a demon beast costs me about 10,000 points of essence chi. After obtaining 3,000 essence chi and a demon core, the demon core can replenish my essence chi, but I can't recover it in a short period of time. This way. Luo Tian's heart sank. I definitely won't be able to hold on for a long time. Boss, stop daydreaming. I can't take it anymore. This guy is too difficult to deal with. My various elemental arrows are completely useless against it. Lu Zhan begged for help bitterly. He was already retreating in defeat, and was forced into a dangerous situation by the other demon pig. The frost arrow and gravity arrow were completely useless. They couldn't break through the demon pig's defense at all. Luo Tian retracted his thoughts, moved his body, and once again attacked with his sword. 10 minutes later, rumble, 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 the demon pig died in the end. The systems sounded out. Luo Tian and Lu Zhan were also lying on the ground, panting heavily. This is too unbearable. No wonder this Panga mountain range became an ancient forbidden area. The demonic beasts here are all so abnormal. Moreover, the weakest one is a 5th rank demonic beast. And this is still the outer region of the mountain range. Boss, I think we should leave as soon as possible. If a few more demonic beasts come, we will be the ones to die. Indeed, the demon beasts were too strong. Their speed was too slow. Before they could find the Panga cave, they would either die of exhaustion or be eaten by the demon beasts. Luo Tian also knew in his heart this couldn't go on. Although the experience was rich, he didn't know what he would encounter the deeper he went. However, Luo Tian needed experience. He needed it very much. This was a super good place to farm experience. If I can find a natural danger zone and use the purple thunder method, it might be fine. Then, Luo Tian's gaze focused. He took out the 2 demon chorus that had just dropped and handed them over to the fatty, saying, "Take the demon core first, replenish your vitality. Since you're here, if you don't take a good look around, how can you be worthy of yourself?" I heard, there are a lot of elemental demon beasts in the Panga mountain range. Fatty Lu's fighting spirit instantly soared, and he immediately said domineeringly, "Boss, I'll lead the way. We'll immediately enter the mountain. Isn't it just the Panga mountain range? Isn't it just the Death Fog Forest?" This young master doesn't put it in his eyes at all. Upon hearing the words, elemental demon beast, Fatty Lu instantly became excited. His archery bloodline could indeed change the elemental power in the arrows. However, his understanding of the elements was still far from enough. He needed elemental power so that his archery bloodline could be improved, and his kiting tactics could also explode with greater power. Luo Tian secretly laughed. Raising his head to look at the depths of the misty forest, he secretly said in his heart, "Master, just you wait. I will definitely save you." They continued to move forward, killing all the way, exploding all the way. His experience was also increasing bit by bit. Although it wasn't fast, Luo Tian was still very satisfied. 5 days passed. Luo Tian and the other 2 had yet to walk out of the misty death forest. They had killed pile after pile of demon beasts, but they had yet to walk out. "Something's wrong. Why is there still fog around us?" Lu Zhan looked around. "It's already the 6th day. There's no reason. Could it be that we really can't walk out of this forest?" Luo Tian had already noticed it long ago, and he had even left some marks on the road. They had walked through many places more than once, which meant that they were going in circles. "Huff!" Luo Tian exhaled and frowned. The idea was like the sea, instantly spreading out. Bam! In that instant, Luo Tian's idea seemed to have bounced back after hitting a wall, and was instantly blocked by a force, causing his head to buzz. Luo Tian's body trembled slightly, and he retreated half a step and said faintly, "Even the idea has been blocked." Lu Zhan was startled, and also tried to do the same. "Damn, it's true. Is he trying to trap us here to death?" Along the way, Luo Tian and the others saw a lot of white bones. They were not killed by demon beasts, but were trapped here. Luo Tian turned his head. The best way to deal with this kind of maze was to look down from above. With his current cultivation, flying was no longer a problem. As long as he flew above this forest, it would be easy to walk out of this forest of death. Luo Tian said, "Wait for me here." Finished. Luo Tian took a step forward, and his body shot out like a rocket. Whoosh! Bam! Just as his body was about the height of a big tree, Luo Tian's body suddenly sank, as if tens of thousands of times of gravity had suddenly poured into his body, and he instantly fell down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian fell to the ground and grimaced in pain. He rubbed his butt and said, "I can't even fly out. This forest of death is just a cage." Lu Zhan was dumbfounded. He couldn't fly out, couldn't release his idea, and kept going around in circles. This was to trap them inside. Lu Zhan said, "Boss, what should we do?" They had tried everything they could. There were also some clumsy methods that they didn't have the time to try. Luo Tian calmed down. After thinking for a moment, he muttered to himself, "The fog blocks my vision. If I can see clearly, then it will be easy." Fog, fog. Where did this fog come from? Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes stared blankly and immediately said, "Fatty, did you find out where this fog came from?" "Huh. Boss, why are you suddenly asking this?" Lu Zhan was puzzled. Looking at the fog around him, he scratched his head and said, "Ever since we entered the forest, this fog has been floating around. The entire forest is filled with this fog." Luo Tian raised his head to look at the direction of the wind, and then said, "Follow me." Half an hour later, the fog turned blood red. Moreover, it was filled with the pungent smell of blood. At the same time, Luo Tian and Lu Zhan looked at each other. Their sea of consciousness felt waves of pressure. Was the aura of danger approaching? It was also at this time. Fantasy Fairy suddenly said, "This is the blood spring, condensed from the blood of millions of warriors. You have to be careful. This blood spring is very evil." The last 2 days of May, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1277. Fantasy Fairy's words shocked Luo Tian. He immediately signaled for Lu Zhan to slow down. Luo Tian asked in his heart, "Could it be that this spring water can kill people?" Fantasy Fairy said, "Of course. Do you think that everyone in this forest died because they lost their way here? No, they all died because the blood spring swallowed their blood essence. This blood spring existed in my era and is very powerful. You have to be careful." Her era? What era was Fantasy Fairy from? Luo Tian wasn't sure. However, one thing was certain. It was very long ago, tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. It was still here. How many warriors had died here during this period of time? Luo Tian frowned slightly and asked again, "Then how do we get out of this forest?" "It seems that this fog comes from this blood spring." Fantasy Fairy was silent for a moment before saying, "I don't know either. There is nothing about this forest in my memory. You can only rely on yourself. However, one thing is certain. It is best not to touch the blood spring." Luo Tian nodded. "I understand." Lu Zhan looked at the solemn Luo Tian and asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the blood-colored spring water? I feel like countless demons are about to rush out of the blood spring. It's too depressing." In less than half a minute, Lu Zhan was already soaked and sweating profusely. His mind was under a huge impact. Luo Tian was fine. This was because the vermilion bird bloodline in his sea of consciousness was protecting him. The vermilion bird bloodline could block all evil thoughts from entering Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian looked at Fatty's expression and said, "Let's retreat first." He immediately left with Lu Zhan. They only stopped when Lu Zhan was no longer under the influence of the evil thoughts. Huff, huff, huff. Lu Zhan was gasping for breath as if he had just returned from a battlefield. His face was slightly pale as he gasped for breath. "It's too unbearable. Even breathing is extremely difficult. The more I look at the blood spring, the more I have the urge to die. I just want to dive in." Luo Tian's heart tightened. Fantasy Fairy immediately said, "The evil power of the blood spring can make people lose their minds. It can even make life and death brothers turn against each other. Luo Tian asked, "Is there no other way?" Fantasy Fairy said, "There is, but—" Luo Tian asked anxiously, "Tell me." Luo Tian could tell from Fantasy Fairy's tone that it was very dangerous. Fantasy Fairy said, "You also have a divine phoenix weeping blood bracelet. This bracelet seals the power of the phoenix's nirvana. It is very powerful. This power can burn all evil power. This bracelet alone is not enough. You need another power." Phoenix Tears of Blood Bracelet. The Saintess of Tianshan Mountain had lost the bracelet in Luo Tian's residence. He hadn't seen her, so he had been carrying it with him and hadn't returned it to her. Luo Tian naturally knew the power sealed in the bracelet. Last time in the zombie cave, hundreds of zombies were instantly killed. Moreover, that power was only a little bit of the phoenix weeping blood bracelet. It wasn't fully unleashed. Luo Tian's mind moved. He sensed the phoenix weeping blood bracelet. The power in the bracelet was very strong. It was even stronger than the bracelet on by Lingling's hand. Moreover, this power was invulnerable and could restrain all evil in the world. However, this bracelet didn't belong to Luo Tian. Luo Tian said, "What other power do I need?" Fantasy Fairy continued, "The power of the vermilion bird bloodline in your body. You must awaken the vermilion bird bloodline in order to release the power of the vermilion bird's flight. The combination of these two powers can eradicate the blood spring." The power of the awakened vermilion bird bloodline? Luo Tian's eyes widened. Fantasy Fairy nodded and said, "Yes, you must awaken the power of the vermilion bird. Otherwise it will be useless." Luo Tian smiled bitterly and said, "But the vermilion bird bloodline hasn't awakened. I don't know how to awaken it." Fantasy Fairy said, "I have a way, but you will have to endure a little pain. It will be very uncomfortable. Come on." Luo Tian didn't hesitate. To be able to awaken the vermilion bird bloodline was something that he couldn't wish for. What was a little pain? No matter how painful it was, he had endured it before. Fantasy Fairy fiddled with Luo Tian's body for a long time. Suddenly, she took out a pill that seemed to have just been refined and said, "This is a bloodline awakening pill. As long as you swallow this pill, your vermilion bird bloodline will awaken. During the awakening process, you will lose all combat power and will have to endure the pain of the baptism of the vermilion bird's power on your body. Luo Tian, you have to think carefully. It is very dangerous to awaken the vermilion bird bloodline in this forest of death. You don't have any experts around to protect you, and I can't come out. If a few beasts come, I'm afraid even Lu Zhan won't be able to resist them. Once you are attacked and the baptism of the vermilion bird's power is interrupted, your body will be severely injured and your life will be in danger." Fantasy Fairy didn't want Luo Tian to awaken the vermilion bird bloodline in such a place. It was too dangerous. Luo Tian glanced at Fatty. Fatty Lu also looked at him and asked, "Boss, I really don't want to be gay." "If you really feel uncomfortable, then just once." After saying that, Fatty Lu was about to take off his pants. Luo Tian directly kicked him, ruthlessly kicking Fatty's butt and said, "Do you have an orgasm?" Fatty Lu fell flat on his face and said bitterly, "I just wanted to make a joke to relieve the oppressive atmosphere. Boss, you're too ruthless. My butt is about to bloom. Fortunately, it's not my face, or else I would have been disfigured." Fatty rubbed his butt and got up. Suddenly, the sound of a few sword auras cutting through the air came from the direction of the blood spring. The sword aura swayed. The surrounding fog faintly trembled. Ah! Suddenly a miserable scream rang out. Fatty Lu's ears twitched, and he immediately said, "It's a girl!" He couldn't do anything else, but when he heard the woman's voice, he immediately became excited. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, he immediately ran out and said, "The girl is in danger. I'm going to be the hero and save the beauty." This guy had forgotten the pain after the scar healed. It had only been a few days, but he had already forgotten the pain of being heartbroken. He had no choice. Luo Tian also quickly followed. After all, it was the blood spring. What if something happened to Fatty? Moreover, if there was one more person to protect him and give him enough time to awaken the vermilion bird bloodline, it would be a little more secure. Whoosh, whoosh, asterisk, whoosh, whoosh, asterisk. The sword aura wreaked havoc, and the surrounding towering trees immediately broke apart upon contact with the sword aura. The surroundings were a mess. Fatty really didn't care about his life. He had also forgotten about his life. He directly rushed to 50 meters away from the blood spring, his entire body drenched in sweat, looking at the white-clothed figure floating in the air not far away, like an otherworldly fairy, looking at him. Damn, it's the Holy Maiden of Tian Shan. Chapter 1278. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. It was really the Holy Maiden of Phoenix Sky Mountain. Her sharp sword technique, her unstoppable sword chi, and her fairy-like posture were simply a fusion of violence and beauty to a supreme realm of perfection. Even Luo Tian, who was in the distance, was stunned. The Holy Maiden was very strong. Just looking at the destruction around her was enough to prove that she was very strong, so strong that Luo Tian was shocked. However, Xue Quan was still Xue Quan, still releasing an incomparably strong evil force. Moreover, when Luo Tian saw the health bar above Xue Quan's head, his face secretly changed. 10 million HP. This plane is too terrifying. 10 million HP. The damage caused by the Holy Maiden during this period of time was only 100,000 points, and Xue Quan was still frantically healing himself. It was no wonder that Fantasy Fairy said that the power of the Vermilion Bird and the Phoenix Cry Blood Bracelet were needed to kill Xue Quan. The release of these two powers was definitely an instant kill. If you weren't an instant kill, Xue Quan would quickly heal himself in an instant. The Holy Maiden also noticed Luo Tian and the others. Her expression was slightly cold, but she didn't look at them. The white sword in her hand trembled slightly. Swish! His figure disappeared. Schwa! The long sword stabbed out. Whoosh! The figure disappeared again, and the white sword moved again. It was as if she was dancing in the sky, flashing back and forth. That feeling was really like a fairy from the ninth heaven dancing, and it wasn't an ordinary dance. It was the kind of dance that made people suffocate, and even the naked I couldn't keep up with her speed. Fatty Lu was dumbfounded as he muttered, "What Holy Maiden? She's obviously a fairy." Dozens of consecutive stabs. Xue Quan's HP also dropped rapidly. It quickly dropped by tens of thousands of points. However, the moment the Holy Maiden stopped for a moment, in the blink of an eye, Xue Quan's HP was full again. It was as if he had hundreds of priests by his side to heal him. How could he play like this? After a few consecutive attempts, Xue Quan had not been killed. He had expended quite a bit of Yuan Qi, and if this continued, he would only exhaust himself to death. Luo Tian couldn't help but remind him, it can automatically recover. No matter how strong your attack is, it will be useless. Unless you completely destroy it in one move, it will never die. He was just reminding him out of goodwill. After all, they were classmates from the same school. They might even be classmates. However, the Saintess didn't listen to Luo Tian at all. In the blink of an eye, another even fiercer sword technique was unleashed. In just a few seconds, Xue Quan's HP had decreased by more than 500,000. However, after a few seconds of self-healing, he still had 10 million HP. Treating my good intentions as ill intent? Luo Tian didn't remind him again. Towards this kind of high and mighty woman who looked down on everything and looked down on everything, she should be made to suffer a little. Continue. Phoenix Sky Mountain's Holy Maiden naturally disdains to be with me, and doesn't care about my kind reminder. Continue to kill. Today, I want to see if you're stronger, or if this Xue Quan is stronger. Luo Tian crossed his arms and laughed. Lu Zhan asked, Boss, is this Xue Quan really unkillable? Look at how strong the Holy Maiden is, how sharp her attacks are, and even the experts of the Thousand Illusions realm are instantly killed. But this Xue Quan is completely unaffected. Is it really unkillable? Luo Tian said, with our current strength we can't kill it. The same goes for the Holy Maiden. If this continues, she will only exhaust herself to death. She is completely stubborn. Didn't she notice that the Xue Quan was not affected at all? Luo Tian hadn't finished speaking yet. Fatty Lu flew out and shamelessly shouted at the Saintess in the air, Sister Saintess, don't fight it head-on. It can't be killed. If you continue fighting, you'll only exhaust yourself to death at this point. Fatty Lu rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, Sister Holy Maiden fainted from exhaustion. Then wouldn't I be able to be the hero and save the beauty? Sister Holy Maiden might even fall in love with me. Wow. Then, Fatty Lu shouted again, Sister Holy Maiden, you can do it. Sister Holy Maiden, you can do it. Don't worry, I'm here for everything. He said it as if he could protect her. The Holy Maiden's eyes turned sinister. She coldly glared at Fatty Lu. Although she was unconvinced in her heart, she had to admit that her attacks were useless against the Xue Quan. She had also sensed this point. It was just that looking at Luo Tian and Lu Zhan, who had seen her before, she was a little unconvinced. Furthermore, they had saved her before, although in her heart, she did not admit that it was Luo Tian who had saved her. Now they met again. Was she going to be saved again? She was extremely unconvinced. Seeing Luo Tian's expression as if he was watching a good show, she was angry in her heart. I don't believe it! While they were talking, the aura on the Holy Maiden's body suddenly changed. A shadow suddenly appeared behind her. An incomparably huge shadow. The shadow of a phoenix. Lu Zhan was immediately shocked. Luo Tian was the same, and couldn't help but think in his heart. As expected, it is the inheritance of the phoenix bloodline. What is her relationship with Sister Xue? They have the same bloodline, so there must be a connection. Seeing her appearance, Luo Tian thought of Li Xuer. Their ages and appearances were exactly the same. It was impossible to tell them apart. Twin sisters? But why was Li Xuer in the profound sky continent, and the Holy Maiden in the ancient continent, and the Holy Maiden of the Phoenix Sky Mountain? Suddenly, Luo Tian opened the system and looked at the unfinished missions in the profound sky continent. Among these missions, there was a mission to help Li Xuer find his mother. His heart trembled and he thought to himself, could it be? Is it really like this? Xuer and her are sisters? If that's the case, Luo Tian glanced at the Holy Maiden in the sky, and his heart tightened slightly. Suddenly, thick blood bubbles began to appear in the blood spring, as if it was boiling. The evil power spread out in the sky. The surrounding blood mist became thicker, and his line of sight was no more than 10 meters. The dangerous aura caused Luo Tian's heart to sink. Fantasy Fairy suddenly said, not good. The blood spring is going to devour the phoenix bloodline. Once it is devoured, the power of the vermilion bird and the power of the phoenix cry blood bracelet will not be able to kill it. We must not let it devour the phoenix bloodline. Moreover, that girl is in danger. If she doesn't stop now, she will definitely be devoured. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with shock. If it was Xue, her sister, then she definitely could not die. Immediately after, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, Fatty! Lu Zhan instantly summoned his rainbow bow and shouted, Understood! He knocked an arrow on the bow. An incomparably thick arrow shot out from the air. Gale arrow! Explode! An arrow soared into the sky and exploded in midair. A gust of wind swept up. The blood mist in the air was slightly dispersed. In that instant, Luo Tian pushed off with his right foot and directly rushed into the air. His left foot suddenly stepped on the air. Moonlit step! Whoosh! 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 With a series of flashes, He quickly arrived near the Holy Maiden. At this moment, the Holy Maiden seemed to be bound by some kind of power. The phoenix phantom behind her also seemed to have entered an illusion, listless and without the slightest bit of strength. This is bad. Luo Tian was shocked, feeling that something was going to happen. At this moment, he didn't care about it anymore. For Divine Beast's bloodline, out. Boom, 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 for phantoms appeared beside Luo Tian. The 4 divine beasts were incomparably ferocious, especially the vermilion bird, which spat out flames. Luo Tian hugged the Holy Maiden, and then his eyes darkened as his right hand moved. Divine flame! Out, rumble. A flame shot out. Luo Tian didn't turn around to look, because his intuition told him that he couldn't kill it instantly. Buzz. The blood mist shook slightly, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. The surrounding evil energy was instantly sucked away. The Holy Maiden also woke up in an instant. Seeing that she was being hugged by Luo Tian, her face flushed red. She struggled with all her might and said angrily, "Let go of me! Let go of me! If you don't let go!" Luo Tian didn't stop her at all. He slapped the Holy Maiden's butt and shouted, "Calm down. If it wasn't for the fact that you are my sister-in-law, I wouldn't care about your life or death." Pa! The Holy Maiden's eyes were filled with tears from the pain. If not for the fact that she was controlled by an evil force just now and her body was still weak, she would have definitely taught Luo Tian a lesson. Then, Luo Tian shouted to Lu Zhan below, "Fatty, run!" As soon as he said that, he ran. Fatty didn't care about anything and ran away faster than anyone else. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. For Divine Beast's bloodline, Phoenix bloodline. Wow! The heavens are so good to me. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, I finally met 2 people with peerless bloodlines. This time, I will definitely be able to charge into the divine realm. Ha ha ha! A cold voice suddenly erupted from the depths of the blood spring. The voice covered the entire forest of death. Shuequan did not chase after them, but instead said loudly, "You won't be able to escape. Stop resisting. Ha ha ha! Let me tell you one thing. The forest of death is in my body. You are all in my body, so you won't be able to escape." Luo Tian's face changed, and he immediately asked in his heart, "Fantasy girl, is what he said true?" Fantasy Fairy's face was also very ugly and said, "It's true. I also didn't expect that the evil power of the blood spring would actually devour this forest after so many years. He might be about to release a big move now. You guys are in great danger right now, and there isn't much time left. As long as he refines everything in the forest, he doesn't need to find you. All the energy in your bodies will be absorbed by him." No one would have thought. Even Fantasy Fairy was the same. If it weren't for the appearance of the Phoenix bloodline and the 4 divine beasts bloodline, Shuequan wouldn't have exposed his secret that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years. Now, as long as he obtained these 2 bloodline powers, he would be able to charge into the divine realm. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. There was no other way. Fantasy girl, give me the bloodline awakening pill. I want to awaken the vermilion bird bloodline. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1279. He had reached a dead end. There was no other way to choose. If it was really as Fantasy Fairy said, then they were in incomparable danger. As long as the blood spring refined the 3 of them, everything would be over. It was hard to say that they wouldn't be able to leave. It was already in his body, so no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible for him to leave. Fantasy Fairy didn't say much and said, "If she can protect you, there should be enough time. Don't worry about her. Let me awaken the vermilion bird bloodline first." Luo Tian said. At this time, he could only rely on himself. As for the Holy Maiden, he wasn't sure what kind of person this proud daughter of heaven from Phoenix Sky Mountain was. Moreover, she had just been severely injured by the blood spring, so it would be a miracle if she didn't need his protection. All right, Fantasy Fairy moved slightly, and then said, "Are you ready?" Come on. Luo Tian shouted loudly, and then put down the Holy Maiden and said to Lu Zhan, "Protect me, I want to awaken the vermilion bird bloodline." Following that, Luo Tian then said to the Holy Maiden, "If you don't want to die, then protect me. Otherwise, we will all die here." Finished. He didn't care about the Holy Maiden's reaction. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and said to Fantasy Fairy in his heart, "You can begin." Gudong. Suddenly, Luo Tian's mind was suddenly stimulated by a powerful medicinal effect, rushing straight to the depths of his sea of consciousness and directly enveloping the vermilion bird that was guarding it. At this moment, Luo Tian's body suddenly sank. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A loud sound came from his mind, as if his head was about to split open. The vermilion bird was wrapped in this power and began to wreak havoc. Fantasy Fairy warned, "Guard your heart. You can't relax in the slightest. I'm going to raise your body by another realm. This process will be very painful. You must persevere. Otherwise," she did not continue. Luo Tian thought arrogantly in his heart and said, "Come, ravage me with all your might." Leveling up his physical body. Right now, his body was already at the 3rd level. If he leveled up one more level, he would be at the 4th level. He would be one step closer to the great perfection physique and one step closer to using the dragon god forbidden technique to transform into a dragon. Kacha, kacha, kacha! The sea of consciousness had become a huge battlefield. Thunder rumbled, and the source of power in his sea of consciousness surged wildly. This kind of mental pain was 100 times more unbearable than physical pain. In less than a few seconds, Luo Tian was sweating profusely. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped from the tip of his hair. In a moment, his back was drenched in sweat, and his whole body was soaked. For a moment, the Holy Maiden had yet to react. Looking at Luo Tian's appearance, she frowned slightly, but she did not leave. Of course, she had thought of leaving, but seeing that Luo Tian had already entered a dangerous state, if she left, Lu Zhan alone would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the blood spring. Lu Zhan revealed a gentlemanly smile and said, "Sister Holy Maiden, don't worry. With my boss here, nothing will be a problem. He will definitely think of a way to deal with that damned blood spring. When it comes, you can rest at the side. I'll take care of everything." A gentlemanly smile? Actually, there was no need to mention how wretched he looked. Coupled with his fat face, his smile was very serious, but in the eyes of others, it was indeed a lecherous smile. The Holy Maiden glanced at Lu Zhan and deliberately moved a bit to maintain a safe distance. Then she coldly said, "I'm not even as old as you. Don't call me that." Lu Zhan was startled and immediately said with a smile, "Little sister Holy Maiden, don't worry, I will protect you." The Holy Maiden rolled her eyes at him and did not say anything else. From time to time, she would look at Luo Tian, not knowing what he wanted to do. Just the awakening of the vermilion bird bloodline was not enough to deal with the blood spring. Her phoenix bloodline was even stronger than the vermilion bird bloodline by a bit, but she was actually bewitched by it. This made her a little angry in her heart. If not for Luo Tian, her life might have been lost here. Thinking about how Luo Tian had spanked her, but she was extremely angry in her heart. No one had ever spanked her before, let alone that hard. "I'll deal with you later," the Holy Maiden said coldly in her heart. Wahaha, you won't be able to escape. The Phoenix bloodline, the 4 divine beasts bloodline, they are all mine, ha ha ha. His voice wreaked havoc in the air above the forest. It was getting closer and closer to them. The Holy Maiden's eyes flashed with a bright light as her gaze pierced through the fog and looked at a place a few 100 meters away. Then she looked at the motionless Luo Tian and became anxious. The white sword in her hand suddenly moved. "Protect him well." Finished. A white robe flashed out and disappeared in an instant. Lu Zhan didn't even have time to react. He was still thinking about how to chat with the Holy Maiden, but now she had suddenly disappeared. Watching her disappear, Lu Zhan slapped his thigh and said, "His grandma's leg, my cultivation is so bad that I don't even know how a girl disappeared. It seems like this young master still has to raise his realm a bit. Otherwise, not to mention a girl, even an ugly person wouldn't look at him." Huff! Lu Zhan exhaled, his expression becoming serious. The idea spread out to 100 meters around him. Now that he was the only one left, he had to ensure Luo Tian's safety. Swish, 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 boom, boom, boom. In the depths of the forest, the sound of sword qi tearing through the air could be heard, and at the same time, the sound of power colliding could be heard. A white robe fluttered in the air. Lightning struck. Every time the damage was off the charts, but the recovery ability of the blood spring was, as if it was in spring water, infinite recovery. The Holy Maiden's attacks had no effect on its body. Moreover, she was forced to retreat step by step. The phoenix blood vein in his body was restless, as if it was about to break out of his body. This caused her to be extremely alarmed. Bam! Suddenly, a white robe flew out from the forest. He collided with a big tree. The big tree broke, and his body was still on the verge of impact. Rumble! Rumble! 2 towering trees broke in a row. A trace of blood hung from the corner of the Holy Maiden's mouth. With a push of the white sword, she stood up and looked at Luo Tian, who was still motionless in the distance. Her eyes focused as she rushed forward once again, the white sword in her hand becoming even sharper. "It's useless. Your damage is of no use to me at all." "Ha ha ha! Come, hand over the phoenix blood vein in your body." Xue Quan's gloomy voice was filled with incomparable excitement. It was getting closer and closer, and the evil power released from the blood spring was getting stronger and stronger. Bam! The Holy Maiden was sent flying once again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Qi, whose face had also turned pale, glanced at Luo Tian again and rushed out once again. "Boss, hurry up. The Holy Maiden can't hold on any longer." Chapter 1280. What happened outside? Luo Tian was very clear. His heart was also filled with anxiety, but he couldn't move yet, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Compared to the Saintess, the danger he had to bear was dozens of times more. There were even a few times Luo Tian almost saw the grim Reaper waving his scythe. If he hadn't resisted with all his might, he would have died. The awakening of the bloodline was uncomfortable. The upgrading of the physical body was uncomfortable. When the two were added together, it was even more uncomfortable. It was completely unbearable. Fortunately, Luo Tian had a level 3 physical body. Otherwise, he would have gone to see the King of Hell. Almost there. Hold on. Luo Tian, you must hold on. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Fantasy Fairy kept encouraging Luo Tian. She could clearly feel the pain in Luo Tian's body. She also knew that this kind of pain was unbearable for ordinary people. But she knew that Luo Tian needed to become stronger. His physical body and cultivation had to become stronger. Otherwise, this time when he returned to Cloud Mist College, he might have to face the Crown Prince of Haijia. He was no match for an Emperor Realm powerhouse at all. The only thing Fantasy Fairy could do was to help him improve his physical body as soon as possible. The Dragon God Forbidden techniques, dragon transformation, would definitely be able to resist the attack of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. So, this time, Fantasy Fairy didn't stop Luo Tian. Luo Tian really needed to become stronger. Bang! Rumble! The Saintess was sent flying again. Her body slid dozens of meters away. Her white dress was full of mud. Her arms were trembling slightly. She almost couldn't hold the white sword. She turned her head and glanced at Luo Tian again. Her eyes darkened. She gritted her teeth and attacked again. Lu Zhan saw this scene and almost went berserk. If it weren't for the fear of affecting Luo Tian's bloodline awakening, he would have immediately jumped up and cursed. Watching the beauty being ravaged, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. But It was more important for him to protect his boss. The more it was like this, the calmer he had to be. There were quite a few demonic pigs in the vicinity. If he left, these demonic pigs would definitely take advantage of the situation to attack. Lu Zhan anxiously paced back and forth. He thought to himself, "Boss, hurry up. Little Sister Saintess can't hold on any longer. You can't just watch her die, right? I can't just watch." The seven-colored divine bow in his hand buzzed continuously. The archery bloodline in his body kept resonating as if it was ready to go to war. "It's useless. Do you still not understand? I am invincible. No one can kill me. Even if you're the Phoenix Saintess, you're no exception. Ha ha ha. The Phoenix bloodline is simply a waste on you. Come, hand it over to me. I will unleash its full potential," Xuequan said arrogantly. His voice was getting closer and closer. Lu Zhan's sea of consciousness also began to tremble. It was a little uncomfortable, not to mention the Saintess who had been fighting at close range. Bang, 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 the Saintess was sent flying. Puffed! She spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, she did not look at Luo Tian and directly charged forward. She was also abnormally angry. She had experienced countless trials on the Phoenix Mountain. She had never been as embarrassed as she was now. Who was she? She was a woman who wanted to reach the divine realm. She was the Saintess of the Heavenly Mountain. If it wasn't for finding her sister, she wouldn't have left the Phoenix Mountain. She only had one goal in life: to become a god. How could she fall in such a place? The Saintess had consumed a large amount of her vitality. The vitality in her dantian was about to dry up, but the power she released was even more terrifying. Her sword technique was even more perfect. In the realm of perfection, a single attack could reach 1,000,000. This kind of damage was something that even a Holy Spirit realm expert would not be able to withstand. Those in the myriad illusion realm were existences that could instantly kill. However, if she couldn't instantly kill him, even if her damage reached 9,999,999 points, it would still be useless. As long as it was given half a second, it would automatically recover. Suddenly, Xuequan's voice turned cold, and he said slightly, "All right, I won't play with you anymore. You're already exhausted. It's time to refine you." As soon as he finished, the surrounding blood mist suddenly started to spin. It spun crazily around the Holy Maiden's body. The Holy Maiden thrust her sword forward. Wang clang! The white sword was directly shaken off. The web between his thumb and index finger split open. The Holy Maiden's expression secretly changed. She moved her 2 fingers, using her fingers as a sword, and attacked again. Buzz! The blood mist still didn't change in the slightest as it crazily spun towards her, like a cage that was rapidly shrinking. Lu Zhan was incomparably anxious. He looked at Luo Tian. "Boss, hurry up when the time comes." It was also at this time. Luo Tian suddenly sent a sound transmission to Lu Zhan and said, "Go help her." Lu Zhan didn't think too much about it. He took a step forward, moved his 5 fingers, and shot out 5 arrows from the rainbow bow. Super frost art. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk, the arrows exploded on top of the blood mist, forming a thin layer of blood frost. The speed at which it shrank slowed down by a bit. However, Xuequan was extremely unhappy. The eye of the spring moved as he stared straight at Lu Zhan and shouted in a deep voice, "Scram to the side." Suddenly, an incomparably large amount of evil power came crashing down like a wall. It directly sent Lu Zhan flying. He flew dozens of meters away. Fatty Lu immediately spat out blood. His face was pale white, his sea of consciousness was churning, and his brain felt as if it was about to split open. However, Fatty Lu quickly got up from the ground and shouted again, "Bullying a woman, who do you think you are? I forgot you are not a thing at all." While they were talking, he shot out another 5 arrows. It was still the frost art. The blood mist turned into a blood frost again, freezing the speed at which it shrank. At this moment, in the center of the vortex, the Holy Maiden's body had already begun to feel numb, and her consciousness had also begun to blur. She wanted to sleep, but she was extremely sleepy. She could even fall asleep standing up with her eyes closed, but she kept reminding herself in her heart that she couldn't sleep, she couldn't sleep. The phoenix blood vein in her body was the same as her, drowsy and without the slightest bit of energy. Danger, extreme danger. Xue Quan could already feel the phoenix blood vein in the Holy Maiden's body. Seeing that the blood mist vortex was frozen again, Xue Quan immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. The spring's eye was about to shoot out, and an even more powerful evil power erupted from the spring's eye, forming a skeleton soldier condensed from the evil power. Holding the steel blade in his hand, he aimed at Lu Zhan and slashed down. Lu Zhan wanted to kite it, but the evil skeleton soldier didn't have a physical body. It was just an illusion, so his arrows were useless. However, the moment the steel blade fell, he still shot out 3 frost arrows and shouted, "Boss!" He couldn't hold on any longer. The Holy Maiden couldn't hold on either. Both of their lives were hanging by a thread. Hearing Lu Zhan's shout, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly opened, and he roared, "God explosion!" Buzz, rumble! The attributes in his body suddenly doubled. A burst of power suddenly shot out from his body, and the vermilion bird soared. It was also at this moment Luo Tian's body lightened, and power flowed into his body like a dam. He clenched his fists. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 2 air explosions sounded out from his left and right. His body had leveled up. Level 4, fleshly body. Then, Luo Tian propped himself up with his feet, turned into an afterimage, and instantly flew out, landing beside Fatty Lu. Facing the gigantic, evil skeleton soldier, Luo Tian moved his right fist and fiercely punched towards the air. Crack! In the air, cracks appeared in space. The evil skeleton soldier instantly turned into dust. Lu Zhan shouted loudly, "Boss, quickly save Sister Holy Maiden. She's about to die." He hadn't finished his words yet. Luo Tian's figure disappeared. Lu Zhan clicked his tongue. It's only been a few minutes, and his strength has increased by so much all of a sudden. Xue Quan trembled slightly and said with disdain, "The 4 divine beasts' bloodline really did not disappoint me. To actually be able to kill my evil skeleton soldier with bare fists. Even the experts of the 4 divine beast clan would find it difficult to have such pure strength. You are indeed amazing, but no matter how powerful you are, today you are all my food. All of your cultivation, bloodline, and vitality are mine. Blood demon great technique. Absorb." Suddenly, Xue Quan used his ultimate move. The evil energy that filled the sky turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The bloody mist crazily spun, surrounding the entire forest. Wherever the bloody mist went, the trees instantly withered and turned into powder. Those pig demons frantically fled, and when they touched the bloody mist, they immediately turned into powder. The sky, the earth, and everything around them were crazily disappearing. Xue Quan's power was unimaginably powerful. In another place, Luo Tian sensed the Holy Maiden and discovered that she was extremely weak. She had already fallen into a deep coma, and her breath was weak. She gritted her teeth. "Xue Quan, F***CK, your 18 generations of ancestors, go and die. Power of the vermilion bird. Come out." Woo! After awakening, the vermilion bird directly entered Luo Tian's body. Like a living creature, it circled above Luo Tian's head, emitting a dense, burning power. At this moment, Luo Tian took out the phoenix, sobbing blood bracelet from his bosom. Phoenix sobbing blood bracelet. Power of the vermilion bird. Xue Quan's voice trembled in fear, and he said, "Who are you? Who exactly are you? How can you have these two things? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who exactly are you? What is your relationship with the ancient king?" Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Are you afraid now? You can go to hell." The idea moved. The vermilion bird cried out and directly rushed into the phoenix, sobbing blood bracelet. The bracelet flickered with a red light, releasing an endless burning power. Luo Tian roared, "Burn, burn away all the evil in this place." "No, no, don't!" Xue Quan let out an incomparably terrified scream. A fiery dragon with wings erupted and swept out. The surrounding evil energy was instantly engulfed. Xue Quan continued to struggle, but it was completely useless. His 10 million HP instantly dropped to the bottom. Instant kill. It was also at this moment that the system sounded out. Luo Tian became excited. Explode, explode, explode! Tomorrow was Children's Day, and it was also the first. If the old cow did not explode, it would be letting itself down, and let all the brothers have a happy Children's Day. Then, tomorrow was the beginning of the month, and everyone had a guaranteed monthly vote. Those who wanted the old cow to explode, please cast your monthly votes after midnight. Chapter 1281. If he said it was an instant kill, then it was an instant kill. What the fantasy fairy said couldn't be wrong. With the combination of the vermilion bird's power and the phoenix tear's blood bracelet, the flames released directly evaporated all the surrounding blood mist, and the blood fountain also instantly dried up. The 10 million HP directly dropped to the lowest point, and after struggling a few times, a powerful evil force wanted to break through the blood fountain. But in the end, it was still crushed into fine powder. Dead. The system immediately sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Evil Blood Spring, for obtaining 1 million experience points, 1 million essence, chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Spring's Eye. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 3 drops of omnipotent spring water. Do you wish to use it? Congratulations, player. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Grand Yen Stage 4. A series of notifications sounded. Luo Tian did not notice anything else, and was immediately shocked by the series of experience. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Oh my God! An entire billion experience points, 100,000 essence chi points. This is F** King heaven defying. Isn't this Blood Springs experience a bit too strong? He was scared. He was completely frightened. 1 billion experience points, directly leveling him up. Did it have to be so scary? This was enough to prove the power of the Blood Spring. Indeed, Xue Quan was extremely powerful, and the fact that the Holy Maiden's extremely sharp attacks could not hurt him in the slightest proved everything. Furthermore, instant kill was the only way. If he could not be instantly killed, then he would rise from the ashes and become an unkillable existence. Then again, Xue Quan had controlled this forest of death for tens of thousands of years, swallowing the lives of countless warriors. Its experience points were naturally frighteningly high. The experience points were high. Luo Tian secretly clicked his tongue and then looked at the other item, Spring's Eye. Item, Spring's Eye attribute. Description: Mission item, the only item to open Pangu Cave. Huh. Luo Tian was shocked again. Pangu Cave's mission item? Then, he immediately thought of the last words of Xue Quan. Could it be that he is also from the Guardian clan? Otherwise, how would he know about the Ancient King? The Blood Spring was definitely related to the Ancient King. It was reasonable for a quest item to drop. The third item, Omnipotent Spring Water. Luo Tian muttered in his heart, "Let's see how omnipotent you are." Item, Universal Spring Water Attributes. Revive with full health. Description: As long as you don't die and consume this item, you will be able to recover to full health immediately. F***CK. Luo Tian's heart nearly stopped beating. This thing is good. This thing is too good. As long as you have a little bit of HP left, you'll be revived immediately after drinking the almighty spring water. It's no wonder why the blood fountain can remain intact after enduring millions of damage. It's because of this thing. Anyone who had played the game would know. This kind of thing was very heaven-defying. Imagine if you killed a player until he was down to his last drop of HP. You only needed one last stab to kill him, but he instantly recovered to full health. Then you would be the one running away. This kind of feeling was just too depressing. 3 drops of almighty spring water equals 3 lives, Luo Tian said excitedly. As long as I don't get killed instantly, I can survive. He had one more thing to rely on. At this moment, Lu Zhan crawled up from the ground and looked at the charred surroundings. It was as if he was in hell. He ran to Luo Tian's side and said, "Boss, look at Sister Saintess. She's about to die." When it came to women, beautiful women, Fatty was always more concerned about them than anyone else. Luo Tian collected his thoughts. He didn't dare to delay and quickly walked forward. The Saintess's face was completely pale. Her breathing was weak. Her body was stiff and cold, as if she was dead. Lu Zhan shouted, Sister Saintess, wake up." The Saintess didn't react. Luo Tian opened her eyelids and found that her pupils had no reaction to light. A few regeneration techniques were completely useless. One must know that the pain she had just suffered was immeasurable. In addition, the blood mist vortex had sucked out everything in her body. It was extremely uncomfortable. Lu Zhan was stunned and said, "Boss, what do we do? What do we do? She's about to die. Should we give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? I'm good at this." "Shut up." Luo Tian glared at him. Looking at that familiar yet unfamiliar face, he gritted his teeth and said, "If you weren't Shue's sister, I definitely wouldn't have saved you." As he said that, he took out a drop of all-purpose spring water. His heart ached. One must know that this was a life for him. Phew! Luo Tian loosened his 5 fingers, and the drop of all-purpose spring water dripped on the Saintess's lips. The spring water slowly seeped down. In the blink of an eye, her face regained some color. Her body was no longer stiff. Her limbs moved a few times, and her body also released that kind of human aura. In less than 3 seconds, the Saintess opened her eyes and suddenly jumped up. Before Luo Tian could react, she grabbed Luo Tian's collar and said angrily, "You actually stole my things. Give me the Phoenix Cry blood bracelet." "No thanks. No gratitude." As soon as he came up, he wanted to fight Luo Tian to the death. This was because she looked exactly the same as Shue. Otherwise, Luo Tian would have made a move again. Luo Tian took out the Phoenix Cry blood bracelet and said, "Please be careful. You were the one who threw it at my place. I didn't steal it. Be more careful. If it wasn't for me, you would have been swallowed by the blood spring. Is this how you treat your savior?" She only noticed it when Luo Tian said it. Everything around her returned to normal. However, her hand did not loosen in the slightest. She took the Phoenix Cry blood bracelet with one hand and grabbed Luo Tian tightly with the other. She said, "Speak. How do you know that the Phoenix Cry blood bracelet contains a powerful force? Was it you a few months ago at Wushan mountain range?" She went down the mountain because she sensed the aura of the Phoenix Cry blood bracelet. This bracelet was her sister's. She was here to find her sister. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Do you really want to know?" "I'm not going to tell you." He was secretly shocked. Could the other bracelet be Shue's? But it was left in the house of Bai. Could it be? Sister Shue came to the Tianxin continent from the ancient continent? How is this possible? The saint's voice became cold and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "Kill me? You little girl, you're always so cold and arrogant. You always think that you're so great because you're the saint and looked down on the world. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. You want to kill me, right? All of a sudden, Luo Tian's body moved slightly. Before the saintess could react, he slapped her hard on the buttocks. Slap. Come and kill me. Slap. Kill me. Slap. Her but was going to explode. The first chapter has been delivered. Brothers, Laonyo begs for monthly votes. Give Laonyo all the guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 1282. He only hated her. He used a lot of strength. He didn't have the slightest bit of pity for the fairer sex. Lu Zhan was dumbfounded. He looked at Luo Tian with his mouth wide open. For a moment, he couldn't react to what had happened. The holy maiden had been holding back, but was in too much pain. In addition, her body was still very weak. It was useless to struggle. She couldn't escape from Luo Tian's demonic clutches at all. The more she struggled, the more strength Luo Tian used. In the end, under her thin clothes, a large patch of red appeared on her butt. It was so painful that she couldn't bear it anymore. She cried out loud, "Woo woo, woo woo woo," just like a little girl. Luo Tian retracted his palm and said, "Will you still do it? Do you still want to kill me? If it weren't for the fact that you have the same face as Shui, I wouldn't care about your life or death." In fact, he felt a little sorry for the all-purpose spring water. One had to know that this thing was equivalent to his life. It was gone just like that. It would be strange if he didn't feel sorry. The holy maiden quickly shook her head and said, No, don't hit my butt anymore." She was scared to death. She had never been so scared in her life. In the past, she had always felt that she was fearless. Her eyes were cold, and she despised everything in the world. No matter who it was, even if Luo Tian had saved her, she was still cold. The most important point was, she had never felt pain because she was spanked, but now she was in so much pain that she was about to call for her mother. Phew! Wouldn't it have been better if you were like this earlier? You look like someone owes you a few hundred yuan, as if everyone wants to flatter you. Luo Tian helped her up. Looking at her tear-stained face, he said with a wronged expression, "You just need to be taught." The holy maiden sniffed and stopped crying. She didn't dare to look at Luo Tian and immediately took a few steps back. She maintained a safe distance from Luo Tian and said angrily, "Don't wait for me to recover or else." Luo Tian glared at her and snorted, "What did you say?" No, I didn't say anything." The saintess quickly shook her head. She was so scared that her body trembled slightly. She rubbed her, but with one hand. She couldn't help but gasp in pain. She looked as pitiful as a kitten. However, she was not a kitten. Instead, it was a huge tiger. While speaking, the holy maiden wanted to leave. If she stayed any longer, her butt might suffer a calamity. Now that Shui Quan was killed, she no longer had to worry about getting lost. Just as she took half a step, Luo Tian glared at her and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" I can't go back to Cloud Mist College." The saintess shivered again. She hated Luo Tian to death in her heart. Fortunately, there weren't too many people here. Otherwise, how could she have the demeanor of a saintess? It would definitely bring shame to Phoenix Sky Mountain. Right now, she only wanted to leave Luo Tian as soon as possible. The further the better. Once she recovered, she would seek revenge on this great demon king. At this moment, Luo Tian had already become the great demon king in her heart. Luo Tian walked forward, took out the Phoenix Tears blood bracelet, and said, "Do you want to take it back?" Seeing the Phoenix Tears blood bracelet, the holy maiden's eyes moved and became serious, saying, "This was originally mine. Quickly return it to me." Luo Tian smiled faintly. "I can return it to you, but you have to agree to a few of my requests." As he spoke, he kept the Phoenix Tears blood bracelet. Then he said, "I want to go to the Pangu Cave, and along the way I will encounter all kinds of demon beasts. I want you to help me clean up the demon beasts. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Also, Don't think about recovering your vitality and making a move against me. If you dare to make a move against me, I guarantee that you will definitely not be able to find the other Phoenix Tears blood bracelet, nor will you be able to find the person you are looking for. Who was the Holy Maiden? What an awesome existence! When he first saw her deal with Shui Quan, that sharp sword art, that strength, that damage was simply off the charts. If he had her as his hired thug, wouldn't his experience points increase by leaps and bounds? Furthermore, the outer area of the Panga mountain range was already so dangerous. What else would he encounter in this huge battlefield from tens of thousands of years ago? What kind of big boss did the powerful demon clan have? It was really unpredictable. With her around, he would have more confidence. However, just the Phoenix Tears blood bracelet would definitely not be able to attract the Holy Maiden. However, it was different if he used the person she was looking for. The people of Phoenix Sky Mountain usually did not go down the mountain, and every time they went down the mountain, they had a purpose. It was obvious that the Holy Maiden had come down the mountain to look for someone. If Luo Tian's guess was correct, she should be looking for Sister Shui. It was just that she didn't know that Shui was still in the profound sky continent, facing this awesome sister-in-law if he didn't make good use of her. How could he be worthy of himself? As expected, when the Holy Maiden heard about the other Phoenix weeping blood bracelet, her expression immediately changed, and she said, "In the Wu Mountain range, it was indeed you who was using the Phoenix weeping blood bracelet. Only the people of our Phoenix Sky Mountain range know how to use the Phoenix weeping blood bracelet. Where is my sister?" Luo Tian was slightly shocked in his heart and thought to himself, "As expected, she is looking for Shui. This is really her sister, my sister-in-law. Such a beautiful sister-in-law. Sigh. And she's even a natural Holy Maiden. Sister Shui. What do you want me to do? Ha ha ha, then." Luo Tian said with a calm expression, "I just said if you want to know all this, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, you will never know all of this. Furthermore, I can tell you clearly in this world, other than me, no one knows where the second Phoenix weeping blood bracelet is, and no one knows where your sister is. Indeed, in the ancient continent, only Luo Tian knew about this." The Holy Maiden was silent for half a minute, bit her lips, and said, "All right, I promise you." Looking at her biting her lips, Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. This kind of heartbeat was not because the Holy Maiden looked like Shui, but because of the most primitive beating in his heart. Lu Zhan was also dumbfounded and said while grinning, "Sister Holy Maiden, welcome to join us." The Holy Maiden looked at him with disdain and said, "I'm not joining you guys. I'm also going to the Pan Gu Cave." Luo Tian smiled and said, "All right, let's go." Lu Zhan sent a sound transmission. "Boss, you're too amazing. Even the high and mighty Holy Maiden was easily taken down by you, and you even spanked her until her but was blooming. Who could do such a thing? I admire you more and more now. You're simply my idol." Too much admiration. At the same time, Lu Zhan also secretly laughed and thought to himself, "Sigh, this young master has another competitor in this world." Phoenix Sky Mountain. In the Phoenix Hall, a beautiful woman looked slightly nervous as she looked at the sky in the distance and whispered to herself, "Chan, are you all right?" Feeling the Phoenix weeping blood bracelet erupting again, the entire Phoenix Sky Mountain was in turmoil. The second chapter will be delivered, and the third chapter will be delivered before 7 o'clock. Are there still monthly tickets? Chapter 1283. Schwa. Boom. A gigantic creature fell. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Monster Ape King for obtaining 49,000 experience for 1,000 essence chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Monster Ape King's Demon Core. Ding. Ding, ding, ding. The system notification did not stop. The power that the Holy Maiden unleashed was simply unimaginable. Luo Tian secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, I left her behind. Otherwise, I would have really suffered a huge loss. This is leveling up. This is simply building a rocket. In just a few hours, my experience has increased by a third. I can at least level up 2 times today. Happy. He was extremely happy. Basically, Luo Tian did not need to make a move. He was only responsible for the last hit. The Holy Maiden also cooperated. Basically, after a few slashes, the demon beast's HP would only be left with a few dozen drops. Luo Tian could kill it with a light flick of his finger. Lu Zhan walked over to Luo Tian and whispered, "Boss, this woman is too fierce. She killed demonic beasts like she was cutting vegetables. Look at all the demonic beasts that died along the way. It was as if she had a huge grudge against them. They were all beyond recognition. I don't know if you noticed, but as long as those demonic beasts were male, their little brothers were all cut off. She is too ruthless." After saying that, Lu Zhan could not help but shiver. His chrysanthemum tightened, and his little brother shrunk half an inch. If he saw this kind of scene every day, his little brother would not be able to get it up. It was too inhumane. Indeed, this was the Holy Maiden's intention, the anger that had accumulated in her heart towards Luo Tian. Her little, but was still hurting. Every time she cut off the little brothers of those demon beasts, she could not help but look coldly at Luo Tian, as if to say, "If you dare to lie to me, they will end up like you." Luo Tian had a smile on his face. He did not put her indifference in his eyes at all. It was as if he was afraid that she would be angry. The Saintess was his big treasure now. If she went on strike, he would lose a lot. Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's okay. We're not demonic beasts and she's our classmate. She won't be so cruel to her classmate, right? What are you afraid of? This kind of woman needs to be taught a lesson. If she dares to be cocky, I'll spank her ass and make her twin peaks swell from C to D. Then I'll see if she still dares to be cocky." Lu Zhan froze for a moment. Although he didn't know what a C was, he couldn't help but give Luo Tian a thumbs up and said, "Boss, you're awesome." Luo Tian said, "Hurry up and step on the spirit grass. These things are very useful to me. Don't let any of them go." Lu Zhan immediately ran out and said, "Understood." Seeing that a demonic beast's health was almost empty, Luo Tian immediately flew out and shouted, "Let me do it!" He punched out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing! His experience points had increased by tens of thousands. The Holy Maiden looked coldly at Luo Tian and said, "You better not lie to me or else." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said somewhat domineeringly, "Do you have a choice? I am your last hope. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recognized the wrong person the first time I saw you. You should know that in your heart." Indeed, the Holy Maiden was not an idiot. What's more, in this world there was no such old-fashioned way to strike up a conversation. The Saintess took a step forward, and with a few more sword strikes, she beat up a rank 6 demonic beast until it no longer looked like a demonic beast. Luo Tian immediately followed. Whoosh whoosh. 2 slashes. Night approached. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Tai Yen Stage 5. Luo Tian was secretly excited in his heart. I leveled up. I'll try my best to reach the Myriad Illusions realm before I find the Penga Cave. Then, I won't have to worry about anything when I go back to participate in the exchange between the 2 academies. Even if there was a suppression barrier, he couldn't use a transformation, a heaven-defying cultivation technique like the Divine Flame. However, when his realm increased, there was nothing to be afraid of. At night, Luo Tian made some simple barbecue. At first, the Holy Maiden didn't eat much, but in the end, she ate all of the big demonic beast's legs. Luo Tian looked at her with his eyes wide open and felt strange in his heart. Why didn't your stomach get bigger after eating dozens of kilograms of roasted thighs? Lu Zhan licked the oil stains on his lips, still not satisfied, and said, "Boss, make some more roasted meat. It's not satisfying at all." Looking at the holy maiden gnawing on the bones and meat on her thigh, her stomach growled and she drooled. The holy maiden glared at Fatty Lou with an ice-cold expression. She chewed on the meat and said, "Don't look at me, I won't even give you the bones." Following that, she didn't forget to say to Luo Tian, "I'll help you kill the demonic beasts. You have to cook this roasted meat for me every day." When had she ever eaten such things in Phoenix Mountain? Not even a single one. This was the first time she had eaten something so delicious. Her gluttonous bug was completely hooked out. Luo Tian laughed. "No problem, but if you want to eat more roasted meat, you have to work overtime at night. Otherwise, there won't be so much roasted meat, and I used less than 1/10 of my power to roast this meat. If you want to eat better roasted meat, you have to kill more demonic beasts for me." The holy maiden didn't even think about it and said, "Sure." Her mouth was covered in stains, like a greedy little tabby cat. It was extremely cute, but her eyes were still as cold as ever. This was completely different from Shui. Looking at her, Luo Tian couldn't help but think of Shui, and the others. Looking at the stars in the sky, he muttered in his heart, "Little sister Shui. Wait for me a little longer, it will be soon. Wait for me to create a dark weapon that can increase the chance of instant killing and become the strongest student. Then I will be able to climb the Heaven's Choice Mountain. At that time, I will definitely be able to refine the antidote for the soul poison. You have to wait for me." His eyes were filled with longing. Longing for his brother, longing for his woman. The holy maiden secretly glanced at Luo Tian and couldn't help but be shocked. What exactly is he thinking? After eating roasted meat, the sky was pitch black, and this was also a world where demonic beasts were in a frenzy. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard all around, causing the entire Pangam Mountain range to shake. Luo Tian stood up and said, "Let's begin." The holy maiden tore off the last bit of meat on the bone and placed it into her mouth. Her eyes moved and immediately locked onto a demonic beast not far away. With a casual slash of her sword, the white sword Qi directly cut off half of the demonic beast's head. Luo Tian instantly rushed forward and punched out. Ding! 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 The efficiency of work at night was twice as high as during the day. Furthermore, there were demonic beasts everywhere, killing them with great joy. His experience points rapidly increased. This is too great. The 3rd chapter has been delivered, and there will be a new chapter tonight. Brothers, can you please ask for another monthly ticket? Chapter 1284. He did not stop for the entire night. He killed crazily all the way. With the holy maiden, this killing machine around, it was simply too great. Furthermore, the demon beasts at night were extremely dense and rich in experience. In less than half a night, Luo Tian had broken through to the 6th stage of Taiyan. In order to reward this killing machine, Luo Tian had meticulously prepared a super big barbecue. He didn't use ordinary fire, but rather, he used Yuan Qi to roast the thigh of a demonic beast. It was even more flavorful, making it even more unforgettable. The holy maiden wolfed down her food, not having any image of a holy maiden at all. He ate even more. It was as if he had not eaten for several lifetimes. In order to capture a man's heart, no, a woman's heart, she had to first capture her stomach. Even though the experts of this world did not need to eat for days, months, or even years. However, once they ate, they would become addicted and would never forget it. The holy maiden belonged to this type. After eating, he did not forget to remind her, "I still want to eat barbecue in the morning." More? Eating too much barbecue is not good for your body. Why don't we change to something lighter? Luo Tian asked and then said, "It's a pity that there are no kitchen utensils here. Otherwise, I would be able to make you something that you have never eaten before." Without waiting for him to finish, the holy maiden immediately said, "If there's no barbecue, I won't help you hunt demon beasts tomorrow." Barbecue, it has to be barbecue. You can eat as much as you want. Luo Tian immediately said resolutely, What do you mean by eating too much barbecue is bad for the body? In this different world, everyone's bodies are super abnormal. Their internal organs are even stronger than steel. What can harm this kind of body? Obviously, Luo Tian's worries were unnecessary. Continue killing. His experience continued to soar. Time passed bit by bit. 5 days later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level. Tai Yen Stage 9. The system sounded out. Luo Tian's face lit up and immediately checked it. His face was a little bitter, and he thought to himself, "Damn, I need more than 1 billion experience to level up. This is the rhythm of playing me to death. Where am I going to get so much experience?" Other than the first few days when he leveled up a little faster, it slowed down quite a bit. As Luo Tian's level increased, the demonic beast's experience dropped by a lot. However, now this kind of speed was still a super abnormal existence. Even the Saintess was secretly shocked. She looked at Luo Tian as if he were a monster. She couldn't help but want to ask him how he had broken through. But when the words reached her mouth, she held them back. She didn't care how Luo Tian managed to break through. She didn't want to have more contact with this man. She didn't care about the man who had spanked her. The pain on her, but was still fresh in her memory. If she hadn't been so greedy, she wouldn't have been controlled by Luo Tian. During these 5 days, Lu Zhan had also broken through once. Compared to Luo Tian's speed, he had the urge to die. However, even though Luo Tian was a Grand Yen Stage 9, he still couldn't see through the Holy Maiden's current cultivation. According to the map, the entrance to the Pangu Cave should be at the bottom of the valley. Luo Tian said faintly, then looked at the Holy Maiden and asked, "Did you come to the Pangu Mountain range this time to complete the Pangu Cave mission?" The Holy Maiden said coldly, "I am not interested in the missions of the Academy. Phoenix Sky Mountain does not want to change anything in the mortal world. I will not stay in Cloud Mist College for long, so there is no need for me to do any missions." That's true. With her status in Cloud Mist College, she could have whatever she wanted, even if she wanted the position of deputy courtyard head. Sky Dragon would agree without hesitation. How could she be interested in this kind of mission? Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Then what are you doing here?" The Holy Maiden said coldly, "What do you care?" Another cold expression. Luo Tian was not angry and said, "Since you are not here for the mission, that's fine. I need the points from this mission. I originally wanted to give you some points, but now that I think about it, I don't need them at all." Lu Zhan interrupted and said, "Boss, points are useless to me, and I can't exchange them for a girl, so I don't need points." The Holy Maiden said disdainfully, "Only people like you would want points." Huh. Luo Tian laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for the sake of going to the Abyss Academy, he wouldn't have accepted any missions at all. There was nothing he could do now. He had to go to the Abyss Academy and dig out more shadow ores from the shadow mine to refine a super dark weapon. Without points to exchange, how could he be qualified to participate in the selection? The Holy Maiden said again, "I'll help you complete the mission. Tell me what you know, and then you'll be you and I'll be me. Just pretend we never knew each other. As long as I find my sister, I will bring her back to Phoenix Sky Mountain. We are also people from 2 different worlds, and we will never be the focus of attention." His voice was exceptionally cold. Luo Tian laughed in his heart and thought, "Sister-in-law, do you hate me that much? No matter what, I'm still your brother-in-law. What's the point of being the focus? It's fine as long as there's a spot on the bed." Luo Tian didn't say anything. He didn't say much about Shui. Not because he didn't want to, but because Shui was poisoned because of him. If he could not cure the soul poison in her body, Luo Tian would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Rest for half an hour, then enter the valley. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he closed his eyes and rested. In his mind, he began to think about the ancient king that was imprisoned in the Pangu Cave. In the profound sky continent's heaven-sword city, when blind Lu transformed into a demon, His consciousness had been brought to the Pangu cave. Luo Tian still remembered some of the situations inside the Pangu cave, but at that time he had only entered with his consciousness and did not sense any danger. But now, it was impossible for the Guardian clan to let him save the ancient king so easily. There was definitely a huge danger in the Pangu cave. Luo Tian thought to himself. Half an hour later, Luo Tian stood up and said, "Let's go into the valley." In the valley, the corpses of monsters were everywhere. Each of them was the size of a small mountain. 7th rank monsters, 8th rank monsters, and even 2 9th rank monsters were all dead. Even if someone with such combat strength was not an Emperor Realm expert, they were at least at the peak of the Holy Spirit Realm. However, it was not a peak Holy Spirit Realm expert. It was an entire group, the Holy Sea's Paladin Legion. They were all dressed in golden armor, with a knight's sword at their waist, a shield in their left hand, and a spear in their right hand. Under the scorching sun, they shone with a dazzling light, extremely valiant. The leader of the Paladin Legion was a woman, an iron-blooded woman who had experienced countless battles. There was another person in front of her, the black-robed hierarch. The woman said respectfully, "Sir, the Pangu cave is in front. Do I still have a monthly ticket? Can I ask for another one? Just one." Chapter 1285. The Holy See was the strongest power in Eurasia. Eurasia was not weaker than the 4 Divine Beasts clan. If not for the 4 Divine Beasts clan's victory in the last war, the 4 Divine Beast continent would not have been as strong as the Holy See. On the other side of Panga Mountain was Eurasia. No one had expected the appearance of the Golden Paladins. The hierarch looked at the huge hole and narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, "Ancient King, Rainbow Divine Stone. This 10,000-year mystery will be solved soon. I'm afraid no one would have thought that your body is actually the Rainbow Divine Stone. I forgot. You should say it's Nuwa Heaven Mending Stone, right? It contains a power that surpasses everything. Once this power is refined, you will be invincible and sweep through the entire ancient continent." He said something in a low voice. No one else could hear him. Even the iron-blooded woman, closest to him, did not hear him. Looking at the black hole filled with great power, the hierarch did not immediately step in. There was still a trace of fear in his eyes, because he knew that the danger in the hole was 100 times greater than in the valley. The monsters in the valley were easy to deal with. However, the truly powerful Guardian clan was in the hole. They were the true Guardian clan. All of them were perfect stage monsters in human form. Their cultivations were at the Emperor Realm. Moreover, every Guardian clan member had taken human form tens of thousands of years ago. In this long period of time, what terrifying level had their cultivations reached? No one knew. The hierarch was the same. Seeing the hierarch's instructions, the iron-blooded woman quietly stood to the side and did not ask anything. She blamed herself for following orders. The golden paladins behind her did the same, waiting for orders. The 18 golden paladins were riding on a type of monster warhorse. They quietly stood in place without moving. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the valley. The iron-blooded woman's eyes moved. She bowed slightly and said, "Sir, someone has entered the valley." 2 men and a woman. The iron-blooded woman sensed the cultivation of Luo Tian and the others and immediately reported to the hierarch. The woman's cultivation is higher. The other 2 men are at the Grandian realm. The hierarch's lips suddenly curled into a smile. "They're here." The iron-blooded woman frowned and asked, "Sir, are you waiting for them?" Black Robe smiled and said, "That's right. Only they can enter the Pangu cave. As long as we follow them, we will be able to find the body of the ancient king that has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years, which is the 7-colored divine stone." "Ha ha ha," Black Robe laughed in a low voice, and a sharp light flashed through his eyes. He said, "As long as this rainbow divine stone is in the hands of our church, then the day of unifying the entire primordial continent is just around the corner. The four divine beasts clan, the Sakyamuni Buddhist kingdom, the glacier country, and the weak central continent will all be trampled and crushed by our army. Everything was within his expectations. The Vatican, the power of faith. The power of faith was also the most mysterious force in the ancient continent. It was even more mysterious than the three strongest forces in the ancient continent. There was a rumor. There was a god in the Roman Curia in Eurasia. Their faith, the power that God gave them, prayed for their blessings. The reason why Black Robe appeared this time was because he had received a revelation from God, and Luo Tian was the person he was waiting for. Immediately after, the iron-blooded woman said, "Sir, I will immediately bring them over." Black Robe raised his right hand and said, "Don't worry, we will wait for them here." He was not in a hurry at all, because God would not make mistakes. God's revelation told him that the man who could find the ancient king would appear in front of him and lead him to the deepest part of the Pan-Gu cave to find the seven-colored divine stone. But the only thing that puzzled him was, God did not tell him who would obtain the seven-colored divine stone. However, he was not worried because he had enough confidence to kill the three of them. In the end, the seven-colored divine stone would still fall into his hands, and he would still offer it to the supreme God. He would let the God they believed in spread throughout the continent, and let the believers spread throughout the continent. At the entrance of the valley, Luo Tian was extremely shocked. One after another, huge monsters fell there. From the wounds on their bodies, it could be seen that they were killed before they could even react. How powerful were these people? Were they Emperor Realm experts? Lu Zhan looked at the bloodstains around him and said, "Boss, his body is still hot, so he must have died not long ago. Even if he isn't an Emperor Realm Master, he must be a Peak Saint Spirit Realm Master." So the Holy Maiden's expression also became serious. She knew all the techniques and forces in the ancient continent. Looking at the wounds on the monsters, she frowned slightly and said, "This is the power of the Holy Paladins of the Holy Sea. Earth sword technique, sky sword technique, and some sword techniques comprehended from the laws of nature. These sword techniques contain traces of divine power. It seems that Mother was right. There are experts in the Holy Sea in the Eurasian continent. Even if they are not true gods, it is very likely that they are clones." Gods? Damn, do they have to be so powerful? Aren't gods in the Holy Sea? Why would they appear in the ancient continent? Lu Zhan did not understand. In the eyes of the gods, they were mere mortals, existences no different from ants. The warriors in the ancient continent cultivated with all their might. Their goal was to enter the Holy Sea and obtain the supreme divinity to enjoy an immortal life. This was the ultimate goal of every warrior. Luo Tian was no exception. Luo Tian exhaled softly and said, "Why would the Holy Sea appear here? Could it be that they are also here for the ancient king?" The Holy Maiden glanced at Luo Tian and bit her lip. She did not want to interfere in the disputes between the 5 continents, but she still said, "The ancient king's true strength is not his cultivation, but the rainbow holy stone that he obtained. This stone can extend 3,000 fortunes and even bring people back to life. It has the power of the infinite realm. If I am not wrong, they should be here for the rainbow holy stone." She should not have said this, but she did not know why she said it. The Holy Sea came to the Pan-Gu cave, which meant that they were determined to get the rainbow holy stone. They would not do anything that they were not confident in. This was the Holy Sea style. It could be seen from the dead monsters in the valley. This time, the Holy Sea's golden knights were very powerful. It was very likely that they were the holy knights of the Holy Sea. Luo Tian did not know much about the rainbow holy stone. The ancient king did not mention anything about it to him. However, now that he was here, he would not leave so easily. Lu Zhan and the Holy Maiden looked at him. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Since I am here, how can I not go and take a look? Besides, we have no choice now. They are already waiting for me in front." Luo Tian also felt that there were a few powerful auras waiting for him in front. The first chapter has been delivered. 5 votes left. Brothers, please give me 5 votes to defeat the one in front. Please give me monthly votes. Chapter 1286. The valley was extremely quiet. The air was filled with the smell of blood. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian saw the Golden Paladins. He had to admit that they were very eye-catching. If he wasn't sure that he was in the real world, he would have thought that he was still in a large-scale online game. Their glittering armor, their war horses, their solemn expressions, the aura of holy knights emanating from their bodies, and the holy light emanating from their bodies, all showed how powerful they were. In the middle of them was an old man in a black robe who seemed to be bottomless. The hierarch smiled and said, "You're finally here." It was as if he was waiting for Luo Tian. Indeed, he was waiting for Luo Tian. Luo Tian was slightly stunned and said, "You seem to know that I'm coming." The black-robed hierarch maintained a faint smile and said, "I knew you were coming 3 years ago. Looking at you is like looking at an old friend. As expected, you came as promised." 3 years ago. Luo Tian frowned. At that time, he was still in the Tianxian continent. He didn't even enter the ancient continent, but he said that he had been waiting for him since 3 years ago. Could it be? Did it start when the ancient king brought his consciousness into the Pangu cave? Lu Zhan asked in a low voice. "Boss, didn't you say that you entered the ancient world from a low-level plane? Why has this guy been waiting for you since 3 years ago?" The saintess said softly, "God's prophecy." The hierarch was slightly shocked. His gaze fell on the saintess for the first time. After carefully sizing her up, his expression darkened, and he said, "The saintess of the Phoenix Sky Mountain really surprised me. It seems that you all came to the Cloud Mist College." The expressions of the Golden Paladins behind him also changed. There was a trace of hatred in their eyes. If the saintess hadn't appeared in the 4 divine beasts continent, the Eurasian continent wouldn't have lost that battle. The honor of the paladins wouldn't have suffered a setback. It was all because of the saintess of the Phoenix Sky Mountain. Their aura clearly fluctuated. The iron-blooded woman on the right side of the hierarch moved her eyes and released the aura of the sky sword technique. She stared at the saintess. Black Robe said faintly, "Karen, she is not the holy maiden who killed your father. Your hatred should not fall on her." The name of the iron-blooded woman was Catherine. She was the leader of the Golden Paladins. Kai Lin withdrew her aura and said, "Yes." Even so, however, her eyes did not leave the holy maiden. She continued to stare at her. The saintess also sized her up, then looked at Black Robe and said, "Phoenix Sky Mountain will not interfere with worldly affairs." Last time, the saintess also did not interfere when she went down the mountain. That battle was because you brought about too much slaughter. It was a punishment from the heavens. This time, she paused for a moment before continuing, "You can't control the power of the rainbow holy stone. Even if you're the supreme god of the Vatican, you can't control it. Let me give you a piece of advice. You should go back. Otherwise," she didn't continue. "The Holy See had the divine prophecy, while the Phoenix Sky Mountain also had the ability to see the future. And the Holy Maiden's purpose in coming here was to stop the Vatican. Even Luo Tian didn't know about this." "Ha ha ha. Do you want to say that the consequences are another punishment from the heavens?" The Black Robe sect leader laughed softly and said, "Last time, Phoenix Sky Mountain wanted to stop the war, but in the end it still happened. This time the people from Phoenix Sky Mountain have appeared again, but this time you can't stop it and you can't change it either." Then, the Black Robe sect leader's voice turned cold as he said, "Since you know that we are here for the Rainbow Godstone, then you should be clear about the way our Vatican does things. We will not give up until we achieve our goal. Holy Maiden, don't interfere in the end, or else you will die before you see the punishment from the heavens." While they were talking, the huge aura on his body instantly covered the entire valley. Luo Tian's heart faintly trembled as he thought to himself, "What a strong power!" Then he said, "You waited for 3 years for me to appear. Then you should know that without me, you wouldn't have been able to find the ancient king, and you wouldn't have been able to obtain the Rainbow Godstone." Not waiting for him to finish, the Black Robe sect leader immediately laughed and said, "This is the reason why you are still alive." His eyes moved slightly. In just an instant, Luo Tian felt as if he had entered hell. Even the power of the vermilion bird in his sea of consciousness couldn't react in time. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Fantasy Fairy also immediately said, "An Emperor Realm expert. He cultivates the power of light. Luo Tian, you have to be very careful. This kind of power is useless even if you have the protection of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird is only strong against evil power, but against this kind of light power it can't withstand it." The Black Robe sect leader's voice was filled with killing intent. It was as if Luo Tian was an ant in his hands, and the lives of the three of them were in his hands. That was true. They had waited for 3 years for this day. How powerful was the preparation they had made in the past 3 years? So much, so that the Holy See had directly sent out the most elite holy knights of the Judgment Institute, and there was even an Emperor Realm Black Robe sect leader. The Black Robe sect leader retracted his aura and said indifferently, "You have no choice. From the moment you stepped into the Pangu mountain range, your lives no longer belong to you." After that, he coldly glanced at Luo Tian and slightly tilted his body. He pointed at the black and evil giant not far away and said, "Please lead the way. Don't say the word no. Otherwise, the fatty beside you will immediately disappear from this world." His tone was very calm, but it carried an unshakable power. This was a superior expert. This was the super oppressive feeling of power without being angry. It was even stronger than the aura released by the imperial ancestor. Luo Tian's mind was completely suppressed, and he couldn't help but tremble. Lu Zhan's face darkened and said, "Boss, don't." The corners of the Black Robe sect leader's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sneer as he gently raised his index finger. Buzz! Buzz! 2 buzzing sounds rang out, and Lu Zhan's body was instantly lifted up by a powerful force, floating in the air. His hands and feet were spread open, completely out of his control. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. The Black Robe sect leader smiled and said, "Do you want to see your brother's corpse being torn apart?" He directly used Lu Zhan to threaten him. Without a doubt, he had touched Luo Tian's reverse scale. He hated it the most when others touched the people around him. However, at this time Luo Tian also smiled and said, "I'll lead the way." The Black Robe sect leader laughed and said, very tactful, "If you continue to be tactful like this, you can live for a few more days." Finished. He turned his body. Lu Zhan, who was in the sky, fell heavily onto a rock. He was unable to use his realm to defend himself, and directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The Black Robe looked at Luo Tian and sneered, "This is a warning to you. Please support me." Chapter 1287. The black-robed sect leader's actions had already touched Luo Tian's bottom line, especially the moment the fatty fell from the sky. The killing intent in his heart had already risen. However, he did not show it. The black-robed sect leader used his familiarity with the Pangu cave to find the ancient king. Wasn't he the same? Obviously. The Pangu cave was extremely dangerous. With just the 3 of them, it would be difficult to resist. However, with the black-robed sect leader and Karen's Golden Paladin Legion, it would be different. He would have to pay for what he did. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay it back, but it wasn't time yet. Luo Tian's expression was extremely calm as he said, "If you dare to make a move against my people again, I can guarantee that you won't be able to see the ancient king." The black-robed sect leader narrowed his eyes and laughed, but did not say anything. Karen said coldly, "You have no choice." Luo Tian did not waste any more words. He turned to look at the Holy Maiden and said, "All right, our agreement ends here. Thank you for your help along the way. As for your sister and the other bracelet, I will tell you everything when I return to the academy. If I can't get out, someone will tell you in the future." He didn't want the Holy Maiden to follow him in and take the risk. Moreover, he was worried that Karen's Paladin Legion would be detrimental to the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden's cultivation was indeed strong, but she shouldn't be a match for more than 10 paladins at the same time. Just as he finished speaking, the black-robed man couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think I will let her leave?" The Holy Maiden said coldly, "You don't have to worry about my matters, and I don't plan to leave." His voice was cold. Deliberately keeping a distance from Luo Tian was a form of protection for Luo Tian. After the Holy Maiden finished speaking, she stepped into the Pan-Gu cave. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The black-robed sect leader laughed. "It seems like she doesn't take you seriously, otherwise she wouldn't have such a cold attitude. But even if she has that kind of cold attitude, she won't be able to leave this place." After saying that, he pushed Luo Tian and said, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and go in." A force pushed him directly into the black hole. The others filed in. In the Pan-Gu cave. It was an incomparably empty and spacious cave. It was as big as a football field. There were all kinds of ancient runes carved on the walls. The walls, the ground, and the ceiling of the cave were all covered in runes. These runes were all surging towards one place. It was also the center of this open space. Inside a small cave that was slightly sunken, Luo Tian stood still at the entrance of the cave. Luo Tian's Luo, Tian Luo's Luo. It's not because of how strong she is, but because of how cruel she is. In addition, Kylie's patience has never been good. You'd better not provoke her, or else you really won't have a good ending. Luo Tian faintly said, "This is an open space with runes everywhere. The mechanism to enter the next floor is hidden here. We have to find the mechanism, otherwise we won't be able to enter." The patriarch immediately gave the order, "Search." Understood. The 5 holy knights dismounted from their warhorses. Luo Tian paid close attention to their route. One of the paladins seemed to have touched something, and a violent aura began to spread throughout the entire space. Luo Tian immediately sent a sound transmission to Fatty and the Holy Maiden, saying, "Be careful." The hierarch looked at Luo Tian coldly and said, "Defend." The 5 of them moved at the same time, holding their thick shields in front of them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The roars of powerful demonic beasts could be heard from the void. The earth shook. The runes flickered with a dark red light. In the blink of an eye, 5 stage 9 demonic beasts wearing thick armor rushed out. There was a word engraved on their heads, Imperial. They were completely different from the stage 9 demonic beasts in the valley. The aura on their bodies did not come from the demonic beasts, but from the aura of human cultivation. The patriarch laughed coldly and said, "The imperial demon race of the Guardian clan? Kylie." The iron-blooded woman's eyes widened in shock. The long sword in her hand suddenly moved, and she rushed out. A 2-meter-long sword suddenly appeared in her hand, and she aimed it at a rank 9 monster and slashed down. It wasn't flashy. It didn't have a lot of speed either. However, its damage was shockingly strong. Luo Tian saw with his own eyes a bright red number floating above the demonic beast's head. 190000. Abnormal. Nearly 2 million damage. Luo Tian's throat went dry, his mind trembled. This damage can't even take a single blow. How abnormal is this woman? He was frightened by this sword. In the blink of an eye, Kylie's body moved, and with a sliding step, she moved to the back of the demonic beast, and then slashed down with her sword again. 198000 inch. It was a very rough sword strike. Simple, rough, without the slightest bit of unnecessary movement. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The demonic beast instantly fell to the ground, its blood flowing out, and its body twitched a few times before it stopped breathing. Lu Zhan's face was pale white as he clicked his tongue. "Boss, this power!" He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The Holy Maiden's expression also changed slightly as she said faintly, "The sky sword technique is indeed powerful." The Patriarch smiled faintly and said, "The people of Phoenix Sky Mountain are indeed knowledgeable, to be able to tell with a single glance that Kylie is cultivating one of the 10 great sword techniques of the Vatican, the sky sword technique. How does this compare to your Phoenix Sky Mountain's 9 profound sword technique?" The Holy Maiden pursed her lips and did not say anything. Obviously, the 9 profound sword technique was unable to release such a powerful force. Luo Tian was shocked. However, he thought excitedly in his heart, if this woman were to be my hired thug, then the speed of leveling up would definitely be awesome. And these knights, all of them are incomparably valiant. If it's all me, then how cool would it be to have such a paladin legion? Even in his dreams, he wanted to have such a team. The house of by brothers that he had created still needed time to grow. He didn't know how long it would take to reach the level of Kylie's paladin legion. Gudon! Luo Tian swallowed his saliva heavily, his face full of excitement, and thought to himself, if only I could make them drop! The Patriarch looked at Luo Tian's excited eyes and was slightly stunned. He couldn't understand Luo Tian and couldn't help but ask, "You seem to be very excited? What is it? You can't have taken a fancy to our Kylie, right?" It was also at this moment. Kylie turned around and stared coldly at Luo Tian, her eyes filled with killing intent, as if saying, "If you dare to speak nonsense, I'll kill you." At least 4 chapters were updated today. Brothers, do you still have one more monthly ticket? Chapter 1288. The 5 Class 9 monster beasts were quickly taken care of. The power displayed by the Paladin Order was simply too shocking. However, the moment the 5 monster beasts died, their bodies slowly disappeared, and then 10 monster beasts rushed out from the void. It was the same as before, and they were still Class 9 monster beasts. Luo Tian's expression did not change at all. He looked at the black-robed sect leader and said, "It seems that your people have triggered the mechanism. Just now there were only 5 monster beasts, but now there are 10. If we kill them again, there will be 20. Luo Tian had already guessed this in his heart. He had wanted to exhaust the Paladin Order. Even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. But now Luo Tian began to cherish them. If even a few of these paladins were used by him, it would be an incredible thing. It would be much easier to level up in the future. The black-robed sect leader smiled faintly and said, "It's useless no matter how many monster beasts of this level come." His voice was very calm, completely not putting these Class 9 monster beasts in his eyes. Was the Holy See really that powerful? Luo Tian smiled and said, "You're not afraid, but what about these paladins? They're not invincible, so it's not good to let them be cannon fodder. You're an Emperor realm expert, so these monster beasts might not be much to you, but they'll still cause some trouble, right?" While they were talking, under the encirclement of several Class 9 monster beasts, a paladin was quickly surrounded by danger. If it wasn't for his rich combat experience, he would have been turned into a pile of meat paste by now. The black-robed sect leader didn't even look at the paladin. He only said coldly, "The ruling institute doesn't raise trash." He didn't make a move, but Luo Tian made a move, using the divine flame. He also prayed in his heart, "God, give me an instant kill." He didn't know if it was because of his good luck or because his prayer was effective. A ray of divine flame was released. Boom! The monster beast that was about to attack was blasted into pieces. Luo Tian directly saved the paladin's life. Apart from Lu Zhan, everyone present was shocked by his divine flame, especially Kylie. The paladin order believed in strength. Luo Tian's one-hit kill was even more powerful than Karen's sky sword style. She still needed to use 2 moves, but Luo Tian killed her in 1 move. To the paladin and the others, this kind of shock was like an electric shock to their hearts. The black-robed hierarch squinted his eyes. That flame looked ordinary, but it exploded with such shocking power. He smiled and said, "It seems that I have underestimated you, but it makes sense. How can someone chosen by the ancient king be simple?" In an instant, Black Robe released a wisp of aura that lingered on Luo Tian's body. Fantasy Fairy immediately reminded him, "He left an aura on your body. Do you want to get rid of it?" Luo Tian said in his heart, "No need." The more the sect leader was on guard against him, the more it showed that the sect leader was afraid. This was exactly what Luo Tian needed. The paladin who had escaped death quickly left the battlefield and was replaced. He looked at Luo Tian with great respect, bowed to him, and said seriously, "Thank you." Luo Tian smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The black-robed hierarch's eyes were cold as he snorted at the paladin, "Trash!" In the following battle, Luo Tian didn't make any more moves. If there was a chance, it was better to stop. If he did too much, it would seem pretentious and have the opposite effect. After being saved, the paladins were all grateful to Luo Tian, especially Kylie. Her gaze was different from the other paladins, because the person Luo Tian had saved was her younger brother, Karen, her only relative in this world. The battle continued. Luo Tian's guess was right. After the 10 rank 9 demonic beasts were killed, another 20 immediately rushed out. Originally, there were only 6 paladins participating in the battle, but now there were 15. The other few stood behind Luo Tian and the others. Kylie struck out with her sword and repelled a demonic beast. Another demonic beast took advantage of this and swept its sharp claws horizontally. Holy Light Shield. The shield in her left hand blocked. A halo was released from the shield, neutralizing most of the power, but her body still couldn't help but stagger back. The demonic beast on the other side seemed to be controlled by someone and rushed out in an instant. Both fists burst out and punched out from above. Both fists were like heavy hammers. Leader, be careful. Sister. She was very strong and could fight very well, but no matter how good she was, it was impossible for her to fight against 4 rank 9 demonic beasts at the same time. Moreover, these demonic beasts were very intelligent, not inferior to humans in the slightest. They knew how to cooperate with each other. Luo Tian secretly frowned and deliberately said loudly to the black-robed man, "She is in danger. Are you still going to make a move?" The black-robed hierarch sneered, "If she can't even withstand these demonic beasts, then she is not qualified to be the leader." He had no intention of making a move. The black-robed hierarch had his own plans. He would not make a move because of these paladins. Originally, these paladins were all incomparably cold and arrogant, especially in the Vatican. Their faith was not in any god, but in the simplest form of power. If Kylie died, it would still be good news to him. As long as Luo Tian didn't die, it would be fine. In that instant, Luo Tian made his move. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To him, this might be the most crucial opportunity. If he wanted to have such a super paladin legion, now was the time to show off his strength. Luo Tian's heart stirred. Level 4 physical body open. His body instantly strengthened. His entire body released a wave of pure power. He moved his feet. His body rushed out like a ghost, directly blocking in front of Kylie, and clenched his fists tightly. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The sound of air exploding came from both sides. Barbaric impact. Whoosh! Rumble! His body directly collided with the demon beast that wanted to attack Kylie. He pointed with his right hand and shouted, "If you have the guts, come at me." What kind of ability is bullying a woman? not waiting for him to finish. As expected, the demon beast gave up on attacking Kylie and instead attacked Luo Tian. Both fists heavily smashed down. Luo Tian did not move, and he could not move either. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I'm going all out. I hope it'll be of some use." His physical defense soared to its peak. Facing the heavy blows from the Stage 9 monster's fists, he clenched his teeth, turned around, and shouted to Kylie, who was not far away, "Hurry up and leave!" Boom! The demon beast's fists smashed down. Luo Tian took it head-on. A trick of self-injury? That was natural. Even if Luo Tian was not a match for a Class 9 monster, his cultivation had reached Grand Yen Stage 9, and his physical body had reached Class 4. He should be able to block an attack from a Class 9 monster, right? Actually, Luo Tian wasn't confident either. The second chapter has been delivered. There are still 2 chapters in the evening. Please support. Please firepower. Chapter 1289. He was really not confident. However, he had to do this. For the sake of this Paladin Legion. For Karen. He had to do this too. From Karen's outburst of power, Luo Tian had the idea of recruiting them. His attempt to save Karen had only been a test. The result of the test was very simple. The Holy See in Eurasia was not as united as imagined. Power was concentrated in the hands of the upper echelons of the Holy See. The Paladins believed in different things from them. It was easy for them to have differences. This was a basic point and also the only thing that Luo Tian could make use of. When he attacked this time, he did not use Divine Fire, Divine Explosion, or various transformation cards, or various bloodline powers. He only relied on the pure strength of his level 4 physical body to defend. Regardless of whether the black robe attacked or not, he had achieved his goal. It was better for the black robe to attack. This would create a contrast. This would also make the Paladins bitterly disappointed. In the face of this move, as long as he did not die, he would have profited. Luo Tian closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, waiting for the beast's attack to land. He had to say that this kind of waiting was a kind of torture. However, after a long time, the beast's attack did not land. Luo Tian opened his eyes gently and glanced at the black robe, sect master in the distance. He did not move. However, his face was somewhat cold. "Fatty," Lu kept pointing at the top of Luo Tian's head and shouted. "Boss, boss, above you, above you." Luo Tian looked up and looked at the top of his head. His eyes darkened. It was unknown when Karen had disappeared. She had blocked the beast's attack the moment it landed. She did not use a shield to protect herself. Instead, she used her own physical body. The sharp claws had already penetrated her shoulder. Fresh blood dripped down from her armor and landed on Luo Tian's face. Karen's face was slightly pale. She turned to look at Luo Tian and said, "You saved my brother's life just now. I'm returning it to you now." While she spoke, the other 2 paladins attacked. With a move of their long swords, they directly cut off the arms of the beast. Boom! Both arms and the sharp claws that were inserted into Karen's body fell at the same time. Boom! Karen's shoulder was torn apart by the force of the fall. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The pain made her whole body tremble. At this moment, he was incomparably shocked. At that time, she actually reacted so quickly. If he hadn't come just now, she would have been able to protect herself. His superfluous actions had instead become a burden to her. Luo Tian felt a little guilty, but from her eyes, Luo Tian could tell that he had achieved his goal. "Commander! Commander! You dare to take the leader away?" a few holy knights said anxiously. Karen picked up the long sword on the ground and drank a small bottle of green liquid. "I'm fine. Keep killing. Morton. Lake. Holy sword formation." He didn't have the slightest intention to withdraw from the battle. Her mission was to help the Hierarch Black Robe obtain the Rainbow Divine Stone. A mission was a mission. Even if the Hierarch Black Robe could have saved her but did not do anything, she did not blame him. The people of the Holy See were very cold-blooded. She had known this for a long time. Otherwise, her father would not have died so easily. Soon, the scattered Holy Knights immediately formed a small battle formation. Karen said coldly to Luo Tian, who was at the side, "If you don't want to die, then obediently stay away." As soon as his voice faded, she moved her sword, pointed at the demon beast at the front, and said, "Attack!" At first, they were fighting separately. Now that 15 holy knights were fighting together, the power they unleashed was like a bulldozer. Left side defense. Right side attack. It had to be said. Karen was their core, whether it was her command or the aura of an expert that was emitting from her body. It made everyone in the Knight Guild feel admiration. This was cohesion. Under her command, 20 demon beasts were quickly killed. However, the problem was here. The moment the last demon beast died, the air began to distort. Waves of trampling sounds came from the air, as if it was an army of tens of thousands of people. Once 20 demon beasts died, then there were 40. It increased exponentially. Where did these demon beasts come from? Were there so many stage 9 demon beasts in the entire Panga Mountain range? It was hard to imagine. Karen's expression changed slightly. She waved her sword and shouted, "Retreat!" 20 of them could deal with it. However, they were no match for 40 stage 9 demon beasts. There were too many of them. The black-robed sect leader's face suddenly turned cold and shouted, "Without my orders, none of you are allowed to retreat even half a step. Whoever dares to retreat will violate our previous agreement and will be punished by God and will also be hunted down by the entire Inquisition." Luo Tian could not help but curse. 40 stage 9 demon beasts, they're no match for them at all. Aren't you being too cruel? The black-robed sect leader laughed and said, "Cruel? You seem to sympathize with them. Or have you fallen in love with Karen? She is so beautiful. Any man would be moved by her beauty. Are you an exception? You want to save them? Then hurry up and find the entrance, otherwise they will all die." Karen's brows sank. The other knights looked at her. After a few seconds of silence, Karen moved her sword and shouted in a deep voice, "Prepare for battle!" The other paladins were slightly stunned. At the same time, they also pulled out their spears, put up their shields in front of them, and shouted loudly, "Ha!" The other paladins also rushed forward at the same time. Die together! Live together! At this time they could not care so much. The black-robed sect leader had a cold smile on his face and said, "Look, this is the Knight Legion." "Ha ha ha." Luo Tian said to Lu Zhan and the Holy Maiden, "Let's join the battle too." Lu Zhan summoned the Rainbow Divine Bow and said, "I've wanted to join the battle for a long time. Unlike some cold-blooded people, what's the use of having an emperor realm?" The Holy Maiden did not say anything. Her white robe fluttered gently, and she floated like an immortal, landing at the front line. Karen said coldly, "You'd better stay alive, because we won't care about your life or death." The Holy Maiden also said coldly, "Take care of yourself." Fatty Lu laughed and said excitedly, "Fighting with 2 great beauties has always been what this young master wants to do the most." Luo Tian looked at him with disdain, then looked at the black-robed sect leader. "Aren't you going to make a move?" The black-robed sect leader laughed. "I don't need to waste my vitality in this kind of place. Luo Tian, they will all die in this wave, but don't worry, I won't let you die. If you want to save them, you'd better find the entrance, otherwise the 3rd chapter has been delivered. Chapter 1290. Luo Tian ignored the black-robed sect leader. The more indifferent he was to the Paladin Order, the more Luo Tian had to care about them. At this moment, Luo Tian had already made up his mind to pull the Paladin Order to his side. He needed this kind of Knight Legion too much. Prepare for battle." Kai Lin glanced at Luo Tian, who had caught up, and reiterated, "You guys better retreat further away. We won't care about your life or death." Luo Tian laughed. Don't worry, we have the ability to protect ourselves. Following that, Luo Tian wanted to say something, but he realized that Kai Lin was already paying attention to the front. He originally wanted her to hand over the command to him, but Kai Lin probably wouldn't agree, and the paladin order wouldn't trust Luo Tian either. Another reason was that changing the command at the last minute was a huge taboo. Luo Tian looked at Lu Zhan and the Holy Maiden and said, "Listen to my command later." Lu Zhan nodded and said, "Received." The Holy Maiden did not say anything, but from her expression, she should have tacitly agreed. She did not have much experience with small team leaders. It would be best if Luo Tian had experience and could command this battle well. Command the battle? Not to mention this kind of small team battle of around 20 people, Luo Tian had even led a large team of 20,000 people. Once in profound sky continent's Heaven Sword City. In his previous life, in the online game world on Earth, he had led countless teams. However, at that time, every time he led a team, it was someone else who hired him to be the commander. For this kind of small team battle, Luo Tian was naturally not a problem. If there was another exciting battle song, it would be even better. It was just that he did not receive the system again in the ancient continent. There was also no blind Lu. Luo Tian looked at the turbulent void and muttered to himself, "I'm afraid the formation of the Night Legion is what was the Night Legion good at? Without a doubt, attack. The absolute strongest force on the plains." But Kai Lin only wanted them to form a defensive formation. This way, the strength of the knights would be greatly reduced. At this juncture, Luo Tian could not remind them. Buzz! Buzz! The void was torn apart by a sharp claw. A ferocious-looking werewolf rushed out. It was a half-beast, half-human, a beast that had cultivated to the peak of the 9th rank. It was only a step away from reaching the peak of the 9th rank and could transform into a human form. Compared to the previous 2 waves of beasts, this wave was much stronger. Everyone's expression became tense. "It's starting, it's starting, it's starting. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on." Catherine stood in the center of the formation and said quickly, "Boom!" The werewolf landed on the ground and let out a ferocious roar. Ah, walala, a huge hole was torn in the space, and a large number of 9th rank demonic beasts rushed out, exuding the most primitive savagery. Bang! 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 One by one, the demonic beasts landed. They didn't rush forward immediately. Instead, they stood in an organized formation. The Holy Knights were setting up a formation. They were also setting up a formation. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. As expected of 9th rank demonic beasts, their reaction is too fast. I'm afraid Catherine's Holy Knights won't be able to withstand the first wave of attack. The demonic beasts were in a sharp knife formation, the strongest attack formation. Moreover, their physique was very strong. Their hair was like steel needles, and their skin was as hard as steel. Coupled with their speed and strength, they could instantly explode within a distance of less than 100 meters. I can't let them cripple my holy knights. Luo Tian immediately flew out. Lu Zhan immediately shouted, "Boss, what are you doing?" The Holy Maiden was also shocked, not knowing what Luo Tian was doing. Catherine and her holy knights all looked at Luo Tian. Catherine frowned and said in a commanding tone, "Get out of the way. Don't be smashed into meat paste later." Luo Tian didn't speak. He was still approaching the army of demonic beasts. The black-robed hierarch's expression also changed. He didn't care about anyone else's death, but Luo Tian couldn't. His eyes darkened, and he was ready to attack. "It's here." Luo Tian bellowed and released a cultivation technique. Enticing light! Crackle! A net of static electricity enveloped the leading werewolf. The werewolf's sharp claws swept out, directly tearing apart the electric net. Summoning failed. Luo Tian didn't have much hope. His realm was too low, and it was basically impossible for him to summon a ninth-rank demonic beasts. However, he was only trying to release the enticing light. The werewolf's eyes moved, and those man-eating eyes seemed to want to tear Luo Tian apart. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast, come out suddenly. A huge bolt of lightning rushed forward, like a fierce tiger. At the same time, Luo Tian turned his head and said to Karen, "The strongest power of a knight is not defense, but attack. Release all your warhorses and pull apart the distance to attack. Have you forgotten the most basic thing of a knight?" Huh. Karen's eyes shook, and she was a little embarrassed by Luo Tian's words. What was the strongest thing about a knight? It was the impact. How could she forget this thing that she had known since the first day she became a knight? Many knights looked at her. Karen quickly turned around and said loudly, "Pull apart the distance and prepare to attack." However, he was shocked in his heart and thought to himself, in the entire ancient world, only the Ouyang continent has a knight regiment. How did he know that the strongest power of a knight is the impact? She looked at the position of the wolf group again. Her heart was shocked again. This kind of sharp knife formation can instantly break through her defense. He saved us once. Although she was unwilling. However, she had to admit this point. If it weren't for Luo Tian's reminder, the defensive formation formed by the 19 of them would have been shattered by the impact. The moment they retreated to prepare, Luo Tian's Thunder Beast had already rushed into the group of demon beasts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound was very loud, but the damage caused was too embarrassing. All of them were -1. Not even a 10-digit damage appeared. Luo Tian himself couldn't stand it anymore, but he had already achieved his goal. As long as he caused damage to a demon beast, no matter who killed it in the end, he would get experience. The muscles at the corner of the werewolf's eyes twitched slightly, and his throat let out an angry growl. His eyes locked onto Luo Tian, and he instantly revealed his long fangs. He turned his body and leaned forward, and his legs kicked fiercely. Swish! His huge body pounced forward, and his sharp claws flashed with a cold light. Luo Tian's pupils constricted. He couldn't withstand this move. At this time, the cooldown of the divine fire was over, and he didn't hesitate to bombard it. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The divine fire interrupted the werewolf's attack. He didn't die, only fainted for a short time. Luo Tian didn't retreat, and directly rushed forward. At the same time, Karen rode on her horse and waved her sword. Attack! The 4th chapter has been delivered. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please support me. The Old Cow, thanks you very much. Chapter 1291. Kaylin pointed her sword. The front part of the warhorse beneath him leaped up, and with a heavy stomp of its hind legs, it rolled over like a rapidly charging tucker. His speed was extremely fast. The faster the speed, the faster the impact. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound was like thunder. An entire cave began to shake violently. Gravel continued to roll down. And then there was Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian did not retreat. Instead, he rushed forward, the heavenly sword in his hand, thrusting out several times, but unfortunately, his cultivation was not enough, and the most damage he caused was not more than 100 points. There were even 2 strikes that missed, and there was no damage at all. Thinking about the gap between himself and the Holy Maiden and Kaylin, these 2 abnormal women, Luo Tian had the urge to cry. The gap is too big. The werewolf roared, and the moment Luo Tian jumped up and down, it grabbed his thigh and fiercely smashed him onto the ground. Lu Zhan's face tightened, and an incomparably huge frost arrow shot out. Bam! It exploded on the werewolf's body. The werewolf's entire body seemed to be covered with a thin layer of frost, and its speed slowed down by half. However, it still firmly grabbed onto Luo Tian and smashed him onto the ground. Holy Maiden! Luo Tian shouted loudly. With a flash of white light, the unique fragrance of the Holy Maiden floated over. Then, with a move of the white sword, a low cry of the Holy Elephant erupted from the sword, and the power that erupted from the sword became abnormally strong. Buzz! Poochie! Walala! The werewolf's arm was cut off with a single sword strike. Blood sprayed all over the ground. On top of the werewolf's head, Luo Tian could clearly see a bright red number of 2001000 floating up. Holy sh*T. 2 million damage. Luo Tian was dumbfounded when he saw this and muttered in his heart, "Comparing people is killing people." With his arm removed, Luo Tian successfully escaped. Seeing that one of the werewolf's arms had been cut off, it was incomparably furious. It swept out its other arm, and its sharp claws flickered with waves of cold light. The surrounding space was directly torn apart, and a dark void could be seen. The Saintess flicked her finger in the air. He dodged the werewolf's attack like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. At the same time, when the other 30 werewolves behind the werewolf saw that their leader was injured, they no longer cared about their formation and swarmed forward. The dagger formation was scattered. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He suddenly shouted, "Now is the time! Charge!" At the same time, he immediately said to the Saintess and Lu Zhan, "Let's retreat." What he wanted was for the werewolves' formation to collapse. If they were still in a knife-shaped formation, no matter how powerful Catherine's knights were, they would still suffer a lot of damage even if they won. Moreover, these werewolves' defense was much stronger than expected. Catherine was naturally aware of this. Seizing this opportunity, she led the 18 paladins and charged forward like a bulldozer. The werewolf with a broken arm suddenly roared towards the sky with a sinister look in his eyes. Many werewolves also roared. Then, their bodies pressed down, their limbs propped up on the ground, and they instantly shot out, "Woo! Woo! Woo woo! Roar woo woo!" transforming into a wolf. His speed was extremely fast, and half of the wolves were charging in a curve. Luo Tian's heart tightened and said, "They want to go around the back and attack from both sides." Damn it. These werewolves are too smart. They actually know how to use tactics, and they're even using them on the spot. Tactics were the nature of wolves. On the battlefield, their tactics were incomparable to that of any demon beast. Seeing the paladins charging, the werewolves immediately changed their tactics. Lu Zhan could not help but ask, "Boss, what should we do now?" The Saintess said, 19 people against 40 peak stage 9 monsters are no match for them at all. It's a miracle that half of them survived. The black-robed hierarch in the distance was indifferent. Looking coldly at everything in front of him, he had no intention of saving them. If he were to make a move, he would be able to kill all these monsters in a few moves. The power of the Emperor realm was completely different from that of an ordinary cultivator. 100 peak Holy Spirit realm experts were not a match for a first-order Emperor realm expert. This was the difference. The difference between realms was the greatest. Luo Tian frowned and said, "No matter what, we can't watch them die." Indeed, Luo Tian truly liked this Golden Paladin Legion. If they died, who would help him level up in the future? Lu Zhan was slightly stunned and said, "Boss, how do we fight? You tell us." The Saintess looked at Luo Tian with some respect in her eyes. One had to know that these paladins were from the Holy See, people that the black-robed man had used to deal with Luo Tian. She was slightly surprised that he didn't want to see them die. However, she didn't know what Luo Tian was thinking. She also said, "I will do my best to cooperate." Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Block the werewolves from behind. Fight freely." "Fatty Lu, you must be careful. These werewolves are very fast. If you encounter danger, I will teach you a method. Run to the black-robed man's side. These werewolves won't dare to approach him." There was no doubt about this. The black-robed man was an Emperor realm expert, and these werewolves knew very well that they didn't dare to approach him. because the black-robed man's aura terrified them. This was the reason why no monster dared to charge at the black-robed man. Lu Zhan nodded and said, "I know." At this time, the Paladin Legion and the werewolves in front of them had already collided. Bang! Bang! Rumble! Rumble! Some of the werewolves were smashed into pieces, while a few of the warhorses fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. A few paladins were also sent flying, and their injuries were not light. Several notifications sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Werewolf for obtaining 10 million experience points, 10 million essence chi points, 10 million experience points. This experience was simply heaven-defying. However, Luo Tian was not happy, but rather frowned. He originally thought that Kai Lin would organize a second attack, but she did not do so because a few paladins were already surrounded. If she led the remaining paladins to attack again, those who were surrounded would not be able to hold on until they arrived. So defend. The paladin raised his holy shield and blocked in front of him with his spear, quickly saving the knights who were surrounded. Rumble. A few holy shields were smashed to pieces. Kai Lin immediately shouted, "Break!" All the knights attacked with all their might. However, not far behind them, another 20 demon beasts crazily rushed forward. Chapter 1292. However, a person suddenly landed in front of the werewolf. Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyes were locked as he stood there coldly. The werewolf's eyes were filled with disdain as they bared their fangs, completely not putting Luo Tian in their eyes. Just now, it was this human who had released a series of lightning bolts that didn't even have the strength to scratch an itch. Now that he dared to block their way, he was simply courting death. Even Luo Tian could see the disdain in their eyes. Looking down on me? It's one thing to be despised by others, but today I'm being despised by you beasts? Today I'll show you what power is. Then, Luo Tian suddenly shouted at Kai Lin, who was not far away, 5 minutes! Kai Lin was startled. Seeing Luo Tian standing not far behind him, he couldn't help but feel strange. Is he crazy? What does he want to do? Does he think he's a god? How can he stop so many werewolf by himself? What kind of joke is this? Kid, hurry up and leave, or else you won't be able to hold on for even a second. The members of the Knight Guild did not think highly of Luo Tian either. However, they were all secretly moved in their hearts. At least Luo Tian had stood up, while the black-robed sect leader was still standing there motionless. It had to be said, they had some resentment in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it. Kai Lin could not help but say, "Hurry up and leave that place, or else you will." She had not finished her words. The werewolf had already rushed over. She could not bear to continue watching. With such an impact, Luo Tian would definitely die. However, a strange scene happened. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A werewolf's head was cut off and thrown out, crashing into the rocks of the cave and instantly dying. What happened? Next, a knight suddenly pointed to a big green fellow in the pack of wolves and said, "Look, what is that?" What a strong power. His entire body is green, and his muscles are filled with pure strength. This kind of strength. So powerful. This is so satisfying. One werewolf after another was sent flying by Luo Tian. The whole scene shocked everyone, and even the incomparably arrogant Karen's heart sank. She worshipped pure power, the most primitive power, because this was the power of humanity. In her eyes, there was a sense of contempt for cultivators who cultivated worlds, Yuan Qi. Even Emperor Realm Masters were nothing in her eyes, because she always believed that the hidden power in the human body could shake everything in the world. When she saw the power that Hulk had unleashed, she was even more certain of this. However, she never thought that the big green guy was actually Luo Tian. The shock in his heart was unparalleled. The Holy Maiden was the same. Although she had long heard that Luo Tian had a transformation technique, she had never seen it before. Even at Phoenix Mountain, she had never heard of such a technique. Now that she saw it, her heart was filled with intense shock. This is him. The black-robed sect leader narrowed his eyes, and his face became even colder. I didn't expect you to hide this move. Fortunately, I didn't make a move, otherwise I wouldn't have known you had this move. Brat, you are really too inexperienced. If you expose everything, you won't be able to fight with me in the future, ha ha ha. The black-robed sect leader would not let Luo Tian die. At any time, he who was in the Emperor realm could save Luo Tian. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to make a move. When he saw Luo Tian transform into a big green monster and send those powerful werewolves flying, he laughed coldly in his heart. 20 werewolves were stopped by Luo Tian alone. Werewolves kept pouncing on him. His body was also full of scratches. However, he did not feel the slightest pain. Of course, this was not his body at all. A werewolf pounced on him. Its huge palm slapped down and said fiercely, "You dare to look down on me?" Bang! Suddenly, the werewolf was slapped to the ground and twitched, its head cracked open. Subsequently, Luo Tian fiercely dodged with a kick. Simple and violent. Kill. After one werewolf was dealt with, more than a dozen other werewolves pounced on him together. Their bodies were covered from head to toe, and they kept biting him. The saintess anxiously shouted, "Just watch. Don't you know that he's trying to buy time for you?" Then she said to Karen, "Didn't you hear what he said just now? 5 minutes. He only has 5 minutes. Once the time is up, these werewolves will rush from his body to you. Are you still in a daze?" The 5-minute transformation time was no longer a secret. The Holy Maiden naturally knew. Karen's eyes darkened, and the knights beside her were secretly moved. At this moment, their strength seemed to have been enhanced, erupting with a strength stronger than usual. And they were also crazily killing. 19 people against a dozen werewolves. They could completely withstand this kind of confrontation. And one by one, the demon beasts fell down. Looking at Luo Tian's side, his entire body was dripping with blood. The Holy Maiden and Lu Zhan watched everything anxiously. They did not know what to do at all. Demon beasts were constantly thrown out by Luo Tian. "Looking down on me? You bastard, go to hell." While fighting, Luo Tian, who was in Hulk's body, roared. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the passage of time, and his heart was faintly anxious. "Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer." Hulk's anger was rising. With a loud roar, he grabbed a werewolf, grabbed its jaw with one hand and pulled with both hands. A werewolf that was more than 2 meters tall was directly dismembered. The werewolves were decreasing bit by bit. The transformation time was also decreasing. 5 minutes was almost up. However, there were still 6 or 7 werewolves on Karen's side. They could not catch up to support Luo Tian. Luo Tian also overestimated Hulk's ability. Facing these peak level 9 beasts, a few of them were still okay, but dealing with 20 of them at once was indeed difficult. After all, Luo Tian had already known his limit. However, he also wanted to see Hulk's limit. It seems that these transformation cards can at most deal with peak level Holy Spirit and peak level 9 beasts. Once they encounter Supreme Masters or peak level beasts, they are no match at all. After this test, Luo Tian was already certain of this point. Ding! Suddenly, the system beeped. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Oh no! The transformation time is up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The transformation is over." Boom! Hulk disappeared, and Luo Tian returned to his original body. At this moment, there were still 10 werewolves in front of him, digging their front paws into the ground, growling in a low voice, staring coldly at him. Their gazes were extremely ferocious, seeking support. Chapter 1293. He was surrounded. 10 level 9 werewolves. They were aggressive, and their eyes were filled with rage. Each of them wanted to tear Luo Tian apart. Luo Tian's thin and weak body stood in the center, looking a little helpless. She glanced at Karen's holy knights in the distance and couldn't get away. It was impossible for her to launch another knight's charge. I miscalculated the time, Luo Tian muttered, glancing at the aggressive werewolves, and smiled. You want to kill me? Come on. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian clenched his fists, and a transformation card appeared in his mind. As long as one of the werewolves pounced, he would immediately release it. With his current cultivation, he was no match for the level 9 werewolves. The only thing he could rely on was the transformation card. Awoo! Suddenly, the most majestic werewolf roared to the sky. There was a commotion among the wolves. They all bared their long fangs, and a werewolf instantly rushed out. Phew! Damn it, I have no choice. Luo Tian moved his mind. When he was about to trigger the Thor transformation card, he saw a flash of white light. It landed in an instant. The holy maiden landed beside him, and the white sword made a low sword sound. The aura on her body was a little different from before. What kind of power is this? Luo Tian muttered to himself. He saw a faint halo flashing under the holy maiden's feet, and a dazzling white light was released in front of her. She raised her long sword, and this scene was like the signature move of the swordswoman in the LOL game in his previous life. Fantasy Fairy suddenly said, It's the unique power of Phoenix Sky Mountain. Unique power? What kind of power is that? Luo Tian couldn't help but ask. Fantasy Fairy shook her head and said, I don't know. Some people say it's the power of the god's domain, while others say it's the 4th power of the ancient continent. No one knows what kind of power it is, but one thing is certain. The release of this power is extremely terrifying. Even Emperor Realm Masters are afraid of it. This is also the reason why the Saintess appeared in Cloud Mist College, and even the Dean of the Heavenly Dragon Academy was respectful to her. Luo Tian's heart sank. Power from the realm of the gods? A 4th power? Immediately after, Fantasy Fairy said, It seems that she is going to release that terrifying power. You have to be prepared. With her current physical body, it is difficult for her to withstand the damage caused by that power. She will definitely release it by force. Therefore, after this power is released, she will probably faint. Huh, so dangerous. Luo Tian was shocked. He wanted to tell the Holy Lady not to use that power, but when he looked up, the Holy Lady was gone. In an instant, all he saw was a flash of white lightning. Shwa! Shwa! Swish! Every time he appeared, he would strike with his sword. A white light flashed. Those werewolves of the 9th step couldn't even react. Moreover, every time the sword fell, a werewolf's huge body would be split into 2 halves. Blood spurted out, and they died instantly, dancing in death and blood. Dance of the Reaper? No. In Luo Tian's opinion, this was more like a waltz. Blade waltz? That movement, that speed, that unstoppable power was simply unparalleled. Luo Tian stood in the middle, watching the werewolves fall one after another. His heart was shocked, completely shocked. This power was simply a nightmare. Lu Zhan opened his mouth wide, unable to say a word. Catherine's knights were once again shocked, especially Catherine. From the moment she saw the Holy Lady, she had the intention to kill. This kind of killing intent was not concealed at all, and it was clearly displayed. But now, her heart suddenly sank. If she really made a move, facing this move of the Holy Lady, her Golden Paladin Legion would probably be annihilated, because she couldn't resist the power of the Holy Lady, a power that she had never seen before. I never thought that the new generation's Holy Lady would be able to grasp this kind of power at such a young age. It seems like her potential is even greater than the previous generation's, ha ha ha. However, releasing this power once is enough for her to suffer, and she won't be able to use it again in a short period of time. This is the only power that I am afraid of. But I never thought that she would use it in advance to save this brat. He was very excited. Originally, he was still afraid of the Holy Lady, because even he didn't dare to be 100% sure that he could block this move. But now, he didn't have to worry at all, as no one could hurt him now. Boom! Boom! Rumble! 10 werewolves fell to the ground. They died in a circle. Every time one died, a notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. His experience soared. 10 million per head. 10 of them was 100 million. Boom! The last werewolf fell. The white figure gently landed, like a fairy descending to the mortal world, floating like an immortal. The moment she landed, her eyes closed, her body suddenly lost its center of gravity, and she directly fell backwards. At this moment, the black-robed hierarch instantly attacked. A black palm directly attacked the Holy Lady's neck. Luo Tian's expression changed drastically. God, explosion! Shua! With one step, he was slightly faster than the black-robed hierarch. He hugged the Holy Lady and directly held her in his arms. He said in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" The black-robed hierarch's palm suddenly retracted and his figure landed. He smiled coldly and said, "She is the Holy Lady of Phoenix Mountain. Back then, because of her, the Vatican suffered heavy losses. If it wasn't for her mother, our Eurasian continent would have already dominated the entire ancient world. What do you think I want to do? Naturally, I want her to die. This was an excellent opportunity. Once the Holy Lady died, the Central Continent would fall into a passive state. Once he obtained the Rainbow Divine Stone and seized the power within it, the Eurasian continent's cavalry would be able to cross the Panga mountain range and directly sweep through the entire Central Continent. With the Central Continent as the center, they would kill their way to the Four Divine Beasts continent. Luo Tian tightly protected the Holy Lady, his eyes locked, and said, "Do you think I will let you succeed?" The black-robed hierarch sneered and said, "Do you think a piece of trash like you is my match? Even if you protect her, with my strength I can snatch her from your arms and kill her in the blink of an eye." Indeed, an Emperor Realm expert did have this ability. However, Luo Tian coldly smiled, handed the Holy Lady over, and said, "If you dare to kill her, then you will never be able to obtain the Rainbow Divine Stone from the Ancient King. In this world, only I know where the entrance is, and only I know where the Ancient King is." He was gambling. The Holy Lady and the Rainbow Divine Stone were left to the black-robed hierarch to choose. The black-robed hierarch frowned. He could kill the Holy Lady, but he could not control Luo Tian. He smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Don't take it too seriously. Please give me a monthly ticket